my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
Bishop g5 with mate.
No way!
He has to give it. Mate! You voted mate!
Chance, rook f7. Whoa, no! No! No!
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challengers ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Nodibek Abdusatorov and Gukesh Domaraju. 2 established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. 2 more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Arian Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
It's a beautiful day here in Stavanger, and we are all buzzing with excitement as we return to the gripping action that is Norway Chess. The players have recharged after their rest day, and the stage is set, and all those battles are about to begin. So get ready and let the chess commence. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it is a great pleasure to be here in the studio alongside superstar Grandmaster Judith Polgar and, of course, legendary Grandmaster and commentator David Howell. Yesterday was a free day, but we have seen 3 rounds of action, Judith. What have been the highlights for you?
There are a lot of highlights. I don't start because I cannot finish until the evening. But if I have to pick 2 things, first of all, I'm very interested how Fabiano will continue because he looks extremely solid, very balanced here. And just to pick a game from round 3, it was very impressive for me how Firouzja turned over a little bit unpleasant position with black against Abdusattorov. It was some very interesting moments there.
Yeah, definitely. Those have been some highlights. And David, the players themselves had a rest day yesterday. How do you think they will be feeling today?
I'm hoping they feel refreshed and ready to continue fighting, but they've been so impressive up to this point, and it's just hard to imagine just continuing in this vein of form. And yeah, I know the players, they will have been doing different things. I think we'll be revealing later on one of their activities on the rest day, but I'm hoping that they were studying some chess, that they've come ready to fight again.
Yeah.
It's been great so far, and long may that continue.
Long may that continue. And let's recap on Thursday's results. And there was an epic matchup there at the top. Hikaru Nakamura losing to Magnus Carlsen in the Armageddon. And then another notable result was Fabiano Caruana racing to the top with his ideal start against Ariantari. What other results caught your eye on that day, Judith?
Wow, which one? I mean, I mentioned already, of course, the Alireza game, which was very impressive to me. And also how Gukesh was playing extremely well against Mamedyarov, because in the classical game it was a draw, and in the Armageddon was really exciting. Of course, with Mamedyarov it's all the time. He had a fantastic position, winning position, and then somehow the youngster could turn things around and even win the game.
Yeah, and David, I have to ask you, was your favorite the classical part or the Armageddon?
I don't know, Jovanka. Normally I'm a classical guy. I prefer classical chess, but the Armageddons have been a lot of fun too, especially seeing Magnus and Hikaru go at it in a King's Gambit just before the rest day. So yeah, this format is just bringing out the best in both formats.
Definitely. And let's take a look at the standings, because there is one person who is at the top of the table with some very impressive play. That is Fabiano Caruana with 7.5 points out of 9. In second place, we have Alireza Firouzja, Hikaru Nakamura in third place with 5 points out of 9. And someone who really desperately needs to take some victories in their classical games is Magnus Carlsen and, of course, Wesley So. Both of them on 3 points out of 9 and 3.5 points out of 9. But there is everything to play for, because take a look at today's matchups. It is Norway Chess after all. And at the top of the table, we have Gukesh against Magnus Carlsen. And we have to remember, Gukesh was the youngest player in the world to have ever beaten Magnus Carlsen. Any other matchups that you're eagerly anticipating, Judith?
Obviously, the one you just mentioned. It is something we want to look a lot, I think. I'm very curious. But also about Alireza Fabiano game. I'm very, very curious. They are on the top of the leaderboard, so it's so interesting how they are going to be playing. And look at Firouzja. He really played a great game in round 3.
He did. And for you, David?
Yeah, I think all eyes is going to be on those two runaway leaders. And Firouzja with white, we know he takes huge risks. We know he's a maximalist. I think he's going to put Fabiano under some serious pressure. But of course, yeah, we will keep an eye on others, all of the games, including Gukesh against Magnus. I just can't wait to see how both of them do after that rest day.
Yeah, I certainly can't wait, because this is Norway Chess. And Norway Chess is known for its very unique tournament format. It's never really been done in anywhere else in the world, and it brings out the best in the players. It's a 10-player single round robin, 120 minutes for the entire game. It sounds like a lot, but it really isn't. 10-second move increment is the players get after move 40, and in the event of a draw, Armageddon will break the tie. And of course, this is the home of fighting chess, so no draw offers allowed before move 30. Ooh, this one is going to be so exciting. I mean, we have seen a lot of absolutely thrilling games so far, haven't we?
Yeah, I don't recall any boring games so far in the tournament, other than maybe the classical clash between Magnus and Hikaru, but that was a pragmatic decision for both. And here we do see Gukesh getting ready to face the former world champion Magnus Carlsen. Now Anish Giri with white. We haven't mentioned him, but he's facing Hikaru Nakamura, who takes his seat. Another big clash, both players really wanting to win in the classical portion to try and catch up with the leaders. Actually, we could say that's of everyone. Everyone needs to start winning in classical to catch up with Fabiano at this point.
Absolutely. This format makes it extremely interesting that it's okay to win an Armageddon, but let's face it, it's only 1.5 points, right? So it's just a little bit more than losing the Armageddon, because who loses in Armageddon gets 1 point. So really a classical win. It's a real way of catching up with the others. So if someone wins 2 classical game from number 7, he's number 1 in the tournament.
Exactly. And I think Anish Giri said it himself, this format actually is very much dependent on those points. And like you say, 1 classical win nets you 3 points, and that's it. You zoom up the standings, and there we see Alireza Firouzja getting ready to face off against Fabiano Caruana, and Ariane, who's having a tough time of it, I have to say, against Wesley So. Now, how is it? I mean, what advice would you give to someone when you're facing a rather difficult opponent?
Well, I was so sorry for Tari when he could not win and convert his very great game against Abdusaturov in round 2, because there he really gave out a great deal of his knowledge, and he made some good calculations. But in the final moment where he could collect the point, it was not good for him. So I think it's very difficult to digest something like this. And he knows it, and he knew it, of course, before the event, that he's the underdog in the event. He played here before. At the same time, it's extremely difficult to get your energy from day by day again to fight. I'm sure he has to understand that he has to be focusing, he has to be prepared to play, and forget about the result completely.
And sorry, I just saw on the camera there that Magnus Carlsen has arrived with a new look. He shaved off his beard.
Wow. Who would have thought that the 17-year-old Gukesh would be the hairier of the two here? Magnus, it shows he means business. He shows he wants a fresh start after that rest day. Something wasn't right. Something wasn't working for him. And we know the players, they're superstitious. They want to make a change. Big move, Judith. Breaking news.
It seems like he did his preparation.
Yeah, if that was the only preparation he did, maybe it was a good move. Nonetheless, Magnus Carlsen. Wow.
Is that unsettling for Gukesh? Your opponent turns up with a rather radical new look.
Can be. I do remember as well during the 2021 World Championship match with Magnus and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan was the one having a haircut halfway through that match when things weren't going his way. And obviously that didn't work out in the end, but it showed he meant business. And we're off. The games have just started. We see Gukesh open with 1e4. And what do we think Magnus is going to go for?
I was going to say c5, but then he reached for the king's pawn, and they're playing in a very classical way.
Solid start. Do you think we'll see the martial attack again, Judith, that brought him a draw against Nakamura?
No way.
Something more combative?
I think so. He will go for some complicated.
Yeah, and there we can see to the left of the board that we have a very, very fancy new feature. It is the win, draw, loss bar. And you can see there the percentages, whether it is actually or a fighting game. So the more it is in the grey portion, it means that there are more games that have resulted in draws.
And we see an Italian.
Yeah, the Italian, and well, still a very fighting opening in general. The draw percentage, while it's kind of at a decent level, it's what we expect from most openings these days, and we do see that white wins a lot of these types of positions, maybe more than black does. And Magnus now pondering his next move. Judith, do you think he's going to surprise Gukesh, his young opponent here, by playing an offbeat move like h6, maybe the slightly more passive bishop e7, bishop c5 leads to more mainline waters these days? Lots of options for Magnus.
I don't know what he has in mind, but you can see that shaving his beard, it was already something he shows that this day is marked. It's like he's changing his attitude in some ways towards today's game. And the feeling I have that he wants to have a long game. He's ready for a battle. He's ready for a fight, for a long game. And I think it's also interesting for him to play with the new generation kids, we can say, maybe. Because I think it's very interesting for him to look how they're developing from day to day. He understands that Gukesh is extremely talented, boy, he knows exactly, I think, that he's potentially a future world champion who he's playing with. And I think when you're number one in the world, it's very important for you to play with new figures, new people, to learn from them, fresh ideas. For example, it was very interesting for me when looking Nakamura back in his summary of the game when he played against him, that he was telling on many moves of Gukesh that I was not counting on this, I didn't expect this. So it's also interesting, I think, that when we see youngsters around, that they do have new ideas. They do have a very fresh look on the same position, which the others are seeing, looking, analyzing for years or maybe even decades, but with a completely new idea. So I think this is also somehow challenging for Magnus, and it gives him a very positive feeling that he's playing with someone who will give new ideas and interesting game.
Mm-hmm. And there we can see Gukesh developing his bishop out to g5. And that's the kind of move that invites Magnus to enter complications with kicking back the bishop and perhaps even kicking it back all the way to g3. Now, when you consider that Gukesh is very much a fighting, dynamic player, is it wise for Magnus to enter into such a battleground?
Well, that's the thing with the Italian game these days. You're pretty much obliged to enter that fighting battleground, as you call it, Jovanka. With this pin, it's just so annoying for black to deal with. At some point, you will have to break the pin. At some point, modern grandmasters, they tend to play g5. It's just when you play it, you've got to make sure that it doesn't backfire. And just until a moment ago, we did see the win, draw, loss bar. And here we see it again. Here, white does have a very decent win percentage, but so does black. It is that type of position where anything can happen. I do have a feeling a draw isn't that likely a result here. Just from my own experience, it tends to work very well for white if black cannot break this pin in a satisfactory manner, but it can backfire on black. It can backfire on white, if you do kind of find black able to push g5 and start attacking on the king side. It's something that I've never really understood, these types of positions. Computers always say level 0.0, but that fails to tell the whole story, Jude.
Yeah. In fact, the win, draw, loss bar seems to suggest all three results completely possible.
Yes, because I think this is the type of position also that the better wins in some way. But also, of course, you have to understand the nuances in the position, because it is also sometimes not the same if you play g5 and white castled already, or you play g5 and white castled. So it's always a debate whether is he going to play g5 now, or he's going to play queen e7 or some preparatory move before that. So it's a provocation, and it's it's the tension whether g5 now and then knight h5 possibly, but I think that's not possible. G5, bishop g3, knight h5 now, because probably some knight e5 is in there.
Yeah, maybe we can jump in and show some typical ideas here, Judith. As you mentioned, g5, bishop g3, knight h5 you're wondering about, and that is the question, right? Can white jump out the way and hit this knight? Oh, I don't know, to be honest. These types of positions are so complicated. Maybe white can get away with this.
Knight e5, knight g3, knight f7.
Yeah, knight takes g3, knight takes f7. Although,
or even knight c6 is possible.
Yeah, maybe knight takes c6 is the safer of the two. And in this position, if we just go back one move, knight takes c6. And wow, the bar's hating this. What could be happening here?
Is bishop f2?
Yeah, this is a typical tactic. Bishop
maybe
takes
queen f6.
Okay, queen f6. And yeah, there's some mating threats, meaning that black gets out of the way with the queen, no attack from the white knight, and black will win material on h1 next move. Yeah, this type of tactic is quite typical in these positions, but often white just ignores the tension here, even if white can get away with knight takes e5. Often
d4.
Yeah,
exactly. White just strikes in the center. A move like d4 breaks out. So knight to h5 can backfire, and yeah, it's just about when to push this move. Do you push with g5 before castling as black? Do you kind of wait for white to castle on this flank before playing g5? Variety of waiting moves. Ding loves to play the move a5 in this position, for example. Our new world champion, he loves to play a5, but recently he got caught out in this exact variation by Anish Giri in Romania just a couple of weeks ago. Others, such as Grishuk, like to kind of play queen e7 and kind of wait, and then they play weird stuff like g5, knight h7, and they reroute their knight round to g6. It's so many plans. It's Magnus, I think, picking now what to go for with black.
Yeah, certainly very complex. I've seen a lot of games in this particular position and very dynamic. So shall we actually go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at the other games? And there are a few actually that catch my eye. But the one that I wanted to kind of mention, because I have a suspicion that it could potentially finish quite quickly, is the game between Arian Tari and Wesley So. Are the players pedaling furiously to a quick draw?
Oh, it's the martial attack. That seems to be one of the games, one of the openings, of the tournament so far. And Jovanka, you fear that that one might end early. Firstly, Arian with the white pieces, it depends on how ambitious he's feeling, but he has taken up the mantle here. He has grabbed a pawn, white's a pawn up. This is still very theoretical, but it just comes down to Wesley's homework. If Wesley knows his stuff as black, I've studied this position plenty of times myself. Yeah, he is fine, but actually this specific position, there's maybe more to know than some others.
But I think it can be a very smart decision by Tari that, okay, I've lost. I have not much point in the tournament so far, so maybe I want to slow down. I want to make sure that I play a solid game. It's okay if I make a draw even without a huge fight or not a long game. Then there's the playoff, so my opponent Wesley obviously will be a little bit nervous, right? Because Armageddon is already going to a shorter time control, so it can easily decide the way you don't want to. And maybe he has a different strategy, which would not be bad at all. I think that he knows that, okay, they want to beat him anyway.
Yeah.
So he's kind of provoking them that, okay, it's a drawish position. Come, show me that you really want to win and kill me.
Wesley's a hard man to provoke, though. If anyone's going to be solid, it's going to be Wesley. And yeah, they do say that you don't want to castle queenside in a tournament. You don't want 3 classical losses in a row. Arian has lost 2 in a row. It would make a lot of sense to just stem the bleeding with a draw here. But we should point out that, okay, black did have a big threat, queen to e1, and knight d2 is indeed the main move in this position. So white's knight is going to come back and block. This is a long, long forcing variation. I was actually planning to play this with white against Magnus a couple of months ago, but he went down a different path. And here...
What were you planning, David? I mean, like, not in terms of moves, but a slight advantage. Could you reveal?
Not
was
really.
it a draw?
I was happy to be a bit of a chicken and make a draw there. If Magnus proved he knows what's going on, and of course Magnus does. So here there is a pin on the first rank. White needs to be slightly careful, otherwise his queenside pieces might never come out. So there's a couple of moves, but bishop to d1 is one way to break the pin here, dropping back the white bishop and freeing up its counterpart to come out to d2 next move. And yeah, I do believe there's others available to Arian. So
I don't remember exactly how it goes. Bishop d1, black goes rook e8 or something, bishop d2, and black goes back with the queen, right? And it's not so easy to get out from this kind of passive position for the white pieces.
Yeah, let's jump in, maybe show some moves on the board. You're going to test my memory here, Judith.
I don't know, I'm just trying to recall it myself.
Yeah, me too.
Bishop d1, probably some rook e8.
Yeah, I believe there's also b4 in some positions, but let's say rook e8, bishop d2, black goes back with a queen.
Queen e6 or
queen e6, queen e5, I'm not sure which one. Maybe queen e6. My memory already here is not great. And
isn't bishop h2, by the way, possible? Takes and queen f1, the d3 pawn is hanging.
Bishop takes. And yeah, hitting this pawn next move. And I believe this is still a line. Even here, I think white can give up a pawn and have the bishop pair, and it fizzles out to a drawish ending.
Yeah, okay, but that's it's not much.
That's not what Arian wants, potentially. So after rook e8, I think there might be the move g3 here as well.
Which means that you're losing a tempo, right, before making bishop d2.
Just cutting out your idea there, bishop takes h2. And now it might be that black plays the move b4. Black needs some counterplay before the queen gets evicted. So after b4, now bishop d2, and yeah, black is forced back. And next move c4 will come. and it does get very, very sharp in positions like this one. And yeah, white's pieces aren't great, of course. White is a pawn up though, and has something to hold on to. So this is the game position, and after, okay, he goes queen d1. I must admit, I'm not too familiar with this.
This is the draw for takes and bishop d3.
Yeah, and it's just, to me, it looks like you're not really hoping for much in this position with white. You can play a move like a4, but it's not likely to lead anywhere.
Yeah. And you do have to remember that in the Armageddon game, if this were to go, Ariane will have to change it around and play something completely different. King's Gambit, do you think?
Yes, but you shouldn't forget that he's collecting 1 point. So he's doubling
Yes.
his points, which he had so far.
That's true.
So that's already a good start. And then he can think, which obviously he did already before this round. He was thinking and toying with the idea that, okay, I'm going to be very solid. If it's Marshall, I'm going to go for a draw. And then I'm going to do whatever he thought out. But for sure, he's not going to go into this opening.
Yeah. And okay. So this one could look like it's heading into a draw. So let's take a look at the bird's eye view, because the other game, which I'm super excited about because it looks like it's red hot, it's between Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Someone's gotten out of bed greedy.
Yeah, and of course important for the standings as well. So let's zoom out of this game between Tari and So, and let's jump into that clash between the leaders. It's crazy, as you say, Jovanka. I'm already looking at that position and I'm thinking, what is going on? I could have stronger words there to express my feelings, but yeah, just clueless as to the evaluation of this position. But it does feel like both players, or at least Fabiano, are in preparation.
And talking about Fabiano, Sverre caught up with him before the game. So let's check out what Fabiano had to say.
Fabiano, do you feel you have a chance for a knockout punch today, or are you very happy with a draw, how the table is looking?
I'm playing with the black pieces, so I think he's the one who is going to be trying to put pressure, and we'll see. Who knows? Alireza is a fighter, and we might have a big fight.
Look forward to it.
Thank you.
A big fight was predicted by Fabiano, and it certainly looks like a big fight is occurring on the board.
Wow, what a mess, Judith. Should we go back from move one? And
Yeah, let's see how it all started.
yeah. How that fight began. It is now move 15, but let's backtrack to the start of this game. It was 1e4, and the French Fabiano taking a leaf out of Magnus's book. He talked about a big fight. He doesn't want to be solid here, despite having the black pieces. And we do see the classical variation of the French. White stepping forward here with his pawns, and here this line with queen b6. Going for the poisoned pawn, the so-called poisoned pawn on b2, just very ambitious stuff. It has a decent reputation with black. This move has featured in several chessable courses, several books recently. It seems to be holding up here theoretically, but you need to know oceans of theory. And we also saw on the win, draw, loss bar a second ago that this one, very fighting, very combative chess here. Queen d2, just gifting the pawn. And of course, black here has said A, so he has to say B. He has to follow through with his plan, take the pawn, meaning the queen gets kicked around, and now knight b5. Let's ignore the question mark given by the computer here. Sorry, it looks like a decent move. I'm sure there are others that might say a better evaluation, but this one clearly part of his home preparation. Maybe he just feels that it's more testing for Fabi, but Fabi is prepared. And now look at this, rook b8. There was a knight fork threatened with knight c7 check. So getting out of the way, and black's king now loses the right to castle. The knight comes back, so costing 2 tempi for white, slightly mysterious, and knight to c5.
But there is no castle for black in this game anymore.
Yeah, you would take white here, Judith.
Well, I don't know, but the question is whether is it worth giving away 2 tempis just for the fact that black king is going to be staying in the center of the game? Yes, it is quite a valuable thing for white. Of course, black wants to go knight e4, which can be very powerful. It looks extremely scary for black. At the same time, these days, working with the engines, 24/7, I believe, on top level, it means that you can come up with risky openings or very much risky looking openings. Because, of course, in this position, if you don't work at home, it looks like you get a heart attack in any second. But if you work at home and you're aware of the dangers and you know the exact moves, how to react, then it can be something, a very good choice. Now, first comes to mind is the exchange on c6 and somehow knight d6 to me. Or maybe immediately there.
Yeah, I can tell you that this game, this position has only been played once before. And there it was a win for white, and it was between two grandmasters, Tal Albigel and Daniel Friedman. But there white actually played bishop d3, the developing move. But I was going to ask you both. Firouzja is a tactical genius. He thrives in these unbalanced positions. Is it wise of Fabi to go into your opponent's strengths?
I think generally speaking, we have to separate things. When you are in the opening preparation, that's a completely different story. When you enter in a middle game, when you're out of the book already. So at this phase, it's very clear that Fabi is in the book. He knows what he's doing, or he prepared, and he's mentally also prepared to have his king on d8 and play an extremely sharp game. And he knows it, that if he wants to win the tournament, he has to show something, courage and braveness, and he has to play extremely well. And you can see that he's very much in the mood to do so, which is very interesting to see.
Yeah, I think it's very much influenced by how the tournament's been going so far from Fabi. It just shows extreme confidence, which is great to see, partly because of his results so far, but it also shows he wants to win this tournament here and now. If he wins another classical game, Fabi, his lead is going to not just be extended, but it might be insurmountable at this early stage in the game and early stage in the tournament. And yeah, just to play like this against Firouzja, Jovanka, I would not have the courage. I would be trying to lock down the game and just trying to be as boring as possible. But that's why I'm not as strong as Fabiano Caruana. It just, I love to see it. And that really does show that Norway Chess is bringing out the best in these players. Meanwhile, bishop d3 on the board. Okay, so continuing along with that game between two grandmasters, but yeah, slightly surprising, Judith. As you mentioned, there were ideas maybe of going a bit more direct.
Well, at the same time, it's interesting for white how he's developing, because if white can castle, white has 2 pawns down, right? So we should not forget that. At the same time, for black, it's very difficult to develop properly. And really, the d8 king is a huge problem, or it can be a huge problem. So if white can castle, move away with the queen, play c4 one day, for example, that can be incredible breakthrough. And if white is able to do that, white can win the game very fast. And it can happen that the game would be even finished in 5 moves or 10 moves if one of them are not paying attention. And of course, after castle, the rooks can be moving to a1, b1. So black has to be very fast, I believe, in reacting.
Yeah, and talking about black's position, white's play, as you've indicated, looks quite natural. How on earth is black going to solidify the position so as not to allow white this pawn break?
That one we need Fabi's help with. It is mysterious, and I think that's why Firouzja, he's gone for this whole line in general. We saw the question mark appear in the graphic earlier, but that's not necessarily because it's bad. It's just because it might not be the computer's top suggestion, but he's banking on the practical value here. He's banking on the fact his compensation is long-term. Like you say, Judith, that black king is going to be in danger for the next 10, 15 moves if it survives that long. And yeah, in terms of moves, I mean, I want to play bishop d7. I'm not sure why, but again, that costs 1 move, and suddenly white gets castled. I'm not sure black has that luxury. Is there a way to try and trade queens? I don't see it yet. Tactically, things aren't working.
Well, I can show you how the one game in the database continued. There, black simply played knight takes bishop. And I can ask you guys whether you approve or not, or disapprove. And then after queen takes knight, the queen came back to a5 and gave a check, upon which white said, big deal, king f2.
Wow, nice.
And again, it just seemed the rook came to b1, and it seemed like white had a very nice grip on black's play.
Yeah, this looks scary. I've got to say, black has no strong pieces, no activity, and it just looks like one-way traffic. The 2 pawns are irrelevant here, Judith.
Exactly. This is exactly the position which I would be happy to play from the white side. If we go back, I think really black has to be focusing most on his queen. How to get back to the queen and where, right? So probably some simplification, grabbing the bishop must be the move, either now or in the next move. I don't see anything else. But I would give a question, for example, what about a6 in the previous move?
Okay.
Because I can take on d3 anytime, right? So why not to play a6 before knight d3?
And big question here for white. Sound the retreat or go forward? For me, I would, you know, you've started, you might as well finish, right? Put the knight into d6. Or is...
Yeah, I think you're not happy to go back to c3 because then queen a5, there is a pin and you're not active anymore, right? So it's very clear that white should be focusing either knight c6 first and then to move the knight, or to go immediately, as you say, knight d6. So now black is forced kind of to exchange the bishop, I think, because knight f7 is hanging and knight c6, everything is a threat. And the question is how to react with black.
Yeah, still looks so scary. We do see the evaluation bar preferring black, but the margin for error is so small here.
But if Fabi would be a guy to be scared, he wouldn't enter into this game, right?
True.
Because with fear you cannot play.
Yeah, there are tricks against this knight now, direct threat against this knight on c5. Maybe now is the time to trade off.
Yeah, maybe something like taking on d3, queen d3, and then queen c4. What do you think?
Could black, yes, apply my golden rule of chess. When your king is unsafe, trade queens.
When you material up, trade queens.
Yes, yeah, good principle.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. So this looks like what Fabi could be trying to do, starting with a move a6, just at least asking a question of this knight. Of course, white has other options. One we could mention is taking and then dropping back with the knight into d4. But then again, black's rook has suddenly opened up and on this file, and then, if you can defend the threats, you're okay.
Anyway, I think black can try to take knight c3, knight d3, I'm sorry. And then after queen d3, bishop d7. At least there is no pieces around my king, right? And it's very important also that black still has the black square bishop, so it's the c5 square is not so weak. Because if there would be an exchange, for example, then white knight to the black square bishop, and white can put the bishop on c5, still huge compensation, and I don't see why white should be better at all, worse at all. So great compensation. But it's really, if white cannot fulfill his dreams and really get some serious attack, then black may just keep the pawns. But probably rook a1, for example. After rook a1, black should be...
Oh, sorry. I misclicked there. Sorry, Judith. Yeah, in that position, if white can get rook a1, then still some compensation. But yeah, here it does feel like Fabi, as you say, has to play a move like a6 just to ask that question. And if you can trade queens, if you can at least gain time by threatening the trade of queens, it should be okay.
There is another question, bishop d7. I think you mentioned this already. Bishop d7, and then simply with the kind of threat, so-called threat, to take on d3 and queen c4.
Yeah, so for example, if white castles, maybe now we trade and queen back. Yeah, maybe less scary than we thought. This resource of dropping the queen back to c4, it's a really nice square, gain of time, and I don't think white can ever hope for an advantage if the queens come off the board, even if you gain back 1 or 2 pawns. So it looks like Fabi should be safe.
But no matter how scary the position is and very tactical, it can easily be the case that within 10 moves, let's say, there will be a simplification and the position will be very drawish, right? Because it happens in many of the sharp positions that if both are playing well, it's going to simplify the way that eventually it's kind of equalish.
Yeah, but rarely with Firouzja involved does it get boring. So yeah, optimistic here that this full-blooded fight will continue. Let's leave Fabi to ponder over how to deal with the defensive dilemma right now. Should we zoom out and check out some of the other openings?
Definitely.
Okay, where to go next, Ivanka?
Shall we pop into the game between Anish Giri and Hikaru Nakamura? I mean, these two have played each other countless times. And I think when it comes to their classical scores, it's Hikaru who has the edge there, winning 5 games to Anish's 2.
You know, I'm kind of curious, and it's very interesting that already 3 games, and we are just not even half an hour that we started the games, and 3 of them we are queen off.
Wow. Is that the calm?
The free day made them solid?
Yeah, the calm after the storm. Just a really stormy first 3 days. And suddenly the players, they want another rest day. I don't know, despite the queens being off in some of the boards, still a lot of life left.
Oh, absolutely.
And as you said, Judith, the queens are off in this one. And this is the current position, still level material. Let's backtrack and do an action replay of the opening moves. This one now at move 15. It started out as a Sicilian. And we saw the Rossolimo variation with the white bishop coming out to b5. We see there with the win, draw, loss bar that white actually scores very well in grandmaster play with this move. High win percentage of 43% there for white. And okay, of course, Nakamura knows his stuff. And after a trade of bishop for knight there, we saw some very natural moves. And eventually, white did open up the center, following conventional wisdom. Facing the bishop pair, you want to accelerate the play. And
is the knight on f6 common? Isn't it supposed to be on e7?
That's a good point. If we just go back a couple of moves, yeah, you're right, Judith. Normally the knight lands up on e7. Maybe Nakamura has looked a bit deeper. Maybe he was kind of anticipating this pawn break and realized that, I don't know, you could get away with having the knight on the more active square. I think you're right, knight e7 would have been my choice here for sure, but okay, knight f6.
Well, of course, if you have the time with knight f6 going d6 and then knight d7, that can be a very nice square for the knight. But we can see Anish wants to play d4.
It actually seems to be a very trendy idea to put the knight on f6, because I'm just 4 games in the database, all very high level games. In fact, Alireza faced it against Pragnananda just last year, and actually, it's got, from those 4 games, white has scored 3.5 points.
Ooh,
that's not bad.
But it's a very small sample size, so let's not get wildly excited about that.
I don't know. Anish might have been getting excited about that when researching this variation. I certainly would be. And okay, we did see the center open up. Queen takes d4. And yeah, some big threats here, potentially along this diagonal for both sides. I'm not sure whether the queen is hitting the bishop or the bishop is going to hit the queen. Black castled, knight c3, and this is where the queens disappeared. Black, not liking the tension, played the move queen to b6. And it makes a lot of sense. Black has the bishop pair, so getting the queens off will suit him long term. And I'm slightly surprised to see Anish capture, but his idea now is to kick the black knight back to e8. Bad square there, and after bishop e3, hitting this pawn, Naka has just replied by playing rook to a6. Judith, first instincts about who might have the advantage here?
Well, it's clear white has a great space advantage, so I'm not surprised that Anish got a little tempted, and I see him playing in many games, having the queen swap somehow. Right? He doesn't mind to go into an endgame. In his previous game, it was also an endgame. Or a middle game without queens, we can call it also. Maybe this also, I would call it more of a middle game without queens. I would think, for example, playing a4 to gain some more space and not allow for later b5. Of course, for the moment, black is not going to go b5 because of bishop c5. But black wants to go knight c7, knight e6, but there's a huge weakness in the position on d6. And black's bishop pair is not something that black is giving great play with them. Though maybe black's next move can be also d5.
Yeah, and that is actually something that Alireza thought about when he actually faced this position against Pragnananda, and there he actually put his rook to d1 first. And the whole idea as well was, as you say, you know, black needs to mobilize the bishop pair, so after black played f6, he was ready to meet that with bishop f4, and it was played in the Meltwater tour.
Okay, so very logical moves there from both sides. I think you're right, Judith. black next move needs to strike either with d6 or with f6 just to open up the set of bishops.
And it's interesting because you may consider bishop f4, for example, with the same idea that black cannot push the d pawn. But after bishop f4, already b5 is also kind of something to consider because bishop is moved away, so bishop c5 is not possible. But probably anyway, black's plan is really to play f6 and somehow get rid of the e5 central pawn and open up the diagonals for the bishop, and also the e8 knight can later on come out from there, its passive place.
Yeah. To me, it feels like, okay, it's low risk for white. Of course, Anish has things under control, but I've seen Hikaru win so many of these positions where he has the bishop pair or he has some small long-term kind of strategic advantage, and then somehow he just clings on and survives and wriggles out and then outplays his opponents later. So I don't hate black's position at all here. Actually, I think I would probably choose black. I whisper it quietly. Yeah, just I like my central pawns there.
And you like your bishop there.
I'm way too biased, and actually it's one of my biggest weaknesses. I often miss the dynamics because I'm too busy going after the bishop pair in middle games. But here I don't see anything going too wrong for black as long as you can break out healthily with f6.
What about playing knight e4 with white?
Let's jump in. Knight e4 here. So, okay, you've clamped down on the d6 square. Still slightly pondering whether I can play a move like d5. But
okay. Well, those are the best move when your opponent wants to stop something and you're still making it, right? d5?
Let's try. Let's try.
d5 takes. What do you want? Bishop f5, or you want to grab my pawn on b2?
Good question. First of all, I'll just mention to the viewers, I didn't forget that en passant is a legal move there. Yeah,
it's a superpower.
It's a superpower, exactly. Bishop takes b2 as possible. I was, wondering about bishop f5, but also f5 crosses the mind.
True.
But after bishop f5, I mean, bishop takes knight might not necessarily be a threat because d7 pawn. So d6 pawn is looking mighty fine.
Yeah, for example, rook a d1 and...
Yes.
Whoops.
Exactly.
Now I shouldn't have allowed en passant. But, okay, rook a d1 is on the board. Just to point out here, for example, black could consider a move like f5, and it's still very complicated, this type of position. It's likely black will win back a pawn, and things are opening up. So Anish didn't go for this one, perhaps worried that he might lose some control. Instead, he played the move rook a to d1. So following the game you mentioned, Jovanka, now f6 breaks out for black, and we're expecting f6, bishop f4, with a very tense position.
Absolutely. Certainly very tense. And I'm curious, I mean, judging by the clock times, I would guess that neither side are aware of this previous encounter. But, you know, chess is like that these days. There's lots and lots of games in the database, and you just can't keep up with them all.
Yeah, these top players, they can remember a lot of games, but there are millions of games out there being played. And yeah, most likely they knew up to a certain point, and now they're just playing logical moves, and it just happens to follow that one game.
But it happens also sometimes you know the game itself, but you know that you have plenty of time, because let's face it, this position is entering into an end game. It's not so complicated, so you have plenty of time, 1 hour and 40 minutes. So you can also spend time that, okay, I know that game was rook d1, I like it, but maybe something else comes to mind, some other idea, or after rook d1, maybe he says, well, maybe f6, what am I going to do? Bishop f4, bishop d4, do I have other alternative?
And can I ask you, what happens if you know the game and you know there's a trap? How should you behave? Should you just like blitz out the moves, or should you kind of like regular make a move on the 5-minute mark?
Well, generally on a high level you don't have these things. Of course, when you're a kid and you know some traps, you're acting like, oh, I blundered something when you're actually sacrificing it, or you're acting in one way or another. But when you are playing on a higher level, you don't make these jokes anymore. Of course, it happens when you kind of blunder something, then you're just completely convinced, so you need a poker face. And I think some players do it also, that they use their expressions and body language to maybe pull you in to some blunder or something. But usually you don't fall into those things.
Okay.
I don't know, Judah. I think I'm just a child because I go for all the mind games. I go for all those tricks. And I think there's two schools of thought. One is that most of the top players, they just moves as quickly as possible, save time for later. For me, it's like, okay, I know this position, but I'll sit there for 3 minutes like, what to do? And then I'll play a move maybe not so confidently, even if it's not setting up a trap. And only once the opponent kind of follows down the path, then I'll speed up and then I'll show them who's boss. And I think that kind of switch in pace does scare a lot of people. I mean, I've played against Aronian, for example. I kind of sat there being like, what to do for 10 minutes in the opening. And he walked straight into my novelty, straight into my preparation. Managed to win that game as black. And yes, occasionally it works, but more often than not, like you said, the opponents don't fall for the traps anyway, so why bother with those mind games?
But it's interesting. I think there are some players who work a lot, but they really select on which part of that opening they are working on, and they come to the game, they give this impression that I know everything, and they are just flashing out the move, right?
To hide the bluff.
And then it gives the impression at some point that, does he really know this? What's going on? Or they are just bluffing out? So if I deviate here or there, then maybe there is a hole. So sometimes it's kind of very tricky, right? That is it only the surprise that they get and still they want to show that they are under control, or they are.
Yeah. You're right. That's why there's this phenomenon of as soon as players are out of their prep, there tends to be a mistake immediately, just because they've bluffed up to a certain point and they haven't gone further. Who are the biggest? Oh, sorry, Ivanka.
Yeah.
I was going to say, who are the biggest bluffers in world chess? Do you think, Judith? You've played a lot of these top guys before.
Well, can I answer first?
Yes.
I think, okay, I'm going to whisper this again between just you guys and everyone watching. I think Hikaru is a big bluffer, but only because he's so like dramatic with his facial expressions, and you think, oh, he's not very comfortable with his position. And then he does what you highlighted there, David.
He actually knows what's going on.
You know, you kind of think, okay, well, he's not happy. And then suddenly, and then you think, oh, dear.
Oh, maybe Magnus can do that too.
Yeah, Magnus
Sometimes.
is another one.
Yeah, Magnus, I get the impression, I shouldn't reveal too much, but he knows some stuff, like you say, Judith, extremely well. And some stuff he knows he can work it out at the board. So he maybe doesn't rehearse in his mind. And of course, he's good enough. All these top players, they're good enough to work things out at the board. But yeah, they normally, the complicated stuff, like we see in the game between Firouzja and Caruana, that stuff they'll memorize. They'll know inside out. And then maybe more mundane, slower positions, they'll trust themselves to just freestyle.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's head to the bird's eye view. And speaking about Magnus, we should take a look at his game, because rumor has it, actually I have it here right in front of me, he went into the confessional booth, and we love it when the players give us their thoughts, and he said it in Norwegian, so I will have to give you a translation, which was basically that his goal today was to surprise Gukesh and get him out of his preparation. And he was thinking that Gukesh would never prepare for such a dumb line. So Magnus concludes that he thinks that he could be worse out of the opening, but his opponent will have a long strategical fight ahead of him. So shall we take a look at this dumb line that Magnus has employed?
Ok, så målet med de siste par trekkene mine var bare å få ham ut av forberedelsen. Jeg tenkte at noe så dumt har han sikkert ikke brukt noe særlig tid på. Så nå står jeg sikkert noe dårligere, men jeg håper at han er ute av forberedelsen, at vi kan få en lang strategisk fight.
And we could see there Magnus in a good mood, because he says he's gotten his opponent out of his preparation and there is going to be a long strategical fight ahead of him. And of course, he has the satisfaction of employing a dumb line.
But he was really happy. You could see that he was in such a good mood, right? He had this childish smile on his face.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice to see more of the face after that shave. That was the main takeaway for me from that video. He looks like a new man. Magnus, yeah, normally when he feels good, he plays good. I think the same for everyone. And we see the position in front of us. It's changed slightly. There has been a trade of one set of pieces so far, a bishop for knight exchange, but white has doubled A pawns. And like he said, it's going to become very strategic long term here. Bishop to B5. Yeah, it feels like Gukesh, of course, is doing okay, but what is his plan, Judith?
Well, I think he wants to keep the tension, and the point is that black with the knight cannot really move away so comfortably because there is the pin with the bishop on h4. So my question always, especially in this position, can black play g5? Because if black can play g5 and the white bishop moves away, then I can go knight e7, even simplify, offer an exchange of white square bishop, and I think the two knights are just completely doing a great job. But, of course, the pawn on a5 is not a help for black. So this way the bishop on b5 can locate itself in a very comfortable way. So there is a lot of pressure, I think, from white side putting on Magnus's position. So that h4 bishop is really kind of bothering black.
This position really reminds me of a variation of the four knights, the Spanish four knights, where kind of black gives up the bishop pair, doubles the white pawns, and yeah, this pin is often extremely annoying there as well. Actually, it's almost identical to that variation in which actually this white a3 pawn would be back on c2. And in that line, often you want to break the pin in various ways. You can break the pin by kind of moving with queen e7 and eventually kind of playing like b6, maybe rook d8, move this knight out the way, but it takes so long. And in the meantime, white will be motoring forward with plans such as d4. So I think, should we jump in, Judith? That critical move you mentioned, g5, Magnus will calculate it, but as for whether it's sound, that's another question.
Actually, I think g5 probably cannot be a real move because of knight g5 takes, and f4 is simply unstoppable.
Let's show this on the board. g5 is a very thematic sacrifice here. Knight takes g5 would happen, and like you say, this looks too scary to contemplate. If black had still his bishop on a7 or c5 on the long squared, on the dark squared diagonal, then it would take a while longer for white to initiate f4. But here you can motor forward f4, and yeah, this pin looks deadly. It's not Magnus. It's not Magnus' style either, I think, to play a move like g5 unless he can guarantee there will be no tactics. So
probably for black it will be queen e7 and play slowly. Maybe rook goes away from b8 to d8 and then knight b8. For example, I think that's a plan. And regroup it to d7 eventually.
Is it ever a plan? Instead of going queen e7, I mean, I've seen it done in other lines to kind of try to get the knight to the king side.
So the question, I guess, is how to do that, because we would love to play a move like knight to e7 to reroute it to the king side, as you say, Jovanka, but bishop takes knight will ruin the pawn structure, and you have to be really careful. I mean, maybe this is fine for black. Often, if you get a 2 or 3 moves, you can kind of play king h7, you can put the rook on the g file, stare down at the white king. If you can get rid of your doubled pawns with f5, you'll be doing fine. But here, I slightly worry that the white knight will come to h4. Maybe white will just play d4. I don't know. It feels a bit shaky with these pawns. It's got to be weighed up at least.
Yes. Certainly, and as the chat says there, this game is about to get spicy. I think it's time to take our first quick break, and it's time to mention that there is a very special event happening. It's the 2023 Speed Chess season, beginning with the Junior Speed Chess Championship on June the 13th. This 4-day event showcases the best young talent in speed chess with over $45,000 on the line, but the real prize goes to the top finisher alone, who moves on to the main Speed Chess Championship later this summer. Catch all the action starting June the 13th right here at twitch.tv/chess. Use !JSCC in chat for all the details, and we'll be back with the Norway Chess action right after the break.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in the explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on Chess.com right now.
I thought we were going to be on a break. Hikaru, can you take over?
Welcome back, everyone. And for today's intro, what we're going to do is we are going to be talking about the games that are going on right now in Norway Chess. Now, first and foremost, I'll start with my own game. So far, this is all preparation. I looked at this before the game. So nothing new so far. I think, we're sort of at the edge of where the theory ends, or at least in terms of what I looked at. Obviously, I think Anish, based on his facial reactions, I think he knows that kind of this position is equal, and he's hoping that I wouldn't know this whole line with queen b6 and rook a6. Because without that, I think white's a little bit better. So based on Anish's visual reactions, I think he's a little bit disappointed, and there is some chance my game could end in a draw fairly soon, depending on which one of the next couple of moves Anish plays. Of course, it could also go for quite a while. So my game's looking pretty stable, but as we move around to the other games, there's a lot of stuff going on. So first of all, we have the game between Tari and Wesley, where Tari has decided, you know what, it's not his tournament, he's probably not going to win, so he might as well consolidate a little bit, get some points where he can, try to make a quick draw with Wesley, eat up like 2 or 3 points. I don't know exactly how many points he gets for a draw, but definitely trying to trend towards the Armageddon, pick up those classical points and just move along. Wesley trying not to do that. He played this rook e8 move instead of queen h4 like Magnus. Now, of course, I think if you were to ask Magnus about this, why Magnus didn't play rook e8 against me, the reason is because in this variation, generally speaking, white can end up with slightly better, and by slightly I mean very, very minor, nothing super exciting, but white can end up maybe a touch better with 0 chance for black to win. It doesn't look like Tari has played it necessarily quite in that order per se, but still, I mean, it's hard to believe that Wesley can generate anything. So that game, I assume, will be drawn within the next probably 20-30 minutes, so we'll get an Armageddon there. Elsewhere, Shaq's game against Noterbeck, I mean, fairly stable, maybe smallish for white. He's got this nice center, e4, f3, g2. Magnus's game is actually quite interesting. So Gukesh played this Gucci piano, or the Italian opening, where he played this bishop g5 with knight a3. Now Magnus, of course, played d6 and a5, which is one of many lines. And Magnus decided to take on a3. Now I've had some positions similar to this on many blitz games, so I waste my life playing online chess. And I think that generally white's supposed to be a little bit better if you're precise, but you have to be super precise to prove anything. And so I think Magnus is sort of gambling that in the long term, Gukesh won't be super precise. The double pawns on the a file will be an issue, and so that's what Magnus is aiming for. The other game, of course, which is very wild, is the game between is Alireza and, of course, Fabiano. Fabiano coming up with this French prep, typical Fabiano, of course, with his prep. And he played this king d8 move, and I mean, the game is very wild. I think if both players are out of prep, my general assessment is that probably it's a little bit easier for Alireza to play based on the piece placement. I mean, it feels like for Fabiano, the rook on h8, bishop f8 aren't really in the game. King on d8 is iffy, bishop on c8 not active. And so I think Alireza looks to castle play f5, c4. Very limited plans, generally speaking, for white, whereas black probably has to figure out what exactly the setup is. So I'm not feeling great if I'm in Fabiano's shoes right now, considering that both players appear to be out of their preparation based on the time usage. So I mean, that's pretty much what's going on. I mean, so far, I mean, a couple interesting games, a couple pretty dull games, but that's just how chess is. So I hope you guys enjoyed this update, and I'll probably be back later on. Probably I'll be back later. If I'm not back later, that means I'm playing an Armageddon. So we'll see. See you guys.
And a big thank you to our fourth commentator, Hikaru Nakamura, who is giving us his thoughts right from the confessional booth. So we certainly need to digest a lot of the information that he gave us. So let's have a look at the bird's eye view and process his thoughts.
Yeah, Jovanka, I've got to say, Hikaru gave us more information there than I think we've passed on in the last hour combined. So thank you, Hikaru. We needed that. Oh, I love it. And meanwhile, Anish still in thought. Bring Hikaru back. He's got time.
Well, he did tell us, that he would be back. So we live in hope, Hikaru.
I can count on him. And he should be scheduled.
Once per hour, he comes on in 5 minutes, breaks down everything, and then we can just go back on break.
Exactly.
So let's see, what did he say? He said, interesting game with Alireza, right? Which is absolutely true. Interesting that with Gukesh, what did he have? He said that white has to be extremely precise, and that's what Magnus is counting on, that probably Gukesh will go wrong at some point.
Yeah, I guess that's how Magnus kind of plays against the youngsters. He talks about anti-young player chess, and often he just wants to slow the game down to a different pace, slower, strategic, and he hopes that they kind of miss the moment later on. So interesting thoughts from Hikaru, kind of mirroring what we thought the storyline of the game would be. We see on the camera Anish deep in thought, and also Hikaru if you notice what he said about his position, he seems to be in book. He seems to know exactly what's going on. We mentioned whether he was aware of the predecessors, the previous games in that position, and he said if Anish goes down a certain line, it's just going to fizzle out to a draw. If Anish wants to play on, then he needs to be very accurate as well. And Anish just mulling over that big decision now in their clash.
Well, we can also see it on the clock that he spent only 20 minutes, while Anish is nearly 40 minutes what he's spending.
Yeah,
which is interesting.
It's answering our question from just before the break. Like, do the top players play instantly if they know what's going on, or do they kind of just take their time at their own leisure? Spending 20 minutes for most people is a lot, but Hikaru, even though he knows what's going on, yeah, still taking a pause here and there. And okay, which game should we focus on first?
Should we take a look at the game that we haven't checked in on between Shaq and Nordebek? Yeah. And Shaq and Nordebek actually coming off losses in round 3. We saw Nordebek, of course, lose to Alireza Firouzja there, and Shaq lose in quite a painful manner in the Armageddon game against Gukesh.
Yeah, it went very much out of control for him. Probably he was thinking already that the victory is in my hand already, but it was a very complicated position where he went wrong there. But this position is a much more solid one, I must say.
Yeah, it's not Shaq's style. At least we don't associate these types of positions with him necessarily. So therefore we can kind of conclude that Abdusattorov has won the opening battle. Let's actually backtrack, because this is the one game we haven't seen so far. Let's do a quick action replay of the opening. Let's show this this opening some love. And here we do see it was the Queen's Gambit accepted, one of the trendier lines of the Queen's Gambit accepted here, taking the pawn, e4 and e5, meeting fire with fire in the center. We saw a check, and in this position, actually earlier in the tournament, we saw the move knight f6. Very, very sharp stuff, but this time Nordebek goes for the solid line, swapping everything off in the center, going for this queenless middle game. White will win the pawn back sooner or later. We see this pawn is not going to last too long, but eventually when that pawn did drop, this was the position we were left with. Castling, queenside for black, and the white king kind of castled by hand here, landing on c1 eventually, and everything traded off. It's just rooks and knights left now, and the only imbalance, Judith, is the pawn structure.
Well, I like c5 a lot with black, because later on possibly black can also regroup his knight if he wants. Of course, on e5 it stands absolutely brilliant, but to go to knight c6 and to have an outpost on d4, it also makes a lot of sense. Later on, possibly king will be brought up to c6 with king c7, king c6. Black can go a6, b5. So actually black can also get better in this position. I think black feels very comfortable, and white could not get really anything in this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting kind of imbalance, as David highlighted it, between the pawn majorities. To my eye, it would be white would need to counteract black's plan by actually mobilizing his own majority. I mean, is that possible with maybe some rook f1 and some, I mean, or how to do it? I mean, should you push with the h pawn? Should you go f4 and then begin the adventure, or?
Yeah.
Or is it maybe the key thing that the white king is far away from those pawns and can't assist it? What are the kind of the key details here for white?
I think that kind of latter detail you mentioned, Jovanka, could be very relevant, because Judith, here you were enthusiastic about black's kind of pawn majority, the 3 versus 2 on the queen side here, and that's because the king can act as a supporter. White's king kind of in limbo. It kind of wants to support its own pawns, but it cannot. It's kind of cut off along the d-file, and yeah, if the king was over on f2, assuming the black rook couldn't kind of come into the position, then it might be easier for white to start pushing pawns on this side of the board. It's certainly difficult to do that. Pushing right now with a move like f4 would come with consequences. Maybe the black knights would jump in via g4 into the position. You have to be kind of wary what would happen if black jumps in with knight to d3. Suddenly the f4 pawn would be loose on that square. Certain kind of concrete considerations to take in to measure there.
And what happens if I get the vacuum cleaner out and I take my rook and I offer a trade? Is this just even Stevens, or still black has that edge because his pawn majority is more mobile?
Well, after rook d1, there are several options for black, but rook d4 is, for example, something to consider just to keep the tension. But I would just take a look at capturing the knight, the rook on d1, and then with what are you going to be capturing back? Because whatever knight you take back, it's not standing very well. If you take with the king, then possibly knight d3 can be unpleasant. But anyway, even if I don't want any concrete stuff, I can come just king c7, king c6, or also something else to think of for black, to play g5 and stabilize the knight on g5, on e5, because g3 is not possible yet, so maybe white has to play king e2 in order to play g3, and with the idea f4, black will be moving back with the knight to c6, knight d4, black plays b5, king comes up, and I think black is at least as active as white's pieces.
Yeah, I fully agree. It feels like rook d1, it's not a bad move, but it feels like an admission that things haven't gone to plan. And I just want to point out as well, this type of position, it highlights the difference between middle games and end games. In a middle game, I think white would have great chances here if queens are on the board, maybe a set of bishops, just because black's e6 pawn is so weak, it's isolated, and stepping forward in the center would certainly favor white if it were a middle game. But yeah, because it's the end game, black's got so much activity, black has this nice pawn majority on the queen side. It feels like those dynamic considerations are far less relevant. It's all about kind of long term here, and black's doing great.
And I think in this position, it's also important for white to have the mindset that what am I playing for? Am I playing for a win? Am I playing for a draw? Or I just say that my evaluation is whatever, let's say it's roughly equal. I just want to go on and understand the position and play the best move. Because if you have a misunderstanding in evaluation, for example, you can easily go wrong. So it's a question whether how Mamedyarov is taking this position. I think f4 is something to consider immediately. At the same time, maybe black would just go knight g4 and possibly just exchange a pair of knights.
Yeah. And it just depends who that favors. I don't think it necessarily favors anyone, to be honest. It feels like that could be a safe approach for white. The thing with f4, like you say, Judith, if you don't get it now, it might take another 10 moves to get it. So do we delay? I think it's kind of up Shaq's street to play f4 and hope for the best later. But yeah, I just love what Nodebek's done. And I think I would pick black. How about you two, if pushed?
You guys have really been selling the black position to me, so I'm like, black, of course. But, you know, my instinct said white. Then I am backpedaling furiously.
But that's probably because of pattern recognition, and I totally understand. Yeah, first instinct for me was white as well, just because I saw this isolated pawn. I thought, ugh, there must be a way to target it later. But the more I look at it, the more I think the knights, it just favors black right now.
Does it make any sense, or good or bad move, I don't know, to play h4, for example, with white? Trying to push h5 and gain a little space.
Let's put that on the board. h4 makes a lot of sense. If you get 2 or 3 more moves, you can kind of push forward. And I do wonder whether black plays the move h5.
Then I wanted to go rook h3 maybe, and rook h3, rook g3. Maybe I'm going on a very bad path. I'm not sure.
It could be a very good path though, as well.
Looks fantastic, Judith.
Yeah.
And then stick the rook on g5. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, and that's the thing. After h4, h5 for me would be the kind of thing I play in blitz here as black, just because I want to kind of clamp down. If you ever play f4 now, I have a beautiful outpost for the black knight on g4. But like you say, there's dynamic considerations. Rook h3 in this exact position, and maybe a bit awkward. This black knight on f6 I really don't like, I've got to say. If this one was more active, then maybe this would be less scary for white.
Yeah, I was also thinking if after h4 black wants to go knight h5 to control some black squares on g3 or f4, but then knight e2 was my plan.
Quite a good plan. Maybe after h4 black just ignores everything and says, okay, you do what you want on the king side. It will take you a few more moves, and let's initiate on the other side, maybe king c7, like you said, maybe a6, b5. I'm not sure which one to rush forward with.
What about playing h5?
Let's say
h6.
Yeah, I'll just let you, for instructive purposes, do what you want on the king side first.
You know what I want? I don't know what I want. I was thinking to play h6, but after h6, g5, or g6, my pawn can be vulnerable there.
It's either very good, it will become a queen, or it might just drop off the board. This h6 pawn. Yeah, so many difficult decisions. I mean, actually, this type of position is often harder than a tactical kind of melee, because at least when it's tactical, you can calculate and you can make a concrete decision. Here it's kind of, you're just playing by feel. You've got 5, 10 solid moves.
f4 was played.
Yeah, and you guys called it. You said that's more his vibe, and sure enough, it appears on the board. Oh, it certainly seems like a lot of the games are in in-game mode. But let's go back to the bird's eye view, because there was one game that was on fire, and we have to see how that one's developed. And that was between Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana. Alireza playing in a very enterprising style, sacrificing pawns, and now big decision. He's actually jumped in with the knight to d6, and there's been a change in the dynamics. Can we dive in and see what's happened?
Yeah, let's jump into that game. And it's actually something very similar, Judith, to what we discussed a while ago. And Black has just played the queen to c4. Fabi trying to get those queens off the board and using his extra 2-pawn advantage.
I think one thing is very important compared to what we were seeing. But I'm not sure we didn't have exactly the same position. But Black did not waste tempo playing a6 and forcing knight d6. But he has bishop d7, which can be a much more useful move, unless the a7 pawn will be taken, of course.
Yeah, I guess if the a7 pawn is ever taken, you're kind of mentioning it can be captured in some lines, but that will mean that White has had to trade pieces just to get to that pawn, and that would be a win, I think, a moral victory for Fabi. The good thing is he's not just one pawn up either, he's kind of got pawns to spare, pawns up his sleeve. And,
well, I think White cannot exchange queens if he wants any advantage. So queen a3, then queen b4.
Check.
Actually, White can't escape from the queen exchange.
You can step back, right? But
queen d2.
Queen d2.
Sorry, my arrows are going crazy. My bad there. Queen d2.
Queen d2 is the only move to avoid exchange.
Right. But it doesn't feel like the most aggressive move on the planet. And after all, Black can still go queen b4. I had to catch myself there and do some calculation. But it's possible.
c3.
And then the idea was, is this going to surprise you, to take on d6? Exactly. I see that pawn and I want that material.
Yeah, let's jump in and show this on the board. What can White try here? I guess you can swap knights and then go to a3, but the alternative, the variation you two are discussing here. Firstly, queen b4 isn't possible. Oh, it is possible. Wait, knight takes c6.
Pawn takes.
Pawn takes,
but
yeah.
I mean, still, that feels to me very complicated, actually, because after the trade of queens, you know, there is a pawn on a7 that's up for grabs.
Yeah. For some reason, I thought this was just not playable, but you're right. This pawn is also up for grabs as well.
Mm-hmm.
And just to show the other line you were mentioning there, c3, queen takes d6, and 3 pawns feels like too much. But the evaluation bar is bang in the middle.
That I normally take that as an indicator that White has actually extremely good compensation. If you're 3 pawns and the computer's like, yeah.
If it's true what the engine says.
If.
Are you trying to shift our reality, Judith?
You distrust the...
Well, you know, it's like, it's typical. If we wouldn't see the bar there, we would think that, I mean, okay, White has compensation, but after all, White has 3 pawns down.
Right.
I mean, really? And then you see the bar and say, well, maybe there is something in it. If the engine says that it's equal, then it must be very good for White, right? If 3 pawns down and it's equal.
I mean, but could it be for kind of concrete reasons? For instance, the knight coming to b5 to attack the queen, and then
c4 kind of.
c4 coming.
So far, queen b4 is unpleasant for Black. For
yeah, or still, like, you still have moves like knight takes pawn or castling. I mean, c4 is still very much brewing.
Yeah, it's a question as well, what is Black's next move if I just castle?
Mm-hmm.
White can often try and play a move like f5, maybe try and break through on this diagonal. If you ever play a6, I'll jump in with a check on b6. I mean, I would take black, I've got to say, because I'm greedy. 3 pawns. But yeah, in practical terms, if this was a blitz game, I think white would have fantastic chances. Again, it's just, Judith, as you say, the players don't know what the silicon overlords say. They don't know that the evaluation is roughly level. So 3 pawns, I think Alireza will just rule out this variation in his head.
Well, if you play an Armageddon, this is exactly what you want to get, right? With the white pieces.
And we might well get it. Queen d2 is on the board. So queen b4 pretty much leads in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, are there any other kind of improving moves for black? Like, could you, for instance, try some moves like b5? Just, I'm kind of struggling here to kind of think of a way to solidify the position, but I thought b5 to prevent c4.
Well, b5 is possible, but I would be maybe scared a little bit. I was thinking to play maybe f6 and try to sneak away with my king to e8 and f7 to stabilize it.
Yeah, if you get 2 or 3 moves, that's a beautiful kind of safe haven.
Yeah, I mean, if black gets 3 moves, you have other ideas too, right?
True. But maybe white cannot break through within the next few moves. So I guess that's one question. What is white's plan? Of course, white would love to castle, but right now, maybe that's why we want to keep our queen on c4 rather than moving it away like we were showing in that other line, because now white cannot castle and maybe cannot generate an attack.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so I mean, I guess we have to ask ourselves in this type of position, what is white's plan? Is, for instance, knight takes knight a big deal? If it's not, no, okay, just not a big deal, right? Because the queen a5 check is easily dealt with. And then king f2, and then what will white be doing next? I actually fell foul of not asking myself these questions very recently. So now I'm trying to do it at every opportunity.
Yes, I think one of the good opportunity and idea for white to bring his rooks to a1 and b1 on the open file, so to put pressure there. And of course, the other idea is to play king f2, rook e1, and possibly f5. So it can be also a prophylactical move for white. It's very important that white is not exchanging the queens and at the same time not allowing the black king to get into safety.
Should we jump in and ask just kind of how those plans mesh together? So let's say black starts with f6. Which plan are you going to go for?
Yeah, this is a good question, how to react for white immediately, right? Because if black really gets to e8 and f7, that's already a huge development and progress for black.
2 moves. You have to hit me within 2 moves here. Otherwise, I think Fabi is happy.
Can you hit them immediately with f5? Although that's very risky.
After f5, my plan was to go knight takes d4. And after bishop d4, I would be trying out e5 if it's possible.
Right.
And if you go queen a5 check, then just simply king a8.
And if
bishop...
Yeah.
Yep, you can take a pawn, but you now find safety for your king, and everything's beautiful for black.
Yeah.
Yeah, look how strong these pawns are going to be. The white king suddenly is the one stranded in the center, not the black one.
So white has to be very quick, right, after f6 to react on that.
Yeah, f6. Looks so logical once you've said it, Judith. I love it. And knight takes knight is nothing here, I guess, because after this check... Or maybe we don't take with the bishop. Which piece do we capture with? I want to get a check in next move. Do we take with the queen?
We'll take it with the queen.
I thought the queen.
Yeah. This check can just be met again by running away.
Yeah.
Yeah. This pawn as well dropping. It's going to be a 2-pawn advantage, and they say in these positions with heavy pieces and opposite color bishops, it's about who can attack, who can have the safer king, and it doesn't necessarily look like black has to worry about that anymore right now. f6 looks so logical. I really didn't like Firouzja's idea of just jumping in with knight d6. It felt a bit premature.
Yeah, it's like he had to wait for a6, right?
Yeah, just if we backtrack a few moves ago, we left it here, and maybe there are other moves. I don't know if white had a threat, but knight d6 felt too soon. And we do see it was given a question mark by the
question,
engine.
Why didn't he castle first? Why was he in a rush to play knight d6?
Yeah, it looks healthy to me. Here you kind of keep options open of f5. You sometimes threaten rook a1.
Yeah.
Mysterious stuff. Anyway, he instead went for knight d6. And this is the current position where we are awaiting f6.
And it's super important here that Black actually can't castle because Black has already moved the king. When you've moved the king, that's it. You forfeit your castling rights. And chess is simple as that, really. You know, so certain pieces have special powers right at the beginning. Like for instance, pawns, they can move 2 squares at a time. But for the king, it loses its superpower once it moves, or if one of the rooks where you want to go to that side have moved as well.
I have a question after f6. What happens if white sacrifices 1 more pawn? You know, doesn't matter already. 2, 3, 4. So let's go f5.
Okay, let's jump back in. f6, followed by f5. And here we were saying... Oh, no, we weren't saying e5, sorry. We were saying
because
knight
after
takes
e5, it seems like knight e6 check, right? I'm not sure, actually, it's true. That it's so bad.
I'm also not so sure.
Oof. Maybe I just take and look at these pawns. They're
Takes
so
and
beautiful.
d4, right?
But d4. Yeah. These pawns will drop. They won't last long. It's like it's like 2 armies. They're behind enemy lines, these secret agents, but they've just been found out. Their identities have been revealed, and they're going to be eliminated next move.
I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that Sam Shankland in his book, he talks a lot about like how to assess whether you should move a pawn forward. And one of his golden rules is basically that if you have to look at whether you can support them, not just now, but in the future. And there you go. They're right for the taking.
Yeah, and look at this. If you step 1 forward, then fully blockaded. Black might even eat up these pawns with his king. Yeah, beautiful variation, but not good news for Firouzja. If f6, I don't think we found anything yet.
At first I thought that after f5, e5 is not possible, and Black has to capture on f5, and possibly I go king f2, rook e1, and bother the king a little bit, not allowing so easily to run away king e8, king f7.
And what happens if you just, you know, forget that you're material down and just continue the game? Like you go king f2, put the rook in the center, and then just say, well, you know, I have the dark squares. I mean, I'm really trying to think of something good.
Well, I think that's why I'm just so in love with f6, because after a move like king f2, Black could always consider e5 at some point. And things might open up, and it might be the white king that's suffering more than its counterpart.
But
wow, this is huge for the tournament.
Yeah, totally huge, because if, of course,
f6 is there.
It is on the board, and we have to remind ourselves, if Caruana were to win this game in the classical, then it means, quite simply, he walks away with 3 points. And he already has 7.5 points out of 9. Take him to 10.5 points, and that's quite a significant lead. And he has, of course, defeated Magnus Carlsen in the first game.
Yeah, taking down your biggest rivals, that's the key to winning tournaments, especially doing it with the black pieces in a game like this one. Firouzja is on a hot streak, winning 2 games in a row, but yeah, this one feels like it's gone wrong in the opening. Coming up against Fabi, that's the problem. How do you get him out the opening? He often has the surprise up his sleeve. And playing the French defense looks like he's being rewarded.
And it's so interesting that when you play such a sharp opening, if you have this tranquility in yourself, right, that you just focus on the position. You know that things are okay. You know objectively you analyzed it properly. You're not worse, but you will have to find the right moves. But he has the self-confidence for that, to enter in this kind of position. And just look at that. He just very calmly played f6, stood up, walked away. But you could feel somehow with his body language that he's happy with his position.
Yeah.
He's confident.
Yeah, and that confidence is just building day by day. We saw Fabi beat Magnus on day 1, of course. He had a decent blitz event as well before kind of the classical chess started, and just feels like yeah, in his mind he believes he cannot lose. He believes he's just going to beat everyone at this point. Just, wow, f6. It looks so simple once you see it, but to find that move is not easy in the first place. And the simple plan, as we've been mentioning, king e8, king f7.
But you see, at this point you said, okay, we ask questions, what is the plan? And this is exactly that this way I also said f6. This was the conclusion, right? That you have to put your king into safety. If you have to put your king into safety, then you try to look for moves very safety, right?
Yeah, it also makes sense in opposite color bishops kind of positions. Put pawns on dark squares. You control the color complex that your opponent has the bishop on. And yeah, none of these lines we've seen look even vaguely playable for white, gotta say.
Yeah, material down, and black keeps it.
Yeah,
okay.
Certainly very complicated, and Fabiano looking like he has the upper hand there. Shall we move on to another game? Take a look at the bird's eye view.
Can we look at Tari's game, because I think it's very instructive, or it can be instructive what's going on there.
Okay.
Yep, let's zoom out of this one and go over to the game between Tari and Wesley So. And oh dear, I do fear for the underdog in this one, Judith.
This is what I want to say, that if you look at that, White just gave away the extra pawn, which he collected after the opening in the Marshall Gambit, because he thought that, okay, we simplify, it's a draw endgame. But, you know, just to have a drawish endgame, it doesn't mean it's going to be a draw unless you understand the position, at least as well as your opponent. And this is we are witnessing right now. I don't know what will be the outcome at the end, but one thing is sure, Black improved his position immensely, right? I mean, look at the pawn structure. The Black has the black square bishop. White is blockaded on with a4. Look at that a3, b2, c3 pawn structure. So if White cannot come back with somehow playing knight d2 in the next move or something and breaking out with c4, then White can easily have a very bad endgame, because Black is just, look at every piece is more active of Black than White. Look at this f1 knight. I don't like it. I hope it comes back to d2 and really pushing away the e4 rook. But definitely it's Wesley who is pressing in this position right now.
Yeah, you can already see the outline of how Black is going to win this game. Either Black will come and kind of get a knight round to c4 eventually, where it's going to hit this b2 pawn, maybe even win the b2 pawn, or the Black king long term. If the rooks disappear, it has a clear path into the position, as you say, Judah, on the light squares. The light squares all belong to Black due to the pawn structure, and Black can start advancing on the other side as well. Just start gaining space here. It feels like Black can play on both flanks. White is so passive.
Well, it's still not the end of the world, right? It just looks bad.
Yeah.
But it can get bad if White is going to be playing inaccurately. That's for sure.
Yeah, and there we can see the chat. Ariane does, of course, have his supporters. But what happens if you initiate one of the plans that you mentioned now? Like the knight coming to d2 and breaking out? Because I agree with you, White's positions has the makings of being an exercise in suffering. You don't want to let that happen. You've got to fight suffering with activity. So go for it now.
And let's put this on the board. Knight to d2, one of the only active moves in the position at least.
But there is also another move you can consider, because in this position, of course, with White, you say, I want to make a draw. I can't show off with, I'm going to be playing for an advantage. No, you know it's clearly you play for a draw, right? So rook d4 was something also I would consider to check, just to simplify the position. But it's very tricky, because Black would be exchanging the rooks, I believe. And let's say after bishop d4, Black can try to play c5 and maybe b4.
Yeah.
Possibly already, because the b2 pawn is going to be a huge weakness, right?
Yeah.
So this is one thing. Then you're going to start calculating, okay, I don't like rook d4 because there are some dangers. So let's go and try knight d2. After knight d2...
firstly, the question is, does Black kind of trade off this bishop? Black's knight is beautiful, but you could maybe make an argument for wrecking the white pawn structure. All of the white pawns now are on dark squares, targets for Black's bishop.
But maybe I go e4 and I try to simplify, and it's a fact that the pawn structure is very bad, and let's say one day if we take off the rooks and the Black bishop can come to c1 and grab the pawns, that would be deadly. At the same time, I'm not sure Black is able to achieve that. So maybe I just go e4, try to simplify, keep the rooks on for the moment. But it's always White who has to be careful because of this b2 weakness. Maybe only 20 moves from now, maybe 30 moves from now.
Yeah, maybe this is playable. I mean, you have to calculate, for example, you mentioned, Judith, the bishop coming and whether this pin is okay. It looks like white is fine here. The evaluation bar hates this for some reason, maybe just king e2 and white is doing okay with the knight coming. But already there's some tactics where you're kind of hanging by a thread. And
but if we go back and after knight d2, I think knight e3 is something, of course, it comes to mind to check it. But what about knight d2, rook e6? And then again, white has to make a decision. Can I play c4 or what?
Yes.
Because after c4, it's a completely different story, right? Now takes on e3. And already, for example, bishop f6 or bishop c5 first and rook e1, bishop d4. I don't know, but there are a lot of weaknesses that white has to look after.
Yeah, this feels like one-way traffic, and yes, you're playing for a draw with white, but this just looks like pure suffering. Bishop f6. I just don't see this white knight ever getting active. Black's got the perfect scenario with pawns on light squares, bishop on dark squares, and just perfect strategy. Also, you're playing Wesley, who's one of the best in these types of positions.
Exactly.
At just kind of milking these small advantages.
Yeah. No, it really is quite depressing, really. I thought that white's position, I must admit, was worse, but not that bad.
It's
and
not
now
that
bad. And now I'm thinking, oh no. I kind of felt a bit Eeyore about it.
I mean, it's possible to play bishop d4, for example, with the idea of knight e3 trying to simplify.
Right. And I did wonder that maybe it was time to do, like, I mean, you've all highlighted time and time again that this bishop on e3 is vulnerable. It forces a change in pawn structure in certain types of position. I do wonder whether, you know, maybe you can go king. I know it doesn't look great, and it's no. I was going to suggest a blunder as king e2. I was thinking of, but then already there's like bishop takes a3 in the air.
Oh,
so, yeah.
Tactics, yeah. And it's not just the position that makes me fear for Tari here, it's just the momentum of this game. He's been playing for a draw from the beginning. It's slowly getting more and more difficult. It's also the way the tournament's gone, losing 2 in a row. It would be very easy here to start getting a bit down on your position, to start seeing ghosts, to start taking even more negative decisions. It should be fine objectively, but yeah, black is the one having the fun.
Yeah, and for those of you who are wondering who Arian Tari is, he's the number 2 player in Norway, but let's have a look at some of his stats. And there you see, he does, of course, have a lot of big history. He defeated Magnus Carlsen at the 2022 Norway Chess. I remember that game. It was magnificent. He's been 2019 Norwegian champion. In 2017, he became world junior champion. And local, was born in Stavanger, only 23 years old. Definitely one of Norway's brightest hopes.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He's been a prodigy for a long time. Unfortunately, he's been stuck behind Magnus Carlsen for a long time too. So it's just about whether Tari can hit the next level. He's a fantastic player. He knocked me out of the World Cup once in 2017, so I know how strong he can be. But yeah, it's just among this kind of field of sharks, how do you survive? And so far, it's been a tough start to the tournament.
Certainly. And shall we zoom out and go back to the bird's eye view? Because just taking a look at the evaluation bars and pawn structures, I can just see that Magnus Carlsen, am I seeing right? Is he a pawn down?
I'll have to do a bit of counting in that game, Ivanka, but it does look that way. Magnus has lost a pawn in his game. Wow, should we go there and check out developments? Because this could be, wow, devastating for Norwegian fans. Looks like both of the Norwegian players potentially in a little bit of trouble at this early stage. And yeah, Magnus, that freshly shaven look, not working so far. Gukesh with the beard, showing where the power is at.
I was just thinking of the story of was it Samson and Delilah, right?
Lose your hair, you lose your power.
The hair is still there.
And this is the position we see in front of us. Let's just do a quick action replay and go back from the last moment we were at this game. And it was about 4 or 5 moves ago. We left it here. White had just played the move bishop to b5. And Magnus reacted by stepping out of the tension with those light squared bishops, bishop e6, hinting that he might get greedy and grab a pawn. But Gukesh said, no, just do what you want. Go and capture it, because after d4, suddenly the bishop might well find itself trapped. If it takes on a2, white would just step forward with the rook and no safe retreat squares. Magnus lost a move here. Really strange stuff, I've got to say. Bishop g4. He moved this bishop twice in a row. And after a trade here, d takes e5. Magnus's idea was to capture on f3, but suddenly a really clever intermediate move, Zwischenzug here from Gukesh. Rook takes b8, calculating correctly that black has to recapture with the queen. And now, in this position, bishop takes knight is too big a threat. Black does not have time to capture on e5, and therefore the knight had to retreat. This is the current position. E takes d6, c takes d6, and it's an extra pawn, but it's an extra doubled a pawn. Thoughts on black's compensation?
Well, yeah, it's like we can say, I don't know, 1/4 of a pawn.
But there's an old expression that has been quoted to me many a time. A pawn is a pawn.
Well, it's not exactly, because you see the a5 pawn holds up both of the a pawns. The question is, I think, whether black can control some of the white squares playing queen b5 or something. Well, unfortunately for black, I think queen b5 probably it's not possible to bishop e7. But let's say if black can bring the queen to e6 or c4 or queen e6, knight e5, knight c4, that can be something with a good compensation.
Yeah, queen and knight often work quite well against queen and bishop in these types of positions as well. So if white doesn't have anything immediate, for example, against this backward d6 pawn, or maybe if white can somehow combine these pieces against the g7 square, then yeah, black still feels like you have decent chances. But it's definitely one of those cases. It's like not all pawns are born equal, and these pawns are definitely not making a great impression.
But they would be great in an endgame.
True, if the black a pawn disappears.
No, not even if the black a pawn disappears, because you could fix. But this is like very surreal, right? So if the queen and the rooks left the board, you could fix that pawn on a5, and then it can be something.
Can be a target for the white bishop, yeah, stuck on a dart square.
Yes, it can be something like that, that you play a4, you exchange with knight c5, bishop d8, he takes the a pawn, you take the a5 pawn.
Exactly.
And finally you have one passed pawn. This is what you wanted to
The a
prove.
pawn is resurrected in a
Yes.
different version. No, I mean, but okay, this is like way in the distance, and obviously it would require a lot of help.
But also at the same time, black has to be careful, and I think they are playing also, what about the d6 pawn? Because right now that's an issue for black. That's why he cannot go queen b5 because of bishop e7. But also in the next move it's possible for white to go rook d1 and threaten bishop e7, or if not from there, then bishop g3 possibly can also put pressure on the d6 pawn. So the d6 pawn is something to look after for black.
Yeah. Maybe black is okay, but the thing is, it doesn't feel like black can ever play for more than equality. If white wants to shut this game down by just kind of going for this pawn, it feels like Gukesh should be safe, which isn't good news for Magnus. Okay, let's think about concrete moves. You mentioned, Judith, a very natural one there, rook d1. Let's jump in and see what Magnus would try to reply with. Rook to d1, hitting this pawn. I want to gain time against your queen somehow. I'm not sure whether I really should rush with this, but let's say I hit your queen with the knight. You step back, step away.
Yeah, queen e2. I somehow like to cover the c4 square.
Let's say I just prevent your plan of bishop e7. Evaluation bar is hating this play for black. It looks so natural, but maybe this is just showing that you need more than natural moves.
Bishop g3.
Yeah, black is stuck. I'm not sure whether you ever want to rush with f4, but you don't need to. You could just kind of build up h3.
I'm just threatening, you know. I'm just having the threat. For example, if you go rook e6, then I would probably go f4 and quickly knight d7, f5, for example.
Hit me, and this pawn will drop on d6. Yeah, things could turn, actually. Let's say after rook d1, if we go back, I really want to get active with the black queen somehow. I really want to jump in, but I don't know if I have time. This pawn is just hanging in a lot of variations.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. I was also thinking of mobilizing the knight and somehow sacrificing the d6 pawn in the quest to win everything on the queen side, but I guess that is too much to ask.
But how? Yeah, this is a massive threat. Bishop to e7.
Yeah, so I was just thinking knight to e5.
Okay, queen back.
And then rook e8.
Okay, yeah, this is the position we saw though, bishop g3, and it's just...
Yeah, and again, I managed to get into that. No. Oh.
Bishop overpowering the knight here.
Oof, no, that didn't work out. That was bad news.
Somehow I would want to make it work for black to play f5, you know, some counter chance, and then after e takes d5, e takes f5 to play d5. Knight d5, knight c4, but somehow I'm losing pawns on the king's side. It's not tempting. No. I can't do that. It's just somehow it looks slow for black.
Yeah.
So that extra pawn is only one part of the problem, I feel.
Yeah, there's no coordination somehow, and it's just a very nice harmonious position for white.
Yeah, one big target on d6 just might mean that black has to take some passive moves to even survive the next few turns. I do wonder actually if we took the a3 pawn off the board, what the computer would say. Would it still give white an advantage? It's one of those types of positions. It feels like Gukesh, all the aces up his sleeve.
Well, it is something that we will have to ponder on, because it is time for a quick break. But don't go too far, because we will be back in a few minutes with some more of the thrilling action.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps, and experience chess like never before.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challengers ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Nodibek Abdusatorov and Gukesh Domaraju. 2 established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. 2 more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Arian Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
Hello, and we are back. I hope you're refreshed and ready after that pause. I'm your host, International Master Ivan Gachowska, and it's a great pleasure to be seated next to 2 legends of the game, Grandmaster Judah Polgar and David Howell. It's been a very tense start to this round 4. So shall we take a look at the bird's eye view and do a quick roundup of the situation so far?
Yeah, we've seen all of the games in differing detail, but there could be some shocks on the card. There could be some decisive games in terms of the tournament standings. We see at the far left of the screen and on the camera, Gukesh against Magnus Carlsen, and we liked Gukesh's position, a pawn up. Maybe not the best pawn in the world, but he seems to be in control there. Magnus fighting for his life, fighting for equality. Judith, Giri against Nakamura.
Well, that's a very interesting endgame by now, right? And it's interesting, did he really play knight f3? That's kind of a strange move to me. But probably the reason is because black had a very strong strat, playing d4 and c5 in the next move, which would open up the huge long diagonal for the bishop, and then black would have been taking over on the position, because f5 now stands very well, but for the moment, black's b7 bishop is really not very active, so this is a prophylactical move playing knight f3. Absolutely not an easy move to find.
Certainly not. And moving on to Arian Tari and Wesley So, you kind of named it. You know, Arian just seemed to be suffering there. He has perhaps the worst end of a drawish position. And then we go on to Shak Mamedyarov, Nordebek Mamedyarov. What do we think about that one?
Feels like, okay, big decision just being made there, but it feels like a roughly level position again, where Mamedyarov struggling to get anything out of the opening, and Abdusatorov just looking extremely solid, looking very impressive so far, I've got to say, in this game as black, but roughly in the balance, that one.
And a lot of endgames, but there has been one firecracker on the board, and that is between Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana. And these two have played each other countless times, and to my eyes, and judging from their track record, it seems that in recent years, Alireza has been suffering against Fabiano Caruana. And take a look at this. Alireza Firouzja, well, here they're head-to-heads, age 19 against 30. And then here are the important stats. Caruana leads with 3 wins and 1 loss in the classical games. What do you guys think about this? How easy is it to play a difficult opponent?
Well, I think it can be misleading, the rating points, what you see on the screen, because it shows that Firouzja has a higher rating. At the same time, when you're such a strong player like Fabiano and also Firouzja, Fabi is there for so many years already on the very top. He has such an experience with the very best players playing World Championship match. and many other events, that still I believe that that he's. I'm not sure he's a better player, but he can score very, very good results because of this amount of knowledge and experience what he accumulated.
Yeah. And David, are you surprised by some of the numbers?
Not really. Firouzja is, after all, a young and upcoming player. Fabi, he's been around, he's older, more experienced, and some of these wins in Classical and Rapid would have come when Firouzja was very young. I've been saying to everyone in recent years, life begins at 30, and Fabi proving that in this tournament so far. Of course, Fabi, he's looking impressive at the moment. He's capable of fantastic results. We know that Fabi scored one of the most dominating performances in chess history in the Sinkfield Cup in 2014. And Firouzja, I think, just lacking the consistency that Fabi shows at the moment.
Yeah, but there have been some important encounters between the two. They played each other in the candidates, and there Fabiano won. And they also played each other in the Grand Swiss. And it was, again, another important victory for Fabiano. So we will see. But I have to say, David, I hate to break it to you, but you've got to wait a few more years before life begins.
Oh. If it gets better than it is right now, then I'm not complaining. Can't wait. But experience, it does tend to count. And of course, Firouzja capable of great results. He's on form as well this tournament, but occasionally he makes some big decisions and committal decisions, and it feels like that's happened in this game, Judith.
Well, and he's not only number 2 in the world right now, but he's definitely one of the most interesting players out there. I remember years back, I think it was 2 years ago, when he was playing in the last round against my countryman, Richard Rapport, who played. He was leading the whole tournament for like 8 rounds, and in the last round he collapsed with the black pieces, and Firouzja just gave away a rook. And he said, he thought it's a nice idea. Why not to try it? I mean, of course, there was some little compensation, but he said it afterwards in the analysis in the studio. Like, why not? It was interesting. It was a very nice experience for me to see how he was thinking at that time.
Yeah, but is this like the trademark of youth, that you feel like you can just give up material? I know that Firouzja is a flamboyant, creative player, but this confidence that comes.
I think braveness is definitely a trademark of very talented young players.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's, I said life begins at 30, and that's the one thing I miss about being a teenager. Just that kind of lack of fear, lack of caring. You know, you just play for the sake of playing. You think every game will end in checkmate. That's the one thing I miss. Now it's like, every game ends in a 70, 80 move grind. But I love Firouzja's style and just the way he approaches chess, like you say. Just why not? For the fun, for the entertainment, and that's why the fans love him, and that's why he's been so successful. And what do you think? Should we jump into that game? It's still Firouzja deep in thought. He's been spending a long time on this last move. Over 30 minutes in the tank for Firouzja. It's move 20. It's this f6 move, which might be a killer, Judith. You spotted it.
Well, yes, and it's very big problem when you realize it, that you start looking at the position and you see that, 2 moves and the black king is in safety, the rooks are connected, and suddenly my 2 pawns are gone. So this is a very unfortunate discovery, I think, for Firouzja. And of course, now he has to be extremely sharp. How can he make damage control? Like, should he be going into some endgame, like knight c6, capturing the a7 pawn, gaining back 1, but still 1 down? But the problem is the d6 pawn right now seems like it can be more of a weakness than a powerful passed pawn, right? And after f6 and later black king moves to f7, it can be very powerful, maybe much later, but once black is going to be playing e5, possibly pushing away the knight or whatever, and play d4. So, and with different color bishop, it can be a very annoying position where it's going to be a long game, but you know that you play only for 2 results.
Yeah. There's also a big danger in actually simplifying the position, because yes, you make your life easier for yourself, but at the same time you do the reverse for your opponent. And as you've mentioned, black has material. And, well, we're going to see a move.
Knight c6.
Knight c6 played. So he did backpedal somewhat and go for that extra. Well, just go for that A pawn, basically.
Well, 1 pawn down is better than 2. I think this was the conclusion of Firouzja.
Great classical chess wisdom there. Yeah, he wants to take a pawn back. Why not? If you see nothing better.
Yeah, and now the question is whether black is going to be capturing it with the bishop, which seems like it's not the best move because of queen a5, right? And queen c7 would be very strong. So black has to choose between queen c6 or b takes c6.
Okay, so if we kind of go for the most solid one, which David has got highlighted, queen takes knight.
Yeah, let's show this on the board. Queen takes c6.
The only drawback of queen c6, and the only reason I would want to keep, if it's possible, on c4, that now white can castle.
Oh, well, hang on a second. It's all a little bit hypothetical because we do see that Fabiano, super quickly, he's been anticipating this move for a long time, actually captures that knight with a pawn.
Yes, because he does not want to allow the castling, you see?
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense as well. Now the rook on b8 is out there and mobile.
It's opened up, and now there's two kind of logical moves for Firouzja. He either takes this pawn immediately and at least gets one of those 2 pawns back, the deficit reduced, or he gives a check with the queen on a5. And we're always taught, look for checks first in every position. Should we check out this
Absolutely.
Check? Queen a5. What does black play here? I guess you have to go towards the center. You have to run with king e8. And let's say I take your pawn. What has Caruana got up his sleeve? What has he got in store here? Because at least now the king cannot run. This is why I was reluctant to take with a pawn, because the 7th rank has opened up and the bishop would then be loose, attacked.
That's true, but maybe black is going to be playing simply queen b5.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
Dropping back with the queen.
Or queen b4 check, that's also possible.
Mm-hmm.
Simply queen b4 check and go back queen b7, let's say. But then white has good drawing chances, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But wait one second.
Actually, this is probably not good takes and rook b1.
Right, but I was actually thinking not about queen b7, but I was thinking about being as greedy as I could possibly be.
Wow, grabbing this pawn?
Yes.
Makes sense.
Take it. And at least give me because one of the great things about being a commentator is that these are not my pawns, and I always have the option of take back.
Yeah, now I've planted my king on f2.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely cannot come forward and attack you because you take this pawn with check. And it's nice that you kind of defend everything. You defend your rook.
But I'm going to go rook b1 instead of bishop c5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now I really wish I could castle.
but you can artificially castle with king goes to... Yeah, because you've lost your castling rights. That's very, very important to mention. Once you move your king, that's it. You can no longer make that special move. And but you can go king f2.
King f7.
King f7, sorry.
Yeah, king f7. And yeah, I don't see anything for white, I've got to say. No immediate way to compensate for the 2-pawn deficit. And if there's nothing immediate, black will be fine.
But how fine is it if you just kind of go, hey, I'm just going to reinforce f4 because then that allows the bishop to move?
Mm-hmm. Big threat on the board, trapping the black queen. Mm-hmm. Bishop c5.
Rook a8 simply, I believe.
Yeah. Whose queen gets trapped first? Yeah, the white queen, once she's forced to run away, this is bad news. How about, okay, one last trick here. How about if I take first and then go g3? I'm stealing your idea, Jovanka.
You're welcome.
I want to play bishop c5. The problem is just rook b2 and black strikes first.
It wasn't a good idea after all.
It was a bad idea. It was an idea though,
yeah.
And that's what Firouzja needs. He needs some type of idea. And yeah, if we backtrack to the current position, if he doesn't play queen a5, which doesn't seem to turn out too well, we mentioned bishop takes pawn, but black can just move, right? I'm wondering where. Do we even get active? Rook b2.
Rook b2, rook b7 also possible. b5.
I love rook b2 because, 2 can play and having an unsafe king. And I just love that rook c2 is on the board. You know, his queen e2 checkmating ideas. One bishop does not checkmateth or something like that. Doth not
Ivanka
checkmate.
Shakespeare Hauska.
Exactly.
Yeah, this one looks terrible, I've got to say. And the lesser of the evil seems to be this queen a5 check. Let's give Firouzja a bit more time. 35 minutes on the last move. Now another 5-minute thought. Maybe he didn't expect b takes c6. Maybe he thought black's automatic recapture would be with the queen instead. I love what Fabi was doing. I think instructive for everyone at home as well. He was thinking in Firouzja's time and immediate recapture. Just the psychological battle and on the board. Just feels like everything in black's favor right now.
Yeah, what favors black in with the last move, that the queen on c4 doesn't allow a castle. At the same time, also, suddenly after bc6, the rook from b8 can be active, right? The drawback of it is that the 7th rank is a weakness for black. So that's the question, whether white can take advantage of that option.
So are you thinking about moves like... I was thinking maybe to hold the tangent with rook a1. But difficult. If only white's king were castled, it would be a completely different matter.
Yeah, just to show your point there, Jovanka, rook a1 would look nice, but even after a move like king e8, you cannot get greedy because black will come round the back. And yeah, you really wish you'd castled here. And that's why they tell you kids at home, castle as early as possible. Right now, really difficult. This is the current position. We're expecting queen a5 check, but black for choice, for sure. And okay, should we go elsewhere? Which games haven't we been to for a while?
With Anish Giri, we haven't been.
Yeah, let's check in.
That game.
I want to see how our fourth commentator's doing. Hikaru Nakamura.
Oh man, from the confessional. I mean, it's very rare. Yeah, we have a roving reporter both playing chess and also reporting back for us.
He's away from the board right now, Hikaru. Maybe he's in the confessional, revealing more secrets.
Well, one can only hope.
And this is the position we see in front of us. We do a quick count, at least for now, temporarily. It's level material, level pawns. Black has just given a pawn temporarily with this last move, rook to a4. Should we have an action replay, see how we got to this position from the last moment we were here? We joined this one. We went through the opening phase and we left it after the move f6. White did play bishop to d4. And after a trade of pawns in the center, black decided, okay, the bishop pair, no longer worth it. You need to get this bishop out from c8, so d5. We saw the dark squared bishops being traded. White jumped forward, hitting this pawn, and this is the move you mentioned you liked, Judith, a4, clamping down on black's pawns, preventing an advance over here. And after knight to f5, slightly mysterious. Retreating the white knight, covering d4. No more pawn pushes for black in the center. And c5, wow, breaking forward. Knight takes d5, rook takes a4. So now I guess knight takes b6 is the big question, but this would be met most likely by rook to b4. Hitting the pawn, hitting the knight. The knight can continue jumping. And this is my question. Is black just okay here, or is there something to worry about? Pawn up for white. This pawn attacked, this rook attacked.
Yeah, it's interesting why
maybe there's time for
black had to do this way.
Yeah.
Maybe he thinks he's got it all under control anyway.
Well, maybe after knight d7, what about bishop takes f3?
That's what I was thinking too, but after pawn takes bishop?
Well, maybe even knight h4.
Wow.
Wow.
Calculation. Nice. And just to follow this variation through to the end, knight takes rook, knight takes pawn check. The king moves somewhere, knight takes rook. And it's a bit weird, the knights have been intruders, but they're both just simply going to fall off the board, most likely.
Well, this game very much seems so that it's going to be a draw, and we're going to see some play of Armageddon on this.
Something like this, and everything is going to get vacuumed off the board, hoovered off the board, and draw most likely. That's if Anish goes down this whole very forcing line.
Here black is playing for something. Rook b1, rook h1, grab the pawn.
True. I've been a bit careless here. I mean, still a draw, but been a bit careless here for white.
Well, this is also a draw, of course.
Yeah. Let's go back to the current position. This is if Anish initiates that whole forcing line, that 10-move variation with knight takes b6.
At the same time, White shouldn't go anywhere else because he can get easily a worse position.
True.
And what about instead if he opts for another kind of idea, which is to try to get rooks on the 7th?
So maybe a check with the white knight.
Yeah.
Yep, you can check on e7, and I guess Black would simply just trade everything off. Let's jump in just to show this on the board. Knight e7 is a check. Got to look for checks first in every position, of course, but I fear for White actually here in this type of endgame if Black just plays a move like rook f7, prevents you from doubling on the 7th rank.
Totally.
Yeah.
And White has ruined his own pawn structure for nothing, so don't do that. Very instructive.
Still probably a draw, but at least White has to work for it here. Yeah, I think Anish should bail out. It's that time.
I think Hikaru is not at the board and he's probably giving a tour for us in the confessional booth. Because this is going to be a draw and he knows it.
Well, if he is, I promise you, we will go straight to our man on site.
Maybe he's already going to tell us what's going to happen in the rest of this game. He's going to reel through that 10-move variation. Then he'll tell us how the Armageddon will unfold. He'll tell us his plans there for Anish. Yeah, Hikaru, come back. We want more.
Definitely. And okay, so we think that this game is spiraling towards a draw. Maybe we should zoom out and have a look at some of the other games. For instance, you haven't paid attention too much to Shak Abdusatorov. That's one game I've got my eye on. Another one is Magnus.
Magnus game.
How is Magnus coping with his pawn deficit?
Yeah, so should we start with this?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, let's start with the game we now see in front of us between Gukesh and Magnus Carlsen. This one really springing to life. And okay, I think this has turned at least in favourable ways for Magnus. I'm not sure whether Black is better, but suddenly I'm seeing an active Black knight coming into the f4 square. Suddenly, okay, White's still a pawn up, but this pawn is loose on e4. What do we think, Judith? Is Black in time here before White grabs all of the Black queenside pawns?
Well, probably White wants to grab c6 pawn more than the a5 pawn for the moment.
But taking the a5 pawn releases 2 passed pawns on the a file.
Yeah, but it's still queens on the board and some tactics might be happening. But yes, I understand that a5 is also something to look after. What about queen b5 here?
Endgames.
I'm not sure at all that it will turn out to be any good for Black.
Yeah, I actually learnt this from Jovanka a couple of years ago. Queen and knight versus queen and bishop tend to favour the queen and knight if they're able to coordinate, but rook and bishop beat rook and knight quite often. And I never knew this, I never really thought of it, but rook and bishop seem to combine better than rook and knight do. So going into an endgame, risky maybe.
Yeah.
Should we jump in?
Shall we?
Let's be concrete.
I'm glad you've reminded me of my own rule that I had forgotten. But actually, the more I think about it, I think it's maybe too risky, right? Because after queen takes queen, go into that endgame with open arms, and then you can now start...
Maybe something like this?
Exactly, this is what I wanted to do. Anchor the bishop, and then target the b5 pawn.
I'm not sure. I thought rook b1 you want to go, but after bishop d4, I would take on the e4 and rook f5, knight f4.
So now, if I take this pawn, you'll meet me with a check, and you'll
capture your bishop.
Just in time to capture the bishop. Yeah, maybe it's holding together just concretely for Black.
But I was more afraid of rook b1 after capturing on b5.
This position, rook b1. Yeah, I wanted to stop knight f4 coming, just again with this check, but maybe it's just okay for Black.
But wait 1 second. White will have 2 doubled A pawns. And I actually, this is like super important because I once had the opportunity to play this type of ending against Humpy Canaru, and there she only had 1 A pawn. But it was an interesting situation because David's going to highlight it right here. Yes, yes, both sides will have almost equality in terms of pawns, but the bishop will support that outside A pawn. And I spent like 40 minutes on my clock trying to assess it, and in the end I was just too chicken, and I was like, I can't do it, can't go into it. What do you think?
Well, I think in this position, of course, white is clearly better. You can go bishop b6 or bishop d4, and once you start pushing the pawns...
Yeah, it's just whether that's enough to
bishop
win.
b6 not possible to knight d2, knight c4.
Ooh.
So I have to find some better square for the bishop.
I blundered that one. But yeah, either way, it feels like black should be able to hold a draw, but white is the one having the fun. Magnus, I was about to ask, can he be more ambitious? And he's keeping the queens on the board.
Yes, I think it's the much better solution.
Yeah, just attacking this pawn, getting ready to centralize the black knight.
At the same time, of course, knight on e4 stands very well, but on f4 it was also not a bad spot. And the white bishop from d4 will be very well centralized. So, for example, I can go starting with bishop d4. Because if queen c6, then possibly you go knight g4, or that's not the idea.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, let's...
Forcing g3.
Let's put this on the board. Bishop d4, potentially.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe after this also you want to go knight g4, right?
Threatening a sneaky checkmate on h2. And white doesn't have too many choices. Let's say
g3, queen b2.
Yeah. Oof.
No.
So there are some unexpected things might happen.
Queen and knight. They're so tricky.
Yeah. No, I wasn't a big fan of putting the bishop on d4 just because I felt like it abandoned the king. But what about if you just... it's like a running theme. Maybe even a running joke. Make it into a meme, whatever you like. Queen takes pawn. I want it.
But maybe rook c8, simply.
Yeah, rook c8.
And the queen is somehow losing coordination completely from the rest of the board.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and which one do you want to take next? This pawn, this pawn? Let's say I drop back. I guess you have to take this pawn now.
I want to take on c3.
Yeah, it's annoying. Bishop d4 is always met by knight g4.
Yeah.
Or is it? What have I missed here? Maybe just e5 and I block. But either way, this is starting to lose control for white, this whole variation. Queen takes c6, rook c8, really nice move. Yeah. And the white queen forced onto really bad squares. I've got to say, I love this last move by Magnus. It feels like he's turning things back in his favor. And at least now it's Gukesh who's starting to see ghosts potentially. I would be seeing these variations where black is actually coming in with knight e4, with knight g4. And I would be wanting to pull the break here for Gukesh. And yeah, I think he'll take one of these pawns, a5, c6. But whether he still has an advantage, that's up for debate. I don't think he does, got to say. Worst comes to worst, we'll maybe just see an endgame like the one we highlighted earlier.
I think that's what should be the outcome of this position. Somehow queen b6 or somehow playing...
Just get the queens
somehow
off the board.
Somehow simplify it with white and enter into a drawish endgame.
Yeah.
Because black's pieces are very active. Rook is extremely well placed. The knight is regrouped to a very bad option. Either e4, g4, both are a very good spot. And of course, white's all pawns are weak. e4, c3, a3, a2.
And there's no way that white can hold on to this e4 pawn, because that seems to me the key point. So can you kind of go bishop g3? I know this is just everything in.
Yeah.
And then go e5.
Yeah, let's try this. Jovanka, this is maybe white's only real attempt for an advantage. Bishop to g3, hitting the black queen. Where do we run to?
Queen b2.
Yeah, let's go in. And if e5, where does the black knight go? Maybe the only problem is there's no good square for the knight. Anywhere you jump, I'll take this pawn and I'll hit the rook. Maybe I'll hit your knight if you choose a poor square.
So after all, maybe after bishop g3 going queen b5. Or I'm going to the wrong direction, exchanging queens.
But maybe it's just an improved version for black over the line we looked at, because now black is ready to jump in and capture this pawn, followed by this pawn. maybe followed by this pawn. It's like hungry hippos here, just eating everything. Yeah, feels like this one will fizzle out towards a draw. Maybe this is what Gukesh should do, though, at this point, having lost a bit of control.
Tense. Well, Gukesh has plenty of time to deal with the issues and come up with a way to handle it. But it's, I have to say, like, bailing out or kind of, if it doesn't feel, or like liquidate into a draw, doesn't really feel like his style. He's known for his fighting chess. He's known to be very gung-ho. I suspect we're going to see something quite aggressive from him.
Yeah, bring it on. I think Magnus also wants to see that. That's the problem. Magnus will hope that Gukesh is in the mood to take risks, because that might backfire. But yeah, either way, I mean, it's been a great game so far from Gukesh. Can he take Magnus down? That's the big question. Should we check out some of the other games?
Definitely.
We mentioned the endgame between Mamedyarov and Abdusattorov.
Exactly.
Let's head there. And it seems like everyone woke up today and was like, you know what? Let's play an endgame, a very long, drawn-out endgame. Maybe they've been watching our man DVD, but course. I'm showing my age with his DVDs. And like these days, I get a DVD and I'm like, I don't even have the thing to put it. Yeah.
Yeah, and this one, as we mentioned, the queens did come off early. It is an endgame. It's rooks and knights, tricky knights though. And I'm not sure who's being more ambitious of the two players. It's really come to life, this game. We thought it was about slow strategic maneuvers, black slowly pushing on the queen side, white pushing on the king side. It's come to life, at least for now. And okay, I think we have to work out some variations, because both sides have active pieces, active rooks.
Well, I think right now white has to take on c5, isn't it? Though there is a very interesting idea for black. After rook c5, maybe knight e1.
Whoa, maybe that's made him pause. Let's show some lines here.
Well, yeah, I mean, it looks like a very strong threat, though black, white can go rook b5 after knight e1.
But the rook feels very shaky, right? Rook b5, and then the king can step up to c6. Knight d3 is always in the ether.
Yeah, this rook is really clumsy. Black can always take these pawns. Once this pawn falls, maybe the rest will start falling as well. Yeah, I take black here every time. The evaluation bar says it's fine for white, but you start to panic if you kind of...
You see, we are challenging the engine all day. It wants to trick us.
Yeah, it's the worst, the engine. It sees so much more than we do, but at the same time, we got to get inside the players' minds.
And at the same time, maybe objectively it's equal if white is making the very best moves, but there is very easy to go wrong. So we know it that from practical aspect, it can be extremely tricky to see the bar or the evaluation of an engine, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So white does not want to go to c5, capture the pawn, or hesitating, because the active becomes very strangely placed there. So, for example, if white goes rook g8, but after that black can capture, I believe, on g3. And after knight e4, let's say, black gives a check. And can't black just defend the pawn with b6?
He can. I mean, I'm wondering whether white can kind of continue the fun with swinging the rook to a8.
Going after all the pawns.
But I guess you just...
I can give a check. At the very least, I can drop back with the black knight if I want to keep control. Maybe there's more than that.
And also a5 is possible to save the pawn.
Yep. Next move a5. And the black king will start coming towards the center. Black's a pawn up in this line. I think Mamedyarov just has to kind of bite the bullet here. He just has to, in this position, take on c5 and go down that line and hope that he's not in any trouble. We know, thanks to the evaluation bar, that he's fine, but it does feel a bit scary for humans.
What about if you go after the a pawn and just go rook a8 immediately? I don't like this because it feels like you're saddling the rook out there in no man's land.
Yeah, maybe.
But maybe, right? Maybe.
I think there is an option to go rook g1, and after king c2, knight d4 check.
And again.
And somehow it can be quite annoying, because where do you go with the king? Rook G2 check.
Ooh, you're forcing me back. I don't want to move forward because then you would have taken a pawn with a check, so I'm going back. This feels all wrong for white somehow. Like
It's
no coordination.
A6.
Just simple.
Yeah. And there's no knight d4s trying to...
Knight e4.
Sorry, knight e4, yeah.
King c6 might start coming.
Well, after knight,
yeah.
But after knight e4 also rook c2 is possible, and you're forced to go to d1 because king b1 rook e2, or not, because you can take on c5 and you have rook c8.
But I don't think rook a8 is a good move. I think he has to take on c5. It's just because he was pausing for thought.
But it's not tempting.
But then what else?
Process of elimination, he might have to, and that's why he spent almost 10 minutes at this point, at this juncture. Mamedyarov, he doesn't really want to take because of knight e1. Judith, I've got to compliment your knight e1. I think this is the third time now in one of the Blitz games you suggested knight c1, and then there was a knight d1, and now you suggested knight e1. These types of moves aren't on my radar. I would just be looking at a pawn. I'd be like, oh, free food, I can take this pawn.
But actually, why not to take the pawn?
Yeah.
Because rook b5 would be a blunder, for example, after rook g3.
Now rook b5 would walk into a check.
Yeah, check and knight d4.
And, yeah.
Well, knight d1 is the only move.
Yeah. And next move, the knight will take this rook. So this one also on the radar, but knight e1 really sneaky, threatening a monster fork on d3. And this is scary suddenly for Mamedyarov.
Yeah, because white is losing a little bit of coordination. What he had, the rook on c5 is trickily placed.
Yeah, again, Abdusatorov just so impressive at his young age. Again, he's kind of fashioning out these chances where against lesser mortals he would squeeze out a point or two in an unexpected
Can we
way.
go back a few moves? How did they? How is the black rook got into g2?
How did the white rook get to c8?
No, that I see the road from h1 to h8 and c8. But in the meantime, how did the rook to g2 happened to?
Yeah, let's go back to the moment we left it. We left it after f4 about 7-8 moves ago, and black's knight came in. We saw a trade of knights, g3, and it was actually this move, rook to e1, that allowed all this chaos to ensue. Black now could take a pawn and did take a pawn.
Ah, okay, now I understand that the rook through d2 came into the white's camp.
And the white rook was attacking this pawn. Black, at least temporarily, took a kind of detour, went to d7 first, but when given the opportunity, after he'd improved his king, now came into d2 and came via g2 in. This is how the white rook got behind with a check and current position.
So actually white did not have a choice instead of rook c8, because if white goes knight e4, then the king was ready already from c6 to go and start the journey through d5, d4, come into the stomach of the white's position.
Ah, I like that phrase. Come into the stomach. And this would actually end in checkmate, maybe against the white king. So white had to kick black's king back, and difficult times. He's got to take this pawn, surely. I don't know the margin for error here. Not many.
Maybe rook b8 he wants to consider? Maybe rook b8, what do you think?
Maybe rook b8. And if I continue harassing your rook, king c7. Then you start going for the e pawn, but that can be defended by the black knight in the center. I don't know. Just the more he thinks, the more I think he might go wrong. Often we do see that kind of phenomenon happen. You try to overcomplicate things, you panic, you see ghosts. I mean, that position did look scary for white, but he just has to go for it.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're certainly looking tricky. And let's head to the bird's eye view where we can see some of the games. And one game that looks to be heading to a very certain drawish result is the game between Hikaru Nakamura. But first, let's hear from our fourth commentator in the confessional booth.
Welcome back, everyone. So here's the update. First of all, on my game, I think it's very likely going to be in draw in the next couple of moves. All this was more or less preparation up until Anish played a4. I looked at this similar structure with a3, where I get knight f5 with d4 and c5. White can go like knight e4, c5, knight g5, and I think it was rook d8 if I remember the correct position. But if I get the chain of 3 pawns, it's kind of hard for white to play. And also with the only the 10-second increment, no extra time for Anish, I think he's just making a very practical decision to go knight f3. I mean, maybe I'm missing something here, but the fact that Anish is thinking just tells me that he's looking for some way to keep the game going instead of making a quick draw here. But overall, I mean, it's been a pretty smooth game for me. I'm pretty happy. Haven't really had to go into any deep things. I mean, obviously, 99% of this game has been preparation. And, I'm just doing my Fabiano impression. So probably headed to Armageddon. God only knows what's going to happen there. I've been pretty shaky so far in the first couple of games, but one can hope that things will go the right way. Of course, maybe I'm counting the eggs before they've hatched, certainly. But I really think my game's going
Well, thank you, Hikaru, for entertaining us with your thoughts. And we heard it here. It was all preparation. He knew about that Alireza Firouzja game against Pragnananda and completely prepared. They're good.
And this seems to be one of those cases. I'm impressed they're still playing, Judith. It's past move 30. It's a dead level rook endgame.
Which move is it?
It's move 37.
37?
Neither
Probably
of them
they
wants to
are,
offer a draw.
but these guys like to play until the very end, until they have 2 kings. And now they're calculating what is the fastest way to get to 2 kings in this position.
No. I don't believe that. I think the rook will go to b7, and then the rook will go to c4, and then there'll be some merry dance. There you go. And
I think even my grandmother could draw this position against Hikaru right now.
But is it an ego thing that they don't offer a draw, but they will be repeating moves and then shake hands?
And there you see the handshake. It is a draw between Anish Giri and Hikaru Nakamura. And off to Armageddon we go. And that will be taking place in approximately 20 minutes. The players will be keeping their colours. White will have 10 minutes on the clock. Hikaru will have 7 minutes. And we'll get those important draw odds. Ooh. So, wow. I do like that. And going back to your question, is it an ego thing?
I don't know. I think everybody has their style how to make the draw in a completely dead draw ending. But I've seen many of the games when they have the opportunity to play out an extra 5 moves, ending up with 2 kings on the board. Somehow they like to do that.
And okay, and well, we will see more action from those 2 players in approximately 20 minutes. But are there any other games which are in danger of finishing soon and heading towards Armageddon? So the one I'm thinking of is Arian Tari against Wesley So. We thought that he was suffering a little bit, but has he managed to steady the ship and neutralize Wesley's play?
I think we have to go in and investigate Arian Tari. A draw at this point would be a delight for him, a relief for him, and it looks like he's done a good job of defending. We see Wesley So at the board right now, trying to figure out how to pose problems, and this is the position in front of us. It's still level material. White has done a great job of getting rid of some of the tension by trading off the knights. Black's knight was mighty and powerful in the center. White's knight was a bit sad, so that trade really helps things. And now the key question is, can Wesley go for the right piece exchanges, create a passed pawn potentially? He can trade bishops. That's one big question right now. And keeping bishops, will that suit him? He has to be a bit careful with the black rook lacking too many escape squares. But what do we think, Judith? Any chances at all to squeeze water out of this stone?
I think Tari played a good this endgame, it seems, because we felt that it's a little bit shaky for white, or at least it's very uncomfortable to play. But I have the feeling, seeing the very active rook on d8 and going to attack from the back, rook e8 check is always there, also rook g8 sometimes, time to time if the king from e6 goes away towards to the f5 to the king's side, and rook c8 can be also there. So black's idea can be only somehow to exchange the bishop on e3, and after f takes e3, whether the g4 pawn can be active enough to be an important pass pawn. But with the active rook on d8 and being the king so close to that pawn on e2, I believe that this game we're going to be a draw, and we're going to see another Armageddon in this match.
More chess can only mean good things. And yeah, Wesley about to make a decision. He does trade off the bishops. There we go. And Ariane will recapture.
He certainly will, and I agree with you guys. I think this is going to be headed into Armageddon as well. And we are going to take a short break, but there is a special opportunity if you are a titled player. And there we see these two grandmasters in action. Because if you are a titled player, you are eligible to compete in the 2023 Champions Chess Tour. Don't miss your chance to qualify for the tour's 4th event. We host qualifiers every Monday, excluding days when other CCT events are underway. Your next chance to join the action is Monday, June the 5th. Put it in your calendars. For details, use !qualifiers in chat. And we'll be back with the chess right after this break with a very special guest. Don't go anywhere.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring your clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Oh. Download the new Chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
We're here in Toronto for the Global Championship. I got Fabiano Caruana with me. You don't need to talk yet. I got James Canty. We're gonna see who recognizes these guys out of the random passerbys, and we're gonna ask them some fun questions about chess. For $5, do you know who this is? No? Okay.
Actor.
An actor. Well, you see this guy. Any idea who he is?
Somebody very famous.
Mm-hmm. He is.
Rabba.
This is actually 50 Cent's brother. His name is Daryl.
That's right.
Goes by 75. You want to play chess? Okay.
So what is he, a player or something of chess?
He is a chess player. I'm not, but he is.
I play on the side.
Yeah.
I've been taking some coaching lessons from Grandmaster Canty over here recently.
Guy over here.
Calculation over everything.
What's your name again, sir?
My name is Jamie.
What's your name? I already know it.
It's Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel Naroditsky. Okay. There it is.
Come on.
On the attack, baby. On the attack. If he wins, I know the guys at Chess.com. We'll get him a diamond membership.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something you want?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Look at you. Look, is this a London? Yo, we got a pro here with the London.
Full on London.
How'd it go?
I won.
You won. Okay.
That's great.
Hey, good game. All right. I should have said youtube.com/CSQpod. What is the URL? Just YouTube?
I actually don't remember.
Okay. look at the pod.
Hello and welcome back to beautiful Stavanger, and there we see our players deep in thought as they battle it out over the chessboard. And I'm here ready to comment on all the action, but we first have a very special guest in the studio. It's Grandmaster and one of the world's finest commentators, Maurice Ashley. Such a pleasure to have you here. And I heard that it's your first time in Norway. How are you finding it?
I'm feeling great. Thank you so much, Jovanka, Jude, and David. Great to be on the show. Yes, it's been great in Norway. I didn't expect it to be a little brisk as compared to my Florida climate when I came. But I've been enjoying the fresh air, as they call it, and being able to go around Stavanger and enjoy just the environment and, of course, the chess. It's been great.
Yeah, and how are you finding Norway Chess and its very unique concept?
I think it's brilliant. I love the idea of the Armageddon afterwards. I love the idea of decisive games. I think we should all have these kinds of the tournaments everywhere. Something decisive at the end as opposed to 80% draws. It's like, you fall asleep or there's any excitement. But this, it's guaranteed excitement all the way to the end.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any favorite moments?
So far, not really. I'm still waiting for something out of the ordinary to happen. But I just think the games have been fantastic. I've been really surprised by Magnus losing that game to Fabi in round one. The way he did, I think he's trying to catch his form a little bit. We'll see. And I'm surprised by the beard disappearing suddenly. There was so much hair going on, but now he's cleaning up. I wonder if the hair will go next. We'll see if he's working in that direction, looking far more youthful today. But I think he's deadly serious. He wants to win this again for a fifth time in a row.
Yeah. And last night, you were part of a fundraising event alongside Danny Ranch and Rain Wilson. And you were fundraising for Lide Haiti. Can you tell us a little bit more how it went and the cause?
It's a great cause. It's for young women in Haiti, building on their education with the arts and introducing chess into it as well. We were able to raise over $42,000 for the event, so it was fantastic. It lasted about 3 hours, and Rain Wilson, absolutely great guy with his wife. They are very focused on helping these young women who are not quite in the center at Port-au-Prince, but off in the mountains and the rural areas, and trying to just build more, give them more options for their lives. So great cause, Lide IT, and you can check it out. Anybody wants to donate, they can go to lidehaiti.org.
Certainly a worthwhile cause. And also you're involved with a big project happening in Jamaica. Yes.
Indeed. My home country of Jamaica, I convinced the government to put up some money, and they did, which is fantastic, to make the next Jamaican grandmaster. Technically the first, because I was Americanized by the time I got to the United States. And, of course, I'm a U.S. citizen and became a grandmaster. So we're working now to find the next one. It's like American Idol, Jamaican chess idol, if you will. And Jamaica has embraced chess as something special in the country. And we're just looking for the top talents. So we're going to train them. We're going to provide GM training. We're going to provide money to travel to international tournaments. We're going to do camps as well. And we're looking for boys and girls. So it's a great project. It's GM in 10. We're given 10 years to create the next GM. I think we can do it in like 5 or 6, but that's because I'm ambitious. But we'll see how it works out. But it's fantastic to see my home country embracing chess in such a big way.
Yeah, because the whole world seems to be gripped with chess. So it's fantastic that Jamaica is also on board. And you reckon you can do it in 5 to 6 years?
I'm going to just be modest with 10 for now. In case we fail, I'll stay on the safe side. But what's also great is other countries in the Caribbean recognizing it. And Grenada, I believe, just gave $1 million to chess. I saw Nigel Short had an announcement there. So we are hoping that it will just continue to expand to other countries as they get this idea that chess is a big thing and should be supported in their federations.
Yeah. And I know you've been trying to bring chess to a wider audience for many years. Do you think that these faster time controls, like these Armageddon setups, are the way to go forward?
I mean, obviously, it's quite exciting. Nobody wants to watch, nobody except us, the chess heads, wants to watch chess for 6-7 hours at a time. It's tougher to do that. Yes, classical absolutely has its place, but in the modern age, a little bit faster time control is something that I think is agreeable, is something that people will be excited by. We still need to have great commentators like yourselves to pull it together and explain what's going on so that the audience is just not thoroughly confused. But yeah, combination of excellent broadcasting like this and faster time controls sounds like a winning formula.
Mm-hmm. And which is your personal favorite time control?
Well, all I play is Bullet right now, so we're probably not going to commentate on that. But yeah, I think I play a little too much Bullet in my spare time.
You do Bullet because you don't have the time for longer games or because you love them?
I think it's just I enjoy the adrenaline rush. Games are over quickly. And it can be reasonable chess even. I've had some pretty good games. But, when you beat somebody and there's only 0.3 seconds left on your clock, there is nothing like that feeling. And it shows it to the next decimal place, by the way. So you'll have like 0.32. And I'm going, yes! Got him! Mate!
I know someone else on the commentary panel who was just like, yeah. But yeah, absolutely. And Maurice, of course, you are a fantastic grandmaster as well. I mean, what do you think about this game between Gukesh and Magnus? Do you think that Gukesh will be able to squeeze something out of this position?
Yeah, my feeling is that Magnus has enough chances here to keep the game level. It's just not enough. The white pawns are too weak. It looks like it's not much. It's not much. The knight is very dynamic. The bishop, of course, will have a good square on d4, but I just think the weaknesses are enough. Magnus, though, is on the defensive. Clearly, there's only one player playing for the win here, and it's white. But we'll see. I'd be curious if Magnus slipped up and that c pawn started racing down the board just a little too fast. But the bishop does need a secure square, as does the knight, by the way. I mean, the knight always needs an anchor square of some kind. But it seems like the light squares, the bishop can never compete, so it's not going to overwhelm this piece. And you're going to have to use a rook and a queen somehow, which means your rook has to probably leave the back rank. I don't know. It doesn't feel as though it's quite enough to handle all the issues in the position to overwhelm Black's defense.
I often find that this type of position is where like your favorite subject comes in, chess geometry. Like all this empty space is just truly fascinating. You have to look for every single possibility.
That's a great point. I did a DVD for Chessable. I mean a DVD. Of course, I'm throwing DVD the old days. Of course, a video course for Chessable, shows my age, that talks about chess geometry. And yes, when the board is empty like this, it's important that the points that are far afield you pay attention to. For example, in this position, the f7 pawn is connected to the a5 pawn by the square d5. And so the queen, pawn, and the two pawns have this point of concurrency, I call it, in the course, is that d5 square. So those things you have to be very alert to. I know Judith is quite fantastic at finding those points of concurrency. She spots them in seconds. And probably that's, now you mentioned my favorite moment. I wouldn't say necessarily a favorite moment, but something that reminded me of something I would put in the course, maybe number two, the second version, was this moment when Ariane could have played queen b4, queen b2, and g3. Very geometric. You had to spot this, and of course, you did spot it. But that's the kind of stuff that really separates the top players, and the dynamic moments that you have to see are those geometric points.
Yeah, that's very fascinating, these points of concurrency. I've had fantastic reviews about your course.
Thank you.
A lot of my friends are saying they love it. They have it on repeat.
Not the DVD version, though.
I made that mistake as well. Do you even have a DVD player? No. And if we go back to the bird's eye view, do any other games catch your eye?
Well, I think certainly the big game is the one between Alireza and Fabi, right? Like that one, everybody's excited by. And right now, it looks like a couple of moves have happened since I was watching. Opposite colored bishops, uneven pawn structure, white king still in the middle of the board. This is all we could dream of. And I think black looked like he had an edge. And now I'm seeing this move, queen a8, and the engine looks like it doesn't like this move at all. But this is somebody's going to win, no? Like, this feels like somebody's going to win. I don't see it being an easy task for white to save this position.
Rook sacrifice by Fabiano.
But you've got the 7th rank under control. And did he actually take the rook?
He absolutely did. So
Something bad is happening to the white king.
right,
Surely.
I mean, the first move that screams out to be played is rook takes pawn, threaten checkmate on e2.
Wow, geometrical features all over the place here.
Absolutely. So rook c2, what do we have? Bishop d2? Yes. And then queen e4?
Let's jump in and show this on the board. Yeah, we need to calculate here. Rook takes c2. Ooh, evaluation bar is gonna make a mockery of us, Maurice.
Well, it makes it. Yeah, I don't know. Rook. The other thing that I think we need to pay attention to, since the king cannot castle, is the possibility of c5 bishop b5, right, or e5 bishop g4. So this bishop could feature in. The queen at the moment is not doing anything. The white queen, and even if you give it 2 moves, it doesn't do anything. Like queen d8. If the bishop moves, then queen e7 doesn't do anything because king g6 and the piece is essentially safe. Although it's starting to remind me of a puzzle I created with f5 here at some point.
Ooh.
f5 and queen e8, isn't that mate?
It would be if the bishop wasn't protecting so close.
Protecting the square. But I have this as a puzzle. It's almost reminding me of a puzzle I gave the GMs. But no. So why is it that white is okay before this move, or white is just lost in that position? It looks like.
So
What about queen c2?
live position.
Right.
Also bishop d2.
Oof, there's so many choices. There's queen c2. There's queen c3. There's. Yeah, don't castle now.
Okay, queen c2 is and the evaluation bar is approving.
But what does it? What's going on? Maybe bishop d2, rook b1.
Oh wow, so simple. Just
That
mopping up
was
some
boring.
material.
But maybe simply e5 and bishop g4. But castle is a threat.
Castle is a threat.
Castle is a threat. So maybe now queen e4.
Check. And let's say I move. Ooh, actually, wait.
Where? Then queen
Whoops.
f4.
Whoops.
Just in
No,
case. Let's grab it.
This looks like pain.
Yeah, so let's go to this square. But now your idea, Maurice, maybe on the board. Something with this bishop coming in.
And c5.
Yeah, c5.
c5 looks deadly. Invite everyone to the party. But
If he survives this, Firouzja, it's going to be a miracle, right?
Absolutely.
c2 is on the board.
Fabi, he's worked it all out. You know him better than most, Maurice. Is this just the form of his life right now?
Well, I can't say that because he played in the Singfield Cup and won 7 in a row back in 2014 against this exact kind of opposition. So he is playing absolute high-level chess, and he played won 7 in a row to start the competition, by the way. He's playing great chess. I think that he now is catching his second wind. He was at 2830 plus at one point, and now he's 50 points off his rating high, which most of us would just start crying if that happened. And he's such a fabulous player as well. He was number 2 in the world for so long. I think he might be catching that stride. And I know for a fact that for Fabi, it's world champion or bust, especially now that Magnus has abdicated the throne. He's thinking, I've got to show my stuff right now, particularly with all the young players who are coming up. Time is ticking. He's in his 30s now. He's broken that barrier. You know, as a chess player, you start saying, okay, what's the real deal? Not that he's old, but for chess, yeah, you're kind of old, especially with all these youngins. I mean, can you imagine almost double the age of Gukesh? That's
kind of scary. And on the subject of young talent, I mean, which one of them? All of them are incredibly strong, but which one do you have your eye on, especially?
I think all of them are strong, yes, but the one I really am impressed by, although I think he's not quite totally stable yet, is Abdusattorov.
Mm-hmm.
He has that intensity. He has the passion, the desire. He has the fighting spirit. He comes back from bad positions. That's a very big quality. It shows that he never gives up, and he's always looking for his chances. And so I think we've got to pay attention to him. I think in the next 2-3 years, he's going to be showing us something special.
Okay. Well, Maurice, I'd just like to say thank you so much for joining us here in the studio and just entertaining us with your comments and also giving us all your thoughts. And if anyone does want us to support the Lide Haiti, then please do so. It's a fantastic cause, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. Keep up the good work.
Next time you're in Norway, make it longer,
yes,
Maurice.
Indeed. I will.
Oh, and there we can see Armageddon is going to be coming. There we see Anish Giri getting ready for his matchup against Hikaru Nakamura. And there the players. Are we going to see a handshake? And they are off. And to remind ourselves of the rules of Armageddon, the players do keep their colours, so Anish will be playing white as he is, and he has 10 minutes on the clock as opposed to Hikaru's 7. But Hikaru gets draw odds, and Hikaru is employing his favourite defence, the Berlin.
Yep, it's the Berlin endgame, the Berlin wall here, and Queen's off the board. That means it was interesting. Anish Giri nearly played a move earlier just by hand, by habit, and going into a forced draw variation, but instead he remembered his preparation, went into this position, and I've got to say, I'm surprised. This is bread and butter for Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru knows everything there is to know, pretty much, about this variation. So Anish must have prepared an extremely deep line. And, okay, we are now at move 13, and the players finally pausing for breath, finally pausing for thought. Judith, you went into this endgame when you were playing as an active player?
Actually, I had a very similar game with Gary. But I think I went with somehow I had with knight c3 and knight e2, knight d4 and knight f5. I was reaching out, or from g3. I don't know, but it's something very similar. Knight g3, knight f5.
Yeah, knight and f5 in any position is very promising for white.
Absolutely.
Do you think this is a good choice for Armageddon chess? Must-win situation. It has such a drawish reputation. This type of position.
Well, I'm a bit surprised that this is Anish's choice, I must say. But if he has the self-confidence and he thinks that he will outplay Hikaru, then
why not?
Why not? Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have enough self-confidence to. I mean, back when I was still in competition, I don't think I would have the courage to decide this way. That if I have a must-win situation, I really enter into this end game.
Yeah, and I must admit, I'm just trying to kind of go back in my mind here, and I don't recall that many occasions when Anish Giri has actually entered the endgame. Entered this Berlin endgame, so it must be very specific, targeted preparation against Hikaru.
But these days he's just getting off the queen. I mean, look at the games here. It's
right.
just you don't pay attention for a minute, 50 minutes, and the queens are off.
Yeah, who needs queens anyway? Overrated pieces. But okay, Hikaru starting the action on the queen side with a5. Black does need some activity. He's got the bishop pair, so he would love to push even further, open up the a-file for the rook potentially, but Anish just ignoring it, getting ready to stack up his rooks on the d-file instead. I quite like it for white. I mean, I've played the Berlin my whole life as black, and it feels like one of the positions where black is lacking any activity at all.
Well, the question is whether, first of all, is he going to go for a4 and simplify? This is always a question, and he does. And the big debate is also always about the king on e8. How does that going to allow the two rooks to be connected?
And it might be your plan. There we go, Anish retreating his knight, getting round to f5 as you indicated about
and sometimes
5-10 minutes.
to h5, but of course I rather like it on f5. And if he goes, Nakamura plays g6, it comes back to e4, possibly knight f6 check at some point. At the same time, black can run king f8, king g7.
Do you think Anish's strategy is maybe not to get like a great position out of the opening, but instead just to be able to draw it out until the very end? So, you know, I've often seen this approach in Armageddon. You either go all out for the win as quickly as possible, or you go for the very long game where you can make many, many moves with no time on the clock.
Well, it's important to be able to make many, many moves and try to make your opponent to go wrong and make mistakes, and sometimes unnecessary mistakes are played. But it's not so easy to get those kind of positions, because here, for example, Black just played King F8, goes King G7, immediately brings the rook, going to be exchanging A takes B3, and it's not always that you have this resource that, okay, I'm just going to play around, right? You have to come up with an idea. He's going to play bishop e3, f4, bishop c5, exchanging the black square bishop, coming up king h2, king g3 possibly, so bishop e3 on the board.
Yeah, as David's indicating, he is threatening to play bishop c5 and trade off those dark squared bishops.
Yeah, and you mentioned the phrase "draw it out," Jovanka, and I think that might be an unfortunate use of words. Draw it out, and I would think Hikaru is odds-on for the draw here. Just, I don't know, even if it went slightly wrong, maybe for a couple of moves, it feels like Hikaru has now stabilized, and I think just giving black that extra 2 moves, that extra 2 tempi, with the white knight dropping back, then coming back to e4, I think this is actually a really useful inclusion. G6 and king G7 for black. Suddenly everything is covered. Black's going to open the A file, as Judith mentioned, bring the rook maybe to A2, or just simply trade off all the rooks on the D file. And can you break that fortress?
Well, what white should be playing for, I guess, to play somehow f4, f5 by any means. But how to do it, right? So f4, king G7, let's say rook f1 is possible. And, or maybe, yeah, somehow it should be for f4, he went knight c3, forcing black to capture on b3. And then probably he has this other idea, wants to go knight e2, knight f4. Of course, that's a great location for the knight, bothering the e6 bishop.
And he's going round with that knight now. Really nice maneuver there from Giri. The reason I fear is that it's just such reduced material. Yes, Nakamura has some kind of tough questions to answer now, but if he can answer them over the next 5 or 6 moves, he should be fine. So for Anish, the stakes are extremely high in the immediate future.
Now black can play maybe bishop d5, knight f4, and bishop moves away to f3 or e4. But now it's a critical moment, I think, for black. Whether how can he handle and play against knight f4.
Yeah, the one thing you really cannot allow as black is a knight trade for one of your bishops, especially the light squared bishop. If the knight ever captures, then the white rooks will pour in through the d7 square. Also, structurally, you'll be suffering long term, even if all the rooks leave the board.
But for example, what can happen is like rook hd8, let's say, or rook ad8. It's always a debate, of course, which rook to bring. But he goes bishop c8 immediately.
I found that move a bit surprising. I thought that he was actually going to play c5 to take away the d4 square and meet knight f4 with bishop down to its starting square.
Yeah, so now he wants to meet, I guess, a move like knight d4 by just defending that pawn. You don't really want to allow the white knight in. It's really strange.
I think after knight d4, c5 he wants to be playing. So after knight b5, bishop a6 is an option. Or knight c6, rook d8, rook e8.
And just to confirm that it was a draw between Ariantari and Wesley, so that means those two will also be heading to Armageddon in approximately 20 minutes as well.
Yep, the results coming in. More chess ahead of us. Firstly, Anish improves the white king. He's doing well, though. He's keeping the tension. He hasn't allowed any of those immediate trades. If all the rooks disappeared, black would be very happy. The bishop pair should compensate for the inferior pawn structure here. He's just playing with his kingside majority, and he's getting ready for your idea, Judith. Starting to push forward with f4 coming next. Maybe I was too harsh on his winning chances. He's doing a good job of making progress.
Well, finally, black was able to secure his king and bring out the rook from h8 to e8. It took him quite a few moves, I must say. At the same time, black is not active anymore, right? I mean, look, all the pieces are on the base rank. Finally, white plays f4. And if once white will be able to break through and reach f5 after rook f1, defending the e5 pawn first, then white can have finally a real advantage. But maybe not f5 first. Maybe he's going to play knight c3, knight e4 first, and only in a later stage wants to be improving it with f5.
that looks like a very dangerous idea there.
The white knight's already been on e4 twice, though, so it would take a stronger man than me to maneuver back around again. And Anish, he needs to move now. He has kept an advantage on the clock, a significant advantage. I like the pace he's using. Judith, you mentioned it backfired in previous days in some of Anish's Armageddons, but here it could be vital.
Now maybe black is thinking of playing g5 at some point and breaking up the white's pawn structure, because the e5 pawn can get in trouble if the f4 pawn is moved away. Maybe f6 also. Rarely it also works out.
Yeah, critical moment now, you feel like, for Anish Giri. This white knight not doing too much. Maybe it needs to be improved. Maybe bring it into d4.
Now it's possible to play also knight c3 with the idea, if you go g5, I'm sacrificing a pawn by playing knight e4. And if g takes f4, bishop f4, probably bishop e5 is maybe not very good, because give a check on d8 and white gets very active, and the knight can be very unpleasant, possibly on f6 or knight g3, knight h5.
Just lots of dark squares, if even if black wins a pawn in some of those lines. Yeah, I agree. Just move the knight. I'm inclined towards knight d4 because I'm a cheapo merchant, as they say, one-move threats. Just try and take a pawn. But yeah, knight c3 also very logical here. He's slowed down though, Anish.
I think we shouldn't forget that Hikaru is not very good so far in the tournament in the Armageddon. I think he lost twice. And this is the third Armageddon. He also said it. That somehow the Armageddons doesn't work on his way so far.
Yeah, he lost to Wesley. He lost to Magnus in Armageddon games. This time though, at least he's solid. And okay, Anish stepping forward. h4. All the pawns running.
Oh.
And striking out on the other side.
It's you just saw it being awarded a question mark from the game review, and also miss for Hikaru. I mean, the kind of move that immediately jumps out to me after you make the moves h4 is just to go g5 and undermine those pawns.
And also sometimes h5 can be considered to create the f5 square for the white, for the black white square bishop. But now there is very important square. Ooh, d5 was weakness. Now the d6 square is a huge weakness. c5 is also a huge weakness.
And Hikaru speeding up. How many moves are we away from move 40? Because on move 41, the players will start to be getting the 1 second increment.
Only move 33. So
okay.
We are getting near.
1 second will be vital for these players as the clocks tick down. White's knight is on a proud, beautiful square right now on d6. A nice outpost, but what to do next? Black's light squared bishop is holding everything together. It's the glue in black's position. And
very interesting decision by white playing g5. So forever, black cannot think of moving the f7 bishop, nor to f5, nor to f6. It's a very committal move. This is very interesting that it was exchanged on g5, because one day maybe if white can double the rook on the h file and jump into f6 with the knight, I know many moves has to be taken and done until that point, but it can be dangerous sometimes for black.
And Anish moving his pawn up the board, it really does feel like Hikaru is in full-on grovel mode. He's just simply trying to withstand the storm. And I like this next move, you know, just saying if you're going to trade rooks, it has to be on my terms. But Anish, he seems in full control.
The question is whether it's going to be enough or no. Bishop f8, I don't know. Of course, that f6 square is incredible for white. Just to visualize it, that one day the knight jumps to f6, it can give real trouble for black. But for the moment, he goes knight b7. So to go knight d8 or knight a5. Or just opening up the line on the d file.
okay, and some hesitation we saw on the camera there from Nakamura. He does plug the open d file with his light squared bishop. He's allowing a trade of dark squared bishops though, so no more bishop pair for black. Also, the white knight should stand quite well on dark squares, but maybe there's no breakthrough. Hikaru's arguing he's built a fortress. He holds the only other open file, the a file, unless white can work some magic there, and pieces flying on the board.
They are certainly flying, and I think Hikaru also had a big threat of playing rook a2 and using the rook and bishop.
Move 41. So the players are spoiled. They get 1 second per move from here.
well, Hikaru will appreciate that 1 second because he has just over 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, I think you have to do something. You have to sacrifice here.
But it's also very dangerous because the two rooks will be very active of black.
Yeah, but they're going to be active anyway, Judith.
And also king e6, king f5 coming up with the king. So white is getting a worse position now. Typically, you can see the knight on a5, bishop on d5. It just favors black so much.
Yeah, I think that's where Anish went wrong. He needs to win, so he took a risk. He put his knight on the edge of the board, but it has backfired. His knight now has no influence, and black is coming in from both sides of the board. That white king is living a charmed existence, even if black does start advancing, as you say, Judith, in the near future. It looks really promising now for Hikaru. I think he'll first improve one of his rooks. And the one thing Hikaru has to avoid is trading off all the rooks. White's knight will come back to dark squares. Good knight versus bad bishop, but yeah, as long as he keeps one set of rooks on the board, black is super active, no weaknesses. The bishop holds everything together. And a draw does favour black, so he can run away from these trades, force Anish to repeat. Winning chances dwindling.
Totally. Hikaru now in full control. And somehow you want to magically transport that king on g3 to c5. And then, it would be a different situation. But that king is not going to run there.
Well, now black's pieces are simply much more active. The rooks, the king is also potentially reaching out to f5 and the bishop.
We're going to probably see a trade of rooks because Anish is forced to keep blocking that renegade rook on a1.
But Naka doesn't want the exchange of rooks. He just wants to repeat the position. And wow, second time we've seen this position. And eventually Anish has to gamble. He has to go for the win. A draw is no good. And he gives up one of his rooks for that proud black bishop. But Judith, you called it, those black rooks so active. Some checkmating threats on the cards.
And that a5 knight is so badly placed. Maybe rook d6? No, black will be going back with his king.
I was thinking of f5 or something, but you cannot even do these kind of things.
Well, now simply rook e2, rook d2.
Yeah.
Hikaru will get white's rook off the board. The black king is going to come in. Black looks like he's winning this position. The evaluation bar still not reacting. Maybe he's building a fortress, but white will never win this position.
Oh, yeah. That's for sure. It's going to be a 6-1 kind of position. King d7 and then king e6.
Plenty of time for Hikaru as well. He does have that 1 second increment and he does have just under 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, this is why I feared for Anish. Out of the opening, Hikaru is so good in these types of endgames. He's trying his best, Anish. He's gone pawn hunting with the white knight, but white's pawn's also dropping and he won't be left with enough winning material.
And another pawn will fall off the board. Will we see a handshake from Anish?
Any moment now, trying some last tricks, but white's only left with a pawn. The white knight on its own will not deliver checkmate. And okay, Hikaru playing for the win, not trying to eliminate that white pawn. He doesn't just want a draw now.
Yeah. I mean, if yeah, there you go. We see that the game has finished and Hikaru wins the Armageddon. Walks away with 1.5 points. And there you can see the players discussing the game. Well played by Hikaru, just resourcefully holding tight his position whilst Anish put him under tremendous pressure.
Yeah, it would have been easy to get into trouble as black in those difficult endgame positions, but Hikaru stayed calm, and when he got his opportunity, when white put his knight on the edge of the board, he worked his magic, Judith. Really nice performance there.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great performance by Nakamura. Strange choice kind of by Anish going into this endgame, because Hikaru is a very stable player, and he feels, I think, pretty comfortable also to play out the Berlin endgames.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that means we have 3 classical games remaining, and checking out the bird's eye view, I see it is a queen and pawn ending for Gukesh against Magnus, whereas the game where everyone had their eyes on between Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana has followed that line that we indicated earlier on with Maurice.
Yeah, and we know that this is potentially decisive on the tournament standings. Shall we check in there?
Mm-hmm.
It feels like Fabiano has a knockout blow. He has a winning move, but he has paused right now for 10 minutes. He's trying to work out all of the details. We did predict this position here with Maurice. Maurice was trying to get this black bishop into the game. That feels like it could be the final ingredient in a winning attack, but how to do it and how to just break white's defenses here. Currently, black is a rook down, so time is of the essence. Where do we start? What's going through
C5?
Fabiano's mind? C5, you want to come out with a check. And I remember we highlighted this and the evaluation bar didn't approve for some mysterious reason. Maybe it just gives white enough time to push the pawn and run away.
Was it here that c5 was not good enough?
Yeah, so maybe you should do a check first, right?
Queen d3?
Yeah. And then I guess you have, if you go king f2, it's more than sufficient, right, to go rook takes bishop. I'm hoping.
I think so.
I think so, right. That's what I would guess it. So if you have to go king e1, now c5?
Or e5. That's another option. And bishop g4.
Yeah, so we can open up the bishop this direction, we can open up the bishop this direction. You just have to choose here if you're Fabi. Queen and rook alone, unlikely to deliver checkmate. Where is the win? He's doing the right thing. This is great and instructive for everyone. Just he knows.
And he plays queen d3 check.
Yeah.
He's precise all the time.
He's precise, and also he knows he has a draw up his sleeve, so it's easier to sacrifice a rook if you know you can repeat moves. Just in case, if everything goes wrong, you can give a couple of queen checks, but of course he wants more.
So let's see what is the move. c5. What can white do against that?
c5, again, it depends on whether the white queen can come back in time, maybe give some checks.
Queen d8, bishop b5, queen e7, king g6.
And white can take this pawn, queen takes e6 at the end. And let's put this on the board.
But maybe c5, queen d8, and maybe...
Just to show, bishop b5 does threaten checkmate in one, but it does allow the white queen to check and come back, covering this square. So, Judith, you wanted something else in this position?
No, it seems like it doesn't work.
Maybe now we give the check.
Queen e4 check.
Because now, yeah, king f2 walks into queen takes pawn check. Due to this pin, the white bishop cannot take the queen. This looks decisive, and yeah, if you go to f1, the key detail is now there's a check, and this will be checkmate. Next move, killer on the diagonals. Do you think that's going to be found?
I'm sure. I mean, here he has to be calculating all the possibilities, and there is not much, I believe. I mean, you have this queen e4 idea, you have c5, e4, and you have to check queen e4 in every move. After c5, before c5, but now that would be a repetition.
So he tried to go via e4 with the black queen. Now it feels like he's got the perfect square. c5, is this just the end? How does white stop this? I don't see it. I can't bring my rook in just to show the rook can try to defend, but now the king gets actually trapped within its own pieces. Checkmate coming next move.
Well, probably king. Yeah.
Could you just run away?
Well, king f2, rook d2.
Any time in these positions, yeah, king f2 will be met by a capture. And black simply has too many pawns, and it will likely end in checkmate anyway. Wow.
What a game by Fabi.
Yeah, what a brilliant idea. Brilliant choice of opening as well, you know, just to go into a type of position where you would think that Firouzja would be in his element. But Fabi had it all worked out. Very impressive.
And that's the thing, the top players, well, players in general, they want to be the ones attacking. Defending is hard, and this is one of those cases. Firouzja grabbing a rook, but likely to be punished.
Certainly, and it's all to do with the fact that white's pieces are just badly placed. And there we see Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana just sitting there. Fabi contemplating, calculating those lines. And we're going to leave those players there because we are joined by a very special guest in our studio. We've nicknamed you our fourth commentator, but really you're just grandmaster extraordinaire, Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, congratulations on that victory in the Armageddon.
Yeah, thank you. It was obviously a very choppy Armageddon game. I think most Armageddon games are going to be like that, unless it's a smooth one-way game for the player with the black pieces. But I think in the game it was very messy, and then towards the end there was a certain point where I was able to start playing quicker after I played this whole b5, c6, and once I was able to start making moves instantly, I think Anish kind of fell apart. And I feel that if I get to those situations where I can make a lot of moves very quickly, I'm going to win a lot of the Armageddon games. That being said, like the game against Wesley should have been pretty similar, and I found a way to lose that one. But overall, I'm quite happy with my play, and that's, the classical portion matters more than anything else.
Mm-hmm. And so you mentioned that in the confessional that the classical game was all preparation, well, up to a point.
Yeah, I mean, there was a game between, I think, Firouzja and Pragnananta on this line before. Obviously, like, I play a little bit of everything. I played the Sicilian in the American Cup back in March, and also in the Chess Champions Tour, I played this Rosslimo line with e5 multiple times against Fabiano and others. And I think for Anish, who wasn't expecting me to play this g6 variation, and I mean, it's sort of the same problem I had against Magnus in the third round, where when I played Magnus, I could only look at so many different openings. And so for Anish, there's only so many things he could look at, and he didn't look at this, and so he had to fall back on a line that he knew quite well. And unfortunately for him, it was the line that I was more or less expecting, and so it was just very, very easy for me to hold. And I mean, I think with three blacks, not really being in much danger. I mean, okay, the Gukesh game was a little bit up and down, but just not being in a lot of danger, it's been very, very good so far.
Mm-hmm. And your Armageddon game, I mean, were you surprised that he played into your Berlin, your favorite defense?
Not super surprised. I think the endgame maybe, I suspect it's actually more favorable in a 5 versus 4 than in a 10 versus 7, if I had to guess. And the main reason is because I felt that he was up about a minute or 2 minutes, but he had to sort of find moves. And I think the critical moment, he had about 7 minutes or 6.5 minutes. I had about like 4.5 maybe. And you have to use that time, and if you don't find the win right there, then the player with the black piece has too much time. Whereas in a 5 versus 4, I think it would have been down to like 3, 2.5. It would have been a lot trickier to defend. But I think the main thing is that when he didn't find the clearest idea, and then I just played this b5 line, which I actually didn't know if it was good or not good, but when I played this whole b5, c6, all my moves I could play in 1 second. And when I can start playing the moves instantly, then Anish has to think, it just starts going the wrong direction. I think that's generally the theme of Armageddon's for the player with the white piece. If you don't have the quick moves, and like the player with the black piece can make a lot of quick moves, it just becomes very difficult. Yeah, so it is what it is.
It is, yeah. And so in general, with this format, do you prefer the black side of the Armageddon?
I mean, I think I will always prefer the black side of the Armageddon no matter what. Again, I think if I look at it realistically, I mean, the game against Wesley, I should have won that Armageddon. Obviously, I didn't win it. Then against Magnus with the white piece, I got absolutely nothing. So I think black is a big advantage in general. But again, it also depends how fast you are, how much blitz you play, and these different things. But I will always take black in an Armageddon game if given the choice.
Yeah. And how are you feeling about this tournament in general?
I mean, there are two ways of looking at it. The first one is to look at the objective overall score and the standings. The second one is to look at the classical portion and just sort of exclude the whole Armageddon circus. And I think for me, I just look at the classical portion more than anything else. And I've played pretty well. I think I haven't done anything too stupid, and that's my goal. So I feel like overall, I'm playing as well as I can play. And if some of the players are going to win all their games in the classical portion, like that's just how it goes. Like Fabiano, if he wins again, I think it's going to be very, very difficult to catch him.
Yeah, and it's certainly looking promising in the Fabiano game.
Is this a King's Gambit?
You're right, Hikaru. We have a second King's Gambit in the tournament. We have to ask, what inspired that against Magnus?
Well, the main thing that inspired is I prepared it for the Chess Champions Tour event, the one which I played here from Stavanger. I prepared it for Firouzja, and then in the game, Firouzja didn't play e5 against me. So it was sort of a half preparation, half inspired idea. And then because I had prepared it for that match in the Champions Tour, I decided to use it because why not? And besides, it makes for good content anyway. And yeah, but it looks like, I'm kind of surprised though, because this variation, Wesley, this was a d5 variation, right? The whole d5 bishop b5 line, and I mean it's completely fine for black, but I actually feel like Tari has a lot more than I mean, if I could have gotten this position against Magnus with white, I would have been very, very happy. So I'm surprised.
Wow, are you impressed though that Arian has followed your lead?
Well, actually, he's doing exactly the same thing, because he also played this d3 line against the Marshall. So, although I was confused by what he did, because he could have like killed that game, and then at some point he was slightly worse, which it just really confused me, because like when Magnus played Queen H4 against me, obviously this line leads to a forced draw.
But I think the rationale behind like not playing queen h4 is to play something else where the game goes on. But of course, the reason Magnus didn't do it against me is because you can kill it with the white piece where black is nothing. But then when Wesley did it, Arian, like he killed it, but then he didn't kill it when Wesley didn't play the absolute main line. So I was a little bit confused by that. But I mean, I know that Arian's a fan who watches my stream quite a bit, so it's not too surprising. But I do hope for his sake he can win this because he's been quite unlucky in the tournament. I mean, he was completely blowing Noterbeck off the board, and then he didn't play this queen b4, queen b2. I don't even know why, but for his sake, I hope he can find a way because he's a very, very, very good player, and I think his score it doesn't really reflect how well he's played.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think about his chances here?
I don't know if I like, I mean, it feels like somehow bishop a1, this whole thing with this queen e6, bishop e7, I feel like it's gotten better for Wesley than it was before. That being said, I mean, if you play knight takes f6, bishop takes f6, bishop c3, e4 is probably the idea here. So if that's the idea, you kind of have to stop it. I don't like that because now after bishop takes, because if you could get bishop f6, bishop c3 with the queen on e4, I think white is clearly better here. But now after bishop takes f6, maybe you can play rook e1, rook b4,
bishop c3 then.
And bishop c3, rook a4, and king b2. But then there are tricks. I mean, this game, I think really the next couple of moves are absolutely critical. I'm shocked that Wesley hasn't taken with the bishop yet, because if you play pawn takes bishop c3, the diagonal towards h8, just, I mean, optically it looks insane to play that. So, okay, it does take with the bishop, rook e1 played. I mean, maybe rook b4, the idea is to play bishop takes e5 also. Yeah, this position, I'm starting to like it more and more for Arian here, because, okay, rook f8 looks like the correct move, because bishop c3 again runs into e4. And if queen e4, there's rook b4 always. Maybe here you can play d3, maybe. d3, rook b4, king b1, something like this. I mean, this is a position I'd love to have half an hour to think with the white pieces. So, I mean, of course, I can't tell what the bar is saying, but intuitively it feels like white should be better here. But it feels like it's something where you need time to think. My intuition tells me white should be better, but I don't see it in the split second, and you don't really have the time to think. And now after e4, I think Wesley's getting all the counterplay. Probably takes with the pawn, because you take with the queen, there might be queen c4. Rook b4, queen c5.
We're heading in that direction.
Still tricky, though. Still tricky. Still a lot of play here. Like, rook b4, queen c5, rook e5, queen a7. So probably rook b4, maybe just queen a6 even. Again. But yeah, it feels to me like Tari's misplayed this. Like, there was probably something in that critical moment. I'm not sure what, but it feels like it. And I think the bar actually was saying white was better, right?
Yeah, significantly.
Yeah, it comes back to what I've said. I mean, there's certain positions where you can sort of intuitively, you can feel like there's something there. You don't quite know what it is, but you can sort of feel like it has to be better. Apparently, rook e5 is a blunder. I don't know why. Or, I mean, this could be the Chess.com engine.
Maybe there was just something stronger. It doesn't look like it loses anything.
Yeah, but queen a7, even just h6, h5. This is the problem, though. Black's moves become too easy. This is the exact problem. Black can play like h5, g5, g4. You can go rook g5. You have very minimal plans to consider here. And Tari has to figure out what even his plan is. C3? C3?
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and look at this. Double question mark from Black's move here. Wesley's blundered his rook. It's trapped.
No!
Oh, he misses it.
And we see the cross there because he missed the opportunity to trap that black rook on b4. That's so easy to miss, but huge opportunity.
That would have won the game. He would have won the game up 2 minutes up a rook. He would have won there. That's really really tragic. Yeah. Now e takes d3. But after rook d3, it still goes on though. I mean, the endgame's not dead now. Again, now it's not dead because black doesn't have the central pawn, doesn't have the passed e pawn anymore. I mean, I assume it's still after rook e4, but okay, takes queen c6, rook e1 maybe, then rook c3, rook e2, g3.
Can you try to go queen c3 and?
Yeah, I was saying queen a8, king h7, queen c6, rook e1, queen c3, takes rook e2, g3. Maybe, but g3, f3, king b2, f2, rook f3 is probably winning for white. So, yeah, this goes on. I think probably what we'll get is queen a8, king h7, queen c6, rook e2.
Wow.
He's going for queen d3, rook d8 and queen d3. I mean, it's a try, but this doesn't look right. It doesn't look right.
Okay. And tomorrow you'll be playing white against Ariane. So what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, he's obviously the lowest rated player in the tournament, so I will definitely have to take my chances. But again, I think if you try to just prepare something, play something, and hopefully a bit of a surprise. I mean, we'll see.
Okay. And also, we're very appreciative of your confessionals. And of course, there are thousands of viewers watching your streams and enjoying that as well. So do you have a message for them?
Well, I don't think there's a message, but I know some people thought that I was doing it just because I can't help myself. But I mean, that actually isn't the reason I've been doing it. It's simply because I feel like it's something that's good for the fans to have some idea of what's going on. Obviously, for me, it's very natural to do anyway. But I think it's something that, you know, I've said this before. I think I've said this quite a few times. But fundamentally, if I look at chess as a game, just if someone comes off the street and they don't know anything about chess, they see two people sitting down playing a game, they're going to find it very boring. They're going to understand what's going on. What is this? It has no meaning per se. And so I think for me, when I think about the bigger picture, you know, you have to try and make it interesting. You have to make it more accessible. And so for someone who's watching the commentary and they want to get some insight, by doing that, I'm giving them an idea of what's happening. And I think it's really, really critical. And I kind of wish some of the other players would do it, but you know, there's only so much you can ask for at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point there. And Hikaru, thank you so much for joining the show. Thank you so much for doing your entertaining confessionals, and we wish you good luck and hope to hear more from you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. And meanwhile, okay, this endgame has really livened up. It's a race at this point. Black's F-pawn running, White's A-pawn running. Anything could happen. The clocks are getting low. Wesley down to 2 minutes, but he does have the valuable 1 second increment just now that they've passed move 40, and Ariane fighting for his life. It feels like he's lost control, Judith. Has it all gone wrong for White, or is he still in this? White's A-pawn dangerous.
Well, you never know in a rook endgame. They say that every rook endgame is a draw, unless it's not. And when there are pawns running around and there is a race, you can go wrong in any second, I must say. And I don't see exactly how White wants to play. Probably A7, which after rook E8, for example, rook A6, then F2, then he can go back. Well, Black has an extra pawn, but it's not clear whether he will be able to convert it.
And well, big threat on the board of A7, so that's why Wesley locks the rook down to the 7th row. Oh, and Wesley's king is now marching up the board.
Wow.
We're off to the races again.
Well, then now it's an interesting idea maybe to go rook F6 and after H5 to go rook F5, because the king is tied down a bit to the H5 pawn after that, which maybe Black should be sacrificing after king comes through H2 and G2, H3 and G2.
Wow, he's going with the White king, Ariane, but this is a very slow plan. Black looks ahead here in the race. It's just shocking to me that the evaluation bar is in the center, because this looks anything but drawn. It feels like one side is going to be ahead here, but he simply wants to win that black rook. He wants to push his A-pawn forward. The black rook will have to give its life up, and then the white C-pawn runs. Black's got 2 passed pawns though, and Wesley doesn't have any time to calculate. Just over 1 minute now. Ariane, a minute up on the clock, and that could be vital.
Well, it can easily happen that we end up in an endgame where Black has only a pawn versus a queen. And actually, I don't understand why White went all the way to... because check. Yes, A7.
Yep, and Black's rook has to give itself up now. Surely. White's about to make a new queen. Wesley just doing some calculation.
I think it's a great try what Tari was just doing, but...
Oh, but it's going to be a race, and the white king is on a square where the black pawn is now threatening to promote with a nasty check. If the white king was anywhere else, White would be doing well. Suddenly...
But he can go and G1 check.
G1 always comes with a check. Once Black makes a new queen, the white king is hit. Maybe he missed this.
Yeah, and there we can see that our evaluation bar is actually more a table-based bar, because when there are less than 7 pieces on the board, chess has basically been solved. And there we can see it is completely in Wesley's favor.
what's happening here? The white pawn is running, and very quickly.
Yeah, but actually it's maybe black wins.
Yeah, although suddenly I'm not so sure. We might even get a queen endgame.
But can't you go king g3?
And it's a bishop's pawn, so you can just give up the rook and just push the pawn to c7, even if black makes a queen first. It's just a dead draw, no? Just take that pawn and push to c7. There's going to be stalemating ideas. Queen versus pawn, queen against bishop's pawn is a well-known draw, no?
Yeah,
it is.
What am I missing here?
Yes, but Tari is not playing for a draw.
Oh, wait,
No.
sorry, of course. I forgot the Armageddon rules. Poor Ariane. He found a way to save the game from maybe a lost position, but yeah, I was met by silence. I was like, wait, what have I missed? It's just a dead draw. But of course, a draw counts as a win for Wesley. And there we go. Handshake, stalemate. And Wesley takes the points.
Yeah. It will be not a happy moment when Tari will get to know that he missed winning a rook in one move with c3.
Heartbreak.
It is heartbreaking. It's very unlucky for Ariane, but so be it. It is the rules of the game. He does take a share of the points. He walks away with 1 point, and Wesley So will net 1.5 points for that Armageddon victory. And it's so nice, despite all the emotion of Armageddon, that the players are sat there analysing their game.
Yeah, and eventually the players do get up. Most likely they're interested in what's going on in the other boards. If we zoom out again, there's so much action everywhere here in Stavanger at Norway Chess. And we have 2 results. We have 2 Armageddons locked in, 3 games still in progress. It looks like we might see a decisive result, though, any second now. Our leader, Fabiano Caruana, about to take yet another win. And he's just been so impressive so far. His technique has been flawless. Judith, is he going to close it out?
Well, I don't think that he's going to miss anything in this game when he plays one of the best game of his life, I believe, because it was a brilliant rook sacrifice, what he did. He played very well, and actually he plays incredibly well all the way from the very start of this tournament.
Absolutely. Incredibly impressive game. And there with that check, are we going to see a result?
I think we're also going to see a result elsewhere between Mamedyarov and Abdusattorov. They're about to repeat moves and agree a draw any second. So that looks like the next game to finish while we await developments between Firouzja and Caruana. We'll go in a deeper dive any moment now, but there we see just this very second Mamedyarov has agreed the draw with Abdusattorov. Simply nothing to do in that endgame. Great defense actually in the end by Mamedyarov, who was a pawn down but found enough activity to hold the result, to hold the balance.
Fantastic defense by Mamedyarov, and that means we will see our third Armageddon of the day in approximately 20 minutes. Whereas 2 games still remaining, Fabiano looks like he's putting it in the back of the net against Alireza Firouzja, but Magnus Carlsen still playing a queen ending against Gukesh.
But still, it's interesting how Fabiano is going to be winning, right? Because you have a feeling for it, and the bar goes down very low. But black has 3 pawns for the exchange. But the question is, what is the best way of winning, right? Can black give checks, and does it lead anywhere? That's the first question. Maybe queen e3, queen king h2, queen e5 check. And then...
and the king keeps running, king g1.
Then queen e1 and queen h4, at least I'm winning a pawn.
Ooh.
Though I'm not 100% sure that it's so good for black, because suddenly the h1 rook can be powerful.
He's doing the same thing?
Ah, yeah, this is much easier. This is a much easier way of doing it. Of course, check on h4, then... and then eventually maybe he will just grab the d6 pawn.
Right, and
if there's nothing better.
He just has to make sure that his queen can hold that contact point with the g7 square, and it's all good.
Just grabbing all the pawns. It's like a windmill here. It's like a Ferris wheel almost. He's just going round and round with the black queen, winning all these pawns. And now he can give another check via f4 or e5. Grab this d6 pawn. And yes, the white rook might get active, but it looks like too many pawns.
There is one tiny trap that I can see. So, for instance, if you were to go queen takes pawn on d6.
Yeah. Queen takes d6. I think we'll be
No,
seeing
no,
it any moment.
there's no trap. I'm hallucinating.
There we go. Another pawn drops. It's
Yeah.
currently 6 pawns against 1 for Fabi, but one of those will drop now.
So after rook h7, is it queen g3?
Queen g3.
But
Or
rook takes
queen
h7 is impossible. Black plays queen f8 and trades off the queens.
Yeah, so queen f8 is the other move, and probably that's the simplest.
Yeah. White has to just take that pawn with the queen now.
Yeah. And Fabi, plenty of time, 8 minutes.
Not plenty of... Oh, sorry, 17 minutes for Fabi. 8 minutes for
Oh, sorry,
Firouzja.
yes, my apologies.
Yeah, Firouzja here, he's been playing every move instantly because he's had no other legal move. It's so depressing when your opponent just gives you no option other than to just hope for the draw, hope for the repetition, and this is the remnants of what has happened. Oh, he does play rook takes pawn. At least creating a threat. Mate in 1. Rook takes g7 threatened. But moment of truth, Judith. Do you think he's going to go active with the black queen or trade off?
Trade off.
Cynical but effective. And we see a resignation.
What a
Firouzja.
game.
Beautiful.
What a game.
To me, it was perfection. Like from the choice of opening to the way he handled the complications. Wonderful, wonderful game by Fabiano Caruana. And, well, he's racing ahead. 10.5 points.
Massive lead now in the
It's
tournament.
huge.
Wow. With the black pieces against Firouzja, it is quite something.
Yeah. Ooh, and on that note, I think it's time for us to take a breather, and we will see you shortly in a few minutes with some more of the thrilling action.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
So I loved puzzles. I loved solving any puzzle you put in front of me. So chess was a natural for my brain. It was the unsolvable puzzle. It wasn't one of those things you just looked at, here is the puzzle, what's the solution? It was a puzzle inside of an enigma, inside of a mystery. Like, what is this game? And there was so much to it. The more you learn, the more there was to learn. So that puzzle solving gift that I had, or desire, wish, I would do crossword puzzles back in the day as well as a high school kid. Fell in love with New York Times crossword puzzles. I had to do one of those every day that the puzzle came out in the paper. So I always was a puzzle solver, and I think that made it easy for me to transfer over that skill set to chess.
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs, and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challengers ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Nodibek Abdusatorov and Gukesh Domaraju. 2 established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. 2 more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Shakhriyar Mamadyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Arian Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
Welcome back, and it's time to reignite that chess fire as the Norway Chess Round 4 continues. And there we see the playing venue where Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh are in action. And here in the studio, we are joined by a very special guest. It is a privilege to have here with us Fabiano Caruana, and you just defeated Alireza Firouzja. And all I can say is, what a game. That worked to perfection.
Yeah, it was a very strange game. I'd surprised him in the opening, for sure. I don't play this line. I don't play the French too much, in fact. And he played a very dangerous line, and not one that I really remembered the details, but then he played this crazy move, knight d6. I didn't even understand. Like, I'm not in danger after that. It's, like, maybe best case he's a bit worse, and worst case he just loses on the spot. Because I am 2 pawns up, and I didn't see his compensation. I thought he can castle, and okay, I was going to bail out with queen c4. I thought that's why I played bishop d7. I thought the endgame he's probably equalizing, but I wasn't opposed to a draw. And then he played knight d6, and I had my choice of like queen b4 instead of f6. Or okay, f6 looked really, really natural, and yeah, the rest of the game was pretty smooth. Although he even blundered at the end, rook h7. I mean, at least queen h7. The fight continues. I still have to work for it. He missed rook at queen f8. Like, as soon as he played it, I saw on his face that he had immediately seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Fabi, you mentioned knight d6 as maybe the critical moment. Did you see any way back from him for him from there?
Not really. So I was looking at castle. I mean, I have so many options. I guess I'm okay in many ways. But queen c4, I didn't want to play with my king in the center with queens on. Like queen d2 I think is not good for him, because I can take on d4, play bishop b4 or something. So I thought he'll take on c4. Yeah, I thought that this is good for black. Ooh, did I miss something? Or
no, I don't think you did. I just changed the position, sorry. So queen takes c4, d takes c4,
yeah.
You mentioned as a bailout.
Yeah, I think, okay, he takes on c6, bc, knight d6. I guess it's about equal. And I was happy that in case of like any other move, like if he doesn't take on c6 and plays f5, for example, I can take on d4, and I have this nice little trick. If knight d4, if rook d4, then bishop c5. And if he takes on d7, takes bishop c5, king c6, and I pick up a piece. So I thought, okay, it looks like a safe endgame, and I really didn't. I was kind of worried when he went for the sacrifice, because I knew that it was possible. I didn't remember any details. After rook d1, I remembered rook b3 is kind of the most popular move, and yeah, so I just wanted. I was happy with the draw, and then he played knight d6. I didn't understand it because, like, I thought I have many ways to be much better. For example, I thought instead of f6, I can, let's say, play like bishop d6 ed. Yeah, instead of f6, queen b4 is, for example, probably he'll play c3, queen d6 and try to find compensation for 3 pawns. Maybe he has enough. I thought this wasn't enough for him either, but okay, f6 and my king goes to f7 seemed really, really clean to me. And I think he shouldn't take on c6, but he can't castle, which is the main issue, right? My queen on c4 stops him from castling.
Yeah, and you mentioned just to fast forward to the final position, just to blunder. Did he miss Queen f8 in the final position?
Yeah, 100%. He, like, as soon as he picked up the rook, I think I made some sort of expression, and then he like shook his head. So I think he kind of realized that immediately that Queen f8 trains queens. Like Queen h7, I thought maybe Bishop e2 is super accurate. I just need to consolidate, like get my bishop to somewhere good, because I stopped Queen h5, which was his only idea, and if I get c4, bishop on d3, for example, it's just hopeless. King f2, I thought maybe he can try to get the rook to b1, but King f2, bishop g4, rook b1, I can always put my queen on c7 or something, I thought. And I don't see how he's, like, unless he has some tactics, it just, my pawns will roll, right? 4 pawns, it's quite a lot.
Can we go back for the moment where he played Queen a7 and you went Rook b2? I would be interested, how long did you see that line? Did you see that Queen a8 taking the Rook is losing completely, or you were just sure that you at least have a draw?
So when I played f6, I kind of saw this. I thought it was winning. I mean, it's like a very natural line. I mean, he's taking on a7, taking the rook. He's just capturing everything. And when we actually got here, because I still have a choice of, let's say, queen b4 and taking on d6, I decided to like calculate it out more or less to the end. I think it's clear that black always has a drawn hand. Like there's absolutely no risk, which makes it a very easy decision. But of course, I realize that I'm also sort of probably winning here, so I don't want to spoil it. And so let's say after rook b2, I wasn't sure he would take the rook. I thought he could play like rook c1, but you know, he still can't castle, and I can always play either rook f8 or I can try to pick up the d pawn whenever I want with queen b4. He's kind of not moving, so I wasn't worried. At least that, like, I'm much better, maybe winning. And then he took the rook. I kind of expected it. And the only thing I was considering, like, I thought, okay, bishop d2 is forced because rook d2, queen c1. There's like one important detail here, which is that after rook d2, queen c1, king e2, I take on d2, take on h1, and queen d8, queen g2, and wherever his king runs, I always have a way to get to the light squares. Like, let's say king d1. I always have, I mean, I might have multiple ways. I might have a way to get to b7 as well, but very simple is queen g4 and e5, right? I might even have a way to pick up his d pawn, like maybe queen g1. But once I saw this, I was pretty confident. And then I thought what he did is forced, but h4 kind of surprised me. I thought queen d8 was critical. This is what I was more expecting. I mean, I figured there's, like, okay, queen e4, because I can't play bishop e5. He gets the e pawn and defends against mate. So queen e4, king f2 is forced now. I can pick up a pawn on f4. We repeat the position. Let's say queen f4, king e1, queen e4, king f2. And so I wasn't sure if I can provoke g3 and then play bishop e5 or play it right now. And I thought maybe I would play it immediately because I didn't see after bishop e5 how he defends. Oh, wait, bishop e5 is a blunder. What is maybe rook e1, queen d4, rook e3 is that possibly a draw?
Rook e1. I've just been a bit naughty here. Apparently h3 is okay for white, but I mean, this is just very engine-like defense.
So do I provoke g3 like with queen h4 instead of queen e4? And then I can get the same position with the pawn on g3. Maybe that's winning. No, I mean, like with the king on
e1.
Yeah, let's say king e1, queen h4, g3 is forced, queen e4, king f2, and now bishop e5.
Yep.
This is I wasn't sure if I should provoke this g3 or not. Like he made it easy for me because this queen d8 was still kind of tough. And now h3, his king has nowhere to hide. And rook e1, queen d4, rook e3. I still thought it was like some work to be done, but I guess after I pick up on d2, maybe just d4. Yeah. Or I have queen d1, queen f1 even. Okay. Yeah, queen d1. Well, everything probably wins at this point. So I would still have to find this queen h4, but I kind of saw the idea, but I wasn't 100% sure.
But all in all, a smooth game, Fabi. And now you've extended your lead at the top of the table. Feeling confident?
Yeah, it's been going very well. I didn't expect today to go so well. I really thought that a draw would be a good result. I mean, like with black pieces, and I was actually looking forward to Armageddon. It's fun. I wasn't confident in Armageddon, but I thought it would be fun.
And yesterday you had a rest day. I mean, how do you feel about playing chess after these breaks? Is it difficult to regain the momentum?
No, I like the rest day. It's I don't think it breaks your momentum because one day you still feel like you're in the mode for chess. So it didn't feel like I was, let's say, you don't get rusty after one rest day, but there's a lot of preparation and potentially 2 games every day, so it's easy to lose energy. So the rest days are quite nice.
Mm-hmm. And will you reveal the design of your sweater? How did you guys do?
Well, we didn't win.
Okay.
But I don't know if it was ranked besides the winner.
Well, we'll find out.
Am I allowed to say the winner, or is this some sort of secret?
I think you're allowed.
I think you're allowed to. Well, we can give it a...
So it was Anish and Noterbeck, their team. And they came up with a design where you have one queen in the middle, and then it's surrounded by like 1 million pawns. and the color are kings. And they had a message, or at least Anish had a message. I'm not sure if I should say it, because maybe he wants to reveal the message. And he probably does if you ask him at some point, but I'll keep that a secret for now.
Okay then. Thank you very much, Fabi, for joining us in the studio, and good luck in remaining games.
Thank you.
Thank you. And in the meantime, one classical game still going on, and that's between Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh. And of course, we have a big Armageddon game coming up between Mamedyarov and Nordibek Abdusattorov, and that will be starting in approximately the next 2 minutes. And should we dive in and have a peek at this endgame?
Yeah, this game has changed a lot since we were last here between Gukesh and Magnus, and it's been one-way traffic for most of it. Still, the equilibrium has rarely been disturbed, but it's only black who has been doing the running. It's only black who can win this. Magnus trying his best to grind down his young opponent, and it's a queen endgame. It's a level number of pawns, but this is where the white A pawns really don't make a great impression. They are completely cancelled out by black's 1 A pawn, so it's all about the kingside majority, 2 versus 1 there. If queens disappear, black is simply winning. But Judith, any chance for Magnus to win while queens remain on the board?
Well, it's a very interesting endgame, I must say. Indeed, the 2 A pawns is not giving too much to white's position. The question is whether can black be hiding with his king from the perpetual checks, or if there is no perpetual check, how he can improve his position, right? Because right now it's black to move, white is attacking the A5 while the E1 queen is protecting it. But for now, G3, for example, would not give anything extra for black, because king H3 and the G3 pawn would be more of a weakness right now. So black has to think of somehow to improve his position. The question is, for example, well, the queen on B6 actually is very well placed because it's attacking the A5 pawn. At the same time, it's also attacking the F6 pawn. So now the queen can't really move to some places. The king from G5 has to defend the pawn on F6. The pawn cannot be moving to F5 probably because there is a starting checks with queen d8, king f4, queen d6. So it's very difficult right now for black to continue the game. Queen e5 seems to be the most logical move. And so from e5, it's defending, centralizing the queen is very important in endgames, queen endgame especially. Defending the f6 and the a5, and after that the king can be marching ahead. But the question is how to march ahead, because after queen e5, if let's say we dive into any line, then queen e5, king h1, and if let's say black goes king h4, white can simply go queen f2. And now I see a beautiful stalemate idea. Queen g3.
Yes.
Okay, queen f6 we have. But can you imagine to play a3? If the f6 pawn would be a3, queen h2, g3.
Beautiful.
But of course, queen f6 is much simpler. But I was wondering how I can manage some stalemate setup, study-like events.
Wow, that's why they do say put your king in the corner if you're a pawn down, because sometimes there are stalemating ideas. Nice resource there.
So it's very difficult for black to start playing for a win, right? This is what black should be trying. What about playing queen e5 and after king h1 to centralize it to d5, the queen? Because then I cover some very important square like d8. So after that I can push f5. And if queen e3 check, then king g6.
And interesting. Do you think ultimately that Gukesh will be able to defend this tricky ending with under 1.5 minutes on the clock?
That's a great question. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that Magnus will give a great headache.
Yeah, but I want a yes, no.
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 No, Magnus, I think, is a big favourite in that one.
Okay.
He's the ultimate queen endgame expert.
And okay, well, we have our third Armageddon appearing, and it's the game between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Nordibek Abdusattorov. And we have to remember the Armageddon format. White will have 10 minutes, black will have 7 minutes. They will get a 1 second increment after move 40. And the most important point, black will win with a draw.
Yeah, and it's early days in this one. We've only had 9 moves. It started out as a queen's gambit declined. And after the first trade of pawns, just on the last turn, Nordibek has jumped out with his knight, trying to initiate even more exchanges. And Mamedyarov says, yes, okay, let's trade off a set of knights. So black is going to be solid, but white will have a bit more space. Can he make anything of that space advantage? That is the big question. And, okay, there was a threat to ruin the white pawn structure, so Mamedyarov just simply drops back. This one looks like black is doing okay to me, Judith.
Black is doing fine, but white is doing fine too. So it's going to be, I think, a tough game. Of course, Mamedyarov will be trying. Not so easy though. Probably he'll come back maybe bishop d3, rook c1. Optionally, maybe at some point b4. Black obviously will not want to take on g3. He wants to keep the tension over there. It's not easy to gain advantage for white, that's for sure, but it's a game.
But white does have a plan of just simply lining up the rook and the queen on c2 and then penetrating onto c7. But okay, Mamedyarov is not a clinical player. He likes creativity, he likes to go forward, and he attacks the queen.
Yeah, and now the big question is how to deal with this hit on the black queen. And he answers it immediately. He drops back. Any bishop trades here would, you would think, get Abdusattorov closer to that desired draw. And I don't really like what Shak has done. I've got to say, I don't understand this last move. It just felt like a one-move threat, which is easily dealt with. And Abdusattorov, he's going to be completely fine, surely.
Maybe he has the idea of repeating the moves. The bishop will drop to g3, and then he's
but
1
second
closer.
You're not gaining time, as in many other tournaments.
That is true, but you are 1 move closer to that 1 second increment, which, okay, there you go, bishop b7 on the board. I mean, I agree with you. It does seem like a loss of tempo. I mean, my idea was to go queen c2, drop the bishop back to d3, pressure on c7. But
The problem was Abdusattorov was not obliged to repeat. Okay, now he goes with his bishop. And, okay, Mamedyarov burnt a lot of time on the clock. His 3-minute advantage has fizzled down to 1.5 minutes extra on the clock. And look at this, black is breaking out in the center. If the pawn structure becomes symmetrical, if the D and C pawns disappear, then you would think there's not too much life left there. He needs something now over the next 5 or 6 moves, Mamedyarov. Otherwise, Nordebek has solved all of his opening problems. And okay, he plays bishop b5. Some pressure on the black knight. Maybe hinting that he might ruin the black pawn structure if black doesn't simplify in the center right now.
The question is, will bishop f3 happen in the game right now to eliminate the knight? And because if the queen would take, then c takes d4, e takes d4. That's not something black should be afraid of. But black takes it without capturing on f3, takes on d4.
And captures with the knight. How the idea of knight c6 is in the air, so that's why Nordebek plays knight e5. Nice defensive.
What about f4?
Yeah, f4, hitting that black knight. It's committal, but it's a Mamedyarov type of move. It's on the board, kicking away the black knight from its beautiful square in the center, gaining a bit of time as well. You have to take these types of risks in Armageddon.
Absolutely. Now queen d5 is possible, the intermediate move before making a move with the knight.
Yep, you could hit that pawn on g2, but nope, he drops back instead with his knight. Now the black knight is on a bad square, it's on a bad circuit, and this gives white a little bit of leeway. Can he create any pressure?
Well, bishop c6 seems to be the most logical move, though maybe he does not want to make exchanges at this situation.
Yeah, again, Mamedyarov, we know him. He wants to play active chess. Okay, he activates that queen, therefore, via a4. Bit strange, a bit offside, you would think, that white queen, but still, ideas, just as you mentioned there, Judith, the white bishop at some point will come and neutralize black's very powerful piece on b7.
Well, and the idea, I believe, that he wants to bring his rook to d1, so asking the black queen, where is it going to be placing itself?
And perhaps you have ideas of e3, e4 as well, now that the queen is out there. Okay, well, big threat on the board of queen takes g2, and that has to be defended, and so that's why Mamedyarov intercepts that diagonal.
And I like what he's doing. Suddenly this white knight is one of the most powerful pieces on the board. Watch out for knight forks. Also this pawn under watchful gaze long term. Black's queen lacking squares as well. Is about to get hit by one of the white rooks. This one's turning in white's favor, surely.
While the g6 knight is really badly placed, now black is looking for counter chances, but the c6 knight is incredibly powerful.
Yeah, if you compare those two steeds, it's definitely the white piece on c6 that dominates, and also threats of trapping this queen potentially. Okay, the black queen lacking squares, but he's holding things together for now. If the black queen is attacked, she can sit on e2, at least for now. So holding together by a thread now, Abdusattorov. How to up the pressure for white.
Well, rook c2 seems like a good option, and then doubling the rook on the c file, for example. So now white has several options, which is extremely tempting.
Yeah, I like your one. Kick the black queen out of your camp, out of your half of the board, and just double up, stack up the rooks.
But it's also tempting to go rook fd1 and pushing the queen to e2 and having the rook all the way going to d7, for example.
Yeah, he still has a time advantage, Mamedyarov. He's about to make this big decision. He plays rook to c3. Interesting. Keeping the black queen where she is, but maybe threatening to trap her in different ways. And Nordebek has to decide how to arrange the black pieces. The rook on a8 is terrible. It's just stuck.
Isn't there a big threat of actually retreating the knight back to d4? And then the rook will come to d1?
Ooh, quite possibly. So various ideas of trapping this black queen behind enemy lines. And Nordebek, I think he should just retreat her. Just get out of the way before you have to calculate too much. And okay, he put his hand out and he retracted it, burning a lot of time on the clock.
Yes, because if you go back, let's say queen d6 or queen d7, then rook d1, and the queen is also going to be pushed back. And rook on c3, it's very nicely defending the e3 pawn, and later on maybe the battery with queen c2 can work in a much more powerful way than if the rook would be still on c1.
h5 on the board.
Really surprising. Nodebek solves his back rank problems. He gives the Black King some breathing space on h7, but it doesn't really signal this start of an attack, this h5 move. It feels like he's just playing, well, trying to play tricky chess here, hinting that maybe he'll play a move like h4 later. And Shak needs to activate his pieces. He gets his remaining rook into the game. Watch out for some tricks potentially on the c-file. Nothing threatened yet, as far as I can see, but the Black Queen really struggling for squares. She needs to get out of dodge, and rook c7, stopping any knight checks. Sensible move from Abdusattorov, and look, he stands up, checks the board above the players, the electronic board above where the players are sitting, just to see how close he is to getting that 1 second increment. 3 minutes left to make at least 14 moves before he gets 1 second.
It's interesting that why is that 1 second is so important exactly at this point when he still has like, 3 minutes?
Yeah, I think it's just a sign of nerves, right?
Yes. Yeah, this is what I want to point out, that to jump up from your chair and look at it, which move you're in.
Tension unbearable in there, in the auditorium. And okay, the Black Queen has been kicked out. Shak maneuvering his rooks, really sophisticated stuff. And he wants to kick back the Black Queen even further. The White King is a bit exposed though, so watch out for some counterattacks a bit later on if Abdusattorov can survive the coming moves. Now the Black Rooks also piled up. Everything on the c-file right now. White's knight is...
c2, threatening with knight e7.
I think he's going to play it. Queen back, and you threaten all sorts of tricks along this line, starting with a knight jump.
Well, the knight is under threat, so it does need to be protected.
Yeah. You cannot move your knight. If you retreat the knight, all the rooks come off the board, and the drawing margin increases for black.
But now knight a7 is possible. Actually, it's a pawn sacrifice.
Oh, is he going to play it? No.
Ade is not playing it. He didn't want to have his rook.
But now there's a big threat on the board.
There. Yeah, but black can go king h7 and threatening with knight e7.
And now he wants to cement that white knight on c6. He's advancing his queenside pawns. Shakhriyar here. If he gets a pawn to b5, it's going to be really hard for black to break out of the bind.
Mamedyarov, I believe, he is feeling comfortable in this position, having his knight on c6 and stabilizing it in the next move with b5. And that h5 pawn can be sometimes vulnerable, right? At some point.
Yeah, black's king is a bit airy as well. Okay, he tries to trade off these knights. Shakhriyar surely here is going to cement that knight by pushing his b-pawn.
He's making a move. No, he attacks the queen first.
Wow, he hits
but that's
the black queen.
You can just see that by the evaluation bar. That was a blunder.
What's happened there?
Oops.
Oh, suddenly, okay, a whole scrum of moves, and it looks like white is fine. The evaluation bar on black's side, though, what are we missing? I don't see it. Looks like white is fully in control still.
Well,
and, okay, e4 hitting the black knight now. We'll see a trade of pawns.
We'll come to that point later on, I think, because the moves are coming thick and fast. And now still everything to play for in this position, as black's king is rather shaky and white has a dominance there in the center.
Yes, and just while the tension mounts, let's quickly jump back to this position. Rook d4 was indeed a huge blunder, because after rook takes c6, black would have been winning. There's a counterattack against the white queen, no time to take black's queen, and a check would have been met by a block with the black knight. Really strong move here after rook takes. This is trouble for the white king. Next move. Actually, black will either take the rook or even just jump in with the other black rook with a killer attack. Missed opportunity for Nodebek Abdusattorov. Let's get back to the game, however. And this is the current position. Everything to play for, but white is breaking through. White has a strong knight. And the e6 pawn, a huge weakness. Is Mamedyarov going to do it?
Well, I think it will be very hard to hold it, because there are too many weaknesses. Knight e5, the g6 is a weakness. Rook e5 also very tempting to maneuver it to g5, and knight e5, f5 options, g4 options.
Absolutely. And yeah, of course, you can always pile up on the e6 pawn. This is in complete control mode for Shakhriyar, and Shakhriyar, of course, has a big time advantage as well. Abdusattorov now under 50 seconds on the clock. He will be getting a 1 second increment now, I think.
But it's too late because the g6 pawn is falling off in a very bad circumstances because next move is knight e5. Now Mamadjarov looks out what move they are, but
yeah, he has that luxury, Mamadjarov, with almost 3 minutes on the clock. He can afford to take a zoom out of the position, and he knows that he is dominating. He knows he's got a checkmating attack incoming. And wow, desperation from Abdusattorov, giving up on the g6 pawn, running with the king.
Oh, what a nice blow from Mamadjarov. Doesn't even take the pawn. Instead attacks the rook and going to grab that g6 pawn with the knight. Let's go. And there you see it. Nordebek resigns and Mamadjarov walks away with 1.5 points and a victory in Armageddon.
Experience won.
With a few twists and turns on the way.
Exactly. But he's seen before many these kind of things.
Yeah, in the end, Abdusattorov just didn't have the sufficient time on the clock to spot that one opportunity to turn things round, and Mamadjarov deservedly takes the win.
Oh, that means there's just one game outstanding, and that is between Gukesh and Magnus Carlsen, and the players are on seconds. What's happening here?
Well, both pawns are running, and one step away from being a queen. But it seems like it's going to be a perpetual check. Probably Magnus goes all the way to d7, c8, and we're going to see a playoff. Unless someone is blundering, but I think it's very hard to blunder.
Yeah, as long as you don't allow the enemy pawn to promote, it should be safe. And Gukesh is looking for the win. He's got the extra pawn. You can see on his body language, he's really interested here. If he wants to draw, he just moves the white king closer to the black pawn, but okay, he gives another check. Few seconds left. Magnus has lost control. We talked about those two A pawns. Could we see a scenario where white has one A pawn remaining in a queen endgame? That one would go down to the wire for a long time.
I think the g2 pawn is too strong. Besides that, even if there is an exchange of a7 and g2, only one a2 will not do any harm to black.
And Magnus keeping his king as close as possible. We're seeing a repetition and the handshake. It is a draw. We'll see more chess today with an Armageddon.
Wow. 4 Armageddons today, and it's interesting. Who do you think will be more satisfied with that draw?
Gukesh. Surely he was in trouble in that queen endgame at the beginning, at least, before it turned around. Magnus losing control.
Well, Gukesh probably he's more happy, but generally speaking, when you know you made mistakes, none of them are happy, and now they want to focus on the next one. You can see that Magnus is unhappy that things were not going exactly the way he was expecting. He looks like a bit tired and annoyed. This happened.
Well, he will have 20 minutes to recover as the players will be playing the final Armageddon of the day. It will be Gukesh with the white pieces having 10 minutes on the clock, whereas Magnus will have 7 minutes and draw odds. Oh, more exciting chess.
Oh, this is going to be extremely exciting. That's for sure. That Gukesh will show that he wants to win by any means, and Magnus will fight it out that he wants to win the match.
Okay, and I'm going to put everyone on the spot here. Who do you think is going to win the Armageddon?
I'll say Magnus. Maybe with a draw, but Magnus is black, I think, is the favourite.
He's the favorite, but Gukesh will win.
Ooh.
Oh.
Blanca split the tie.
I'm gonna be controversial. I'm gonna say I'm gonna agree with Judith. You know, after all, it was Gukesh who beat Magnus on his 17th birthday. But anyway, we're gonna leave you on a cliffhanger there as we're gonna take a short break and see you in a few minutes.
Some of you may remember when Puzzle Rush launched. It blew the chess world up, and it happened literally right in time for the World Chess Championship in 2018. And all those pieces just came together and it was just awesome to see. Of course, it was excited. It was a new feature, which we hadn't done in years, and it was a really good one. And we're like, we grew chess, we're done. Like, how cool is that?
I remember the word saying, like, guys, like after it came down early 2019, like, we all need to reset. Let's think about how we're going to add more features. What could maybe be something close to Puzzle Rush again, because we are never going to see growth like that for chess again. In 2018 Puzzle Rush, because the other thing that serendipitously went was the World Championship, our first feature in 3 years. God, I get anxiety. I know. It was our first feature. Like, those were the dark years that Eric and I joke about. There were tears during that time. It was hard. It was tough. But then, like, here comes Puzzle Rush. Here comes the World Championship. And here comes a fateful dinner where I had Queenies. Shout out to you, Hikaru. Take me to that small restaurant in the Isle of Man, the British Isles, because Hikaru picks it. Because Hikaru's a bit of a foodie, for those who don't know. And that was the dinner where I told Hikaru that I thought he could be the ninja of chess, and that maybe if he gave streaming a chance, he might be surprised. I spent 2.5 hours explaining what was the online content ecosystem to Hikaru and Sunil. And Hikaru embraces streaming partly because Puzzle Rush was such a fun feature to stream. Sort of not the, I don't want to say the tipping point, because there were so many incredible streamers who were committing to what would become the future of what we now know is like this incredible ecosystem online. The chess bras were like the OGs of committing to it, you know, at least as far as having a fully focused Twitch brand, right? And there were so many others, but we all knew, and Eric Hansen and I had talked a lot at the time, like we knew like the category needed a Hikaru, and we knew that it was going to be something that was going to take us to the next level. But I think partly the reason Hikaru committed is because it was so easy and fun because of Puzzle Rush. Like, that was it. And then the World Championship viewers, we were rating the chess bras and Hikaru every single day with peak viewership for the chess category. And it was like the chess world peaked. Yeah. It peaked the end of 2018. That was what you asked about, right? We're talking, if that's all we're talking.
That was it. That was the high point of chess.
That was it.
But I do remember the first time Magnus played on our site. I remember that feeling. And I remember the goosebumps going on my arms of like, oh my goodness. That's like, yeah, okay. I mean, there's no better chess player in the world who's gonna ever play, well, maybe in the future one day, but that was like the thing. I remember the moment where I was like, oh my gosh, we have a grandmaster on our site. He's like kicking everyone's ass. He's just winning all of his games. What super strong grandmaster is this?
It was not a secret.
It was not.
Twist ending.
It was somebody cheating. And we're like, oh my gosh, how are we going to deal with this? It's hard to explain the whole process, but immediately right then, we're like, this is going to be make or break for our future. We have to invest here. And immediately started hiring like statistician, built an amazing team around this, and we've invested so much time, money, and resources just to protect this game that we love. We immediately knew how dangerous this could be, and remember that very first cheater was such a painful experience to see. So it's been at the core of what we've done, and it's challenging because it's not preventable.
Hello and welcome back to the final portion of round 4 of Norway Chess. And if you've just joined us, I'm your host, Jovanka Hauska. And as always, it's been such a wonderful pleasure to be here calling all the action alongside grandmasters Judith Polgar and David Howell. Oh, it's been a very fascinating day today, very tense at times, but also some amazing games. And I'm thinking especially of Fabiano Caruana defeating he's coming next, Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah, that game was definitely the game of the day, and I think we can call it, or from my end, I can call it also maybe the game of the tournament so far, because I'm expecting some more stuff there. But we had other interesting games. It was not so much firework on other games, but we still have some very nice moments.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I think we'll look back at this one game. If Fabiano wins the tournament, which he looks like he's a big favourite to do now, we'll look back on this game as the moment that he kind of stormed ahead and kind of asserted his control here in Norway Chess. Just opening preparation combined with great calculation, combined with kind of killer instinct from Fabi, as he showed us when he came to the studio. It was nice to see. But either way, it's been a great day and lots of Armageddon today.
Certainly lots of Armageddons. We've had 4 Armageddons, and we're going to go into our 4th one with Magnus Carlsen and young Gukesh. But someone who just won their Armageddon was Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, who just defeated Nordibek Abdusattorov. Let's hear more from Shakhriyar.
Shakhriyar, you managed to take the half-point extra with white. How would you summarize Armageddon?
Okay, I mean, tournament is going not very well, but still to win some match is very good. I mean, I play for match to win, to lose, but I lose in classical and cannot win any games. I don't win any games in classical. I mean, my feel is just normal. I mean, I hope I can win some games in classical.
We look forward to seeing it, Shak. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And there we had the thoughts of Shak, and Shak of course is formidable. And let's take a recap of today's scores. And we saw that Hikaru Nakamura defeated Anish Giri in the Armageddon. It was Wesley So who was superb over Orientari, also in Armageddon. But the star of the round has to be Fabiano Caruana with his resplendent win over Alireza Firouzja. And in other matches, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, one of the most creative grandmasters around, and still one result outstanding, yet to be played.
Well, it was interesting to see Mamedyarov, that you could see that he has mixed feelings about the situation, the standing right now of the this event, because he's kind of a little bit unhappy that he can't do the right way in the classical game. And of course he knows that Armageddon is ups and downs and you can make blunders. Of course he was very happy to collect that extra half a point for today.
But he's in 8th place, so he will need to notch up some victories in the classical games. Having said that, Shakhriyar actually almost won Norway Chess 2022 last year. And it was neck and neck with Magnus right until the very end.
Yeah, unfortunately for those two, this year, Jovanka, we see an 8th and 9th place there, neck and neck again, but this time towards the bottom of the table. And we should mention that this is before taking into account today's final game between Gukesh and Magnus. But even if Magnus does get the maximum 1.5 points, even if he does end up on 4.5 out of 12, he's 6 whole points behind the lead at this early stage. We're not at halfway yet, but surely it's going to be tough to catch up. You need to win pretty much all your classical games at this point to catch up with Fabiano on a streak with a 4-point lead at the top of the table over the field.
And how does one shake things up in these types of situations?
Well, it's getting more and more difficult situation from looking at it from Magnus's point of view. I think the most important thing is to get balance with yourself and to calm down, not to think about that I have to win, because it never worked for me unless I was in a must-win situation. And right now it's kind of a must-win situation if he wants to win the tournament. But I think Magnus also wants to find himself, that he again hungry enough and can make decisions, choose openings, and go all the way to convert his knowledge, understanding, and really to win a game where he can show that I'm better than you.
Yeah, it's certainly a matter of pride. And for you, David, is it also about balance?
Yeah, it's about balance. It's about getting lucky. It's about taking your chances, taking massive risks, and just things falling in your favor. I mean, I never really competed against such a huge field that often in my career, and yeah, it's going to be difficult for those players kind of chasing Fabi now to to see any scenario in which he falls back. They just have to kind of be consistent and hope that at some point, he does prove that he's fallible, prove that he's human.
Yeah. And you know Magnus very well, David. So how do you think he will be feeling, especially after his game in the Classical, where it felt like he was working his endgame magic?
Yeah, I do know Magnus very well, and we saw body language there not positive. He was shaking his head a lot at the end of the game. He will feel a missed opportunity. We've mentioned it a couple of times this tournament, but I did this Chessable course with Magnus about grinding the art of kind of winning long endgames, and he did everything perfectly up to a point against Gukesh. He had an advantage, maybe not decisive, he was never winning, but he made the mistake of rushing towards the end. Gukesh had 1 minute at some point, Magnus had over 10 minutes, and Magnus kind of forced the issue. He went into a forcing line. We might look at it in a moment, Judith. He gave up his pawn, and he allowed Gukesh to calculate his way out of trouble. In those situations, I think an on-form Magnus would have just sat there patiently, just waited maybe 20 moves, then pushed a pawn, or waited until Gukesh was down to mere seconds, and then initiated the forcing play. So it feels like, yeah, something not just quite right, and from my own experience, if I'm not in form, I also tend to rush things. So just slightly off at the moment, Magnus, not quite at his usual elevated high standards.
I think this is a very important point, that patience is one of the most important things that you have to have when you play these long games, and when you really want to win the drawish end games, especially.
Yeah, and that was the perfect example of a no-risk endgame he could have taken. But now he has to win it in Armageddon all over again.
Yes, and well, we see our producer trolling David.
Thank you for that feature chat, Vic. I love sitting in the back of Magnus's streams, even if commentating is, slightly more fun, slightly more fulfilling. I take myself slightly more seriously as a chess player when I'm commentating like this.
And okay, Armageddon time. Who do you think has the edge here? So we've kind of the psychological edge, and let's remind ourselves of the format. Oh, and take a look at that. Gukesh is already sat there at the board, getting focused. Was this part of your pre-game ritual, to turn up early, sit at the board, visualize what is going to happen?
I was always a person to show up a few minutes before the game of the start. Well, in Rapid, of course, or Blitz, obviously, but also in Classical, I was always a few minutes ahead. I wanted to have everything done. I make my Jadub ritual, of course, like all the players, and I'm kind of getting into the focus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wish I had your professionalism, Judith. I just can't manage my time well during the games or before the games. I find it hard to turn up early. I don't know what it is. No matter when the round starts, I always tend to arrive a minute or two late. But of course,
not when it's zero tolerance, I guess.
True. Unless you really force chess players to be punctual, they rarely are.
But you're in good company, David. Magnus rarely arrives on time. Gary Kasparov never arrived on time. I mean, he did that for a reason, to avoid photographers. And I'm pretty sure I've seen other grandmasters. And I do remember someone giving me the advice that it was good to arrive late, because when you shook hands, you would be standing and they would be sitting.
Ooh.
Psychological tricks.
Mind games.
That is too smart for me.
It is on the players' minds, though. I know Magnus, he's aware of these things, of these little psychological ploys, especially in Blitz and Rapid games. In Classical, it doesn't tend to have too much effect, but there we see the handshake, Magnus standing when it happened. Will that be a sign of things to come in the game? Will Magnus be on top? I want to praise Gukesh, though. He looks so focused, and we're off. It's a King's Pawn opening. Magnus, does he know that he starts the game with 7 minutes? He's just adjusting his pieces, losing valuable seconds here, and he eventually plays e5. What will we see? Earlier we saw an Italian game, and it's a repeat of the classical game, the classical clash between these two. Magnus happy with his opening there, seemingly. Judith, are you surprised to see Magnus repeat? We thought he was in trouble a bit earlier on in the classical.
Well, I think the troubles he had, he did not consider necessarily that it was so serious, and probably he discovered how he is going to be deviating in this position.
Okay, and Magnus has deviated indeed. He's pushed his pawn to a6 and dropped back with his dark squared bishop, and this is where surely the importance of having seconds on site to do the homework, to do the preparation, is invaluable, it's priceless. Clearly Magnus has had someone helping him, and he's gone to check this opening, and okay, finally black castles. It's very different from earlier though.
Well, at this point, for example, in this tournament, I think it is very important for the players to have a second, because for sure the seconds are going to be taking a look already during the game what kind of ideas they have for the Armageddon if they get to that point. And of course Magnus has his second over here, so that is a lot of help, I think, mentally also, that you get an advice and then you're on your own, but still you have someone who checked it and gives the proper advice.
Yeah, and I was getting flashbacks, and I was thinking, I've seen this position before. And of course, it's very similar to one of Magnus's games against Wesley So.
Yeah, the problem with the Italian game is I always get flashbacks, I always get deja vu, and then it turns out it's not this exact position I've seen before, it's just something that looks almost identical.
And also, it's also pretty okay, I think, that he's repeating the same line, because it was very difficult for Magnus to create something that he can play for a win, right? But at this point, the draw and the victory is the same amount of point he can gain. So usually I don't think he's worried too much that he should be losing any of the game.
Yeah, when Magnus needs to be solid, he tends to thrive. That is, yeah, going back to basics for him. And we see a knight trade. A set of pawns have left the board as well. Who are these exchanges favoring, Judith?
I thought black will be going to d8, but of course as draw is enough, and maybe this is possible, because after rook b5 black would be going probably just rook fb8, and c6 would be unavoidable. So basically Magnus just wants to simplify the position, make it easy, draw the game.
Yeah, he looks a massive favourite to do that. And I think Gukesh has missed a trick here. I think he just assumed he could take this pawn, because the other option is just to trade the rooks off, and black has no problems at all there. If anyone's better, it's going to be black with the open file if you take this rook now.
The question is, I have a crazy idea. Can white go rook b5, rook fb8, d4, and then on c6 somehow d takes e5 or rook e5, sacrificing, giving up an exchange with interesting circumstances.
Wow, let's jump in. This could be a potentially key moment. If Gukesh doesn't get ambitious, doesn't gamble right now, he might never get a chance in this Armageddon. Rook takes b5, Judith.
And he's taken.
And he's taken. We're expecting rook here, threatening a discovered attack. Bishop takes f2 check is a threat, winning the white rook next move. So you want to block the bishop's threat. And after c6, something on e5, either pawn takes or rook takes.
But Magnus played g5 instead first,
Wow.
and after bishop g3, probably he will be playing knight d7. That maybe knight d7 can be strong.
Knight d7 threatening to trap this rook next
And
move.
also defending the e5 pawn.
This looks strong. This white rook now trapped.
And it's happened.
On the board. And Gukesh striking out in the center now. Look at this. d4 on the board. He's going to give up the exchange. After pawn to c6, he's going to sacrifice here and take this pawn in the center. He's got 2 pawns for the exchange here.
But look at this, what happens. He went f6 and now d5 is possible, or taking on e5, queen d5. So the rook maybe will save itself.
But Gukesh decides to actually trade pawns in the middle. And it does look like the rook is going to be saved. But it has come at the cost of white locking in their own bishop.
This one looks like great compensation for black as well. You mentioned it, Ivanka, this bishop locked in for white, this rook potentially locked in, even if it doesn't get trapped, even if it doesn't fall off the board. It's not necessarily greatly placed. And yeah, anything could still happen in this position. Magnus picking up the pace, only a minute down now.
I think rook d5 should be the move to save the rook for the moment.
I was also I agree with you, but I also wondered about c4, c5, if you're in a must-win situation.
Yeah, I was also wondering of c4, and after c6 you would be capturing the bishop, I guess, takes, and c5, and this is what we see on the board.
You're a prophet, Jovanka. It's happening. Gukesh needs to gamble, and he's ready to give up material in order to do so.
I thought it's not going to be enough for him, but I understand that he's going to this direction.
Oh, he's so good. c4, that shows zero fear at all. We were talking about that earlier, the benefit of being a young player. You believe in all of your calculations. You never doubt. You never think about what could go wrong. And Magnus looking away, maybe frustrated that his young opponent is going straight for him, not backing down. c5 is imminent, breaking this black pawn chain. If this pawn chain falls apart, white's minor pieces come in.
I have also a little deja vu, like when Magnus played against Wesley So, the Armageddon. It's somehow a little similar, that Magnus had not such a good position, and then he was flashing out some very interesting moves with material down, and he was making magic.
Yeah, and I'm not sure who's trying to work the magic here. Gukesh has given up his rook for black's bishop, and wow, Magnus' body language does not look positive. Suddenly white's won a second pawn, level material. Who's better here and why?
He's not exactly the most happy, I guess, Magnus, but I don't see what is really wrong with his position. Queen d6, rook d1.
I mean, there is a certain harmony to black's position, and whereas white will be always pressured by the thought that his bishop on g3 is just trapped.
Oh, and question mark for Magnus's last move. It looks like the evaluation bar.
e5 can be captured.
I was...
Oh, God. Knight takes pawn is possible here.
Or bishop. Yeah,
or bishop takes.
Bishop takes or knight takes, I'm not sure.
Bishop takes, there might have been rook takes f3, so knight takes on the board. This utilizes the fact that, wow, missed opportunity according to the computer, but this looks clever. If everything is captured, then later on there would have been a nasty queen check on c4. Magnus instantly reacts with rook to a2. Was this a trap? Has he tricked Gukesh?
Well, queen c4 is still possible, having a lot of pawns for white, 3 pawns for an exchange.
Yeah, but there's something happening on f2. We had Maurice. Whoa, Gukesh has given up his queen.
Whoa.
Wow.
Bishop for queen now.
Or maybe...
Very uncomfortable position for black. Wow, what a game. Knight c5, e5, e6.
Brilliant play by the youngster. This pawn is running. Both of white's pawns are running. This is scary for Magnus. Black's queen alone cannot fight the whole white army. Magnus needs something.
He's sacrificing a queen for a bishop and a knight. Unbelievable. I don't think it would have even entered my radar.
And what happened with this g3 bad bishop, right? It's just protecting the amazing d6 boss pawn.
Supporting this pawn, defending f2. This bishop's holding everything together for white. And bang, bang. Just 2 more moves. If white gets the pawn to e6, it's game over.
Very frustrating and very difficult position to play it with black.
I guess Magnus is going to be pinning his hopes on establishing a blockade on the light squares. And what's happening now?
Magnus threatening the white rook. There are back rank problems for Gukesh right now. He needs to take a timeout, maybe improve the white rook.
a1.
Okay.
f3, what a nice move. Protecting it with the bishop.
White's bishop doing all of the work in this game. And what can Magnus do now? The black rook is stuck. There are all sorts of threats. White's e-pawn, in some cases, can advance.
At the same time, I'm not sure about this f3. With rook a8, rook a2, there is a target on g2 as a counter-attack.
Counterplay, potentially. It takes a while, though. Does black have that time? The white pawns look so scary. White is threatening in some lines to just drop the white knight back as well. Gain time against that black queen. And then the pawns will roll. Key moment.
What a game.
I do like that comment. We need more games like this. I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, fire on the board. Magnus now ticking close to 2 minutes on the clock, whereas for Gukesh, 5 minutes. And Magnus grabbing the pawn. So big question for Gukesh. Can he push the e-pawn to its destination? What a game.
I think think you have to take a timeout, maybe move that white knight out the way first, but either way, not just the speed with which he's playing, just the way he's kind of moves to the pieces. Gukesh, he reminds me of a young Anand from the videos I've seen. Just
Can't E6 be a winning move?
Uh,
E6, giving up the knight, and E7?
and then the black rook moves. The problem is
D7. But where do you move?
D7 at, let's say,
Where do you
E8.
move it? Then D7.
And then there's a
And
queen check
D4.
at the
Sorry,
end.
queen D4.
So white cannot push yet. Wow, H3 taking a
Yeah,
timeout.
I like that. I had this in mind, king to H2.
No rush. No need to rush, and Magnus is going for your plan, Judith. He needs counterplay.
That's the only way to do it, right? I would go knight G4 somehow, so to try to push E6, though after that king E6 comes already. White can go wrong easily.
Yeah, both sides can go wrong. Magnus under 2 minutes, but he gains increment in 7 moves time. The white knight needs to get out of the way for the pawns to roll. It's a race. I don't believe that Magnus can create enough counterplay if white is accurate, but how to be accurate with only a few minutes on your clock? So many tempting moves. White knight has to retreat, surely. That looks like step 1.
Yeah, but the question is where, because wherever you're going to be retreating here, knight king E6 will be positioning itself. Maybe knight E4 with the idea of bishop F2 and knight C5. But I also understand this decision to play D7 because he's very much afraid that rook A2 is coming.
Is it time to give a check to the king, centralize the queen?
Yep, the black queens can centralize. You can maybe make an argument for blockading with the black king as well. Lots of options here for Magnus. 1.5 minutes now, though. Such a hard position to defend.
Extremely dangerous.
Follows your advice, Ivanka. That's a check. Queens are best in the center of the board.
Yeah.
Will white drop the bishop back to block or just hide his king? He hides the king.
Okay, and the big question is, are the pawns racing down? That's why the king steps forward and blockades the pawn, and Magnus down on time. Just over 1 minute left, and the position is so wild.
But right now it seems like black stabilized a little bit because the bishop cannot move, because of the E5 might be under attack, and anyway it doesn't have a space. The knight cannot move now, which is very important because the D7 pawn is under attack, so it's not so easy for white to continue. Rook C1 maybe to attack. It's very difficult to make the right move, I believe.
Magnus taking a sip of his water there. I'm getting flashbacks as well. When Gukesh beat Magnus in the Norway Chess Blitz just a few days ago, that was also a crazy material imbalance. That was a queen for knight and 2 pawns. And here it's like queen for bishop, knight and 2 pawns. It's crazy how that game is being mirrored right now. And okay, indecision there. Hesitation from Gukesh. What's he going to do? It feels like he's going to move his rook. Where to put that piece? Is he going to go attack that black queen? Is he going to slide the rook to C1 as Judith mentioned there? I like the comment in the feature chat. Gukesh is in Tal mode. But Tal finishes things off. That's the difference. How is Gukesh going to finish this game? He needs to get that win, remember. A draw not sufficient. Rook C1 met calmly by C5. Black's got his pass pawn as well. Some source of counterplay.
Rook B1 trying to get to B6.
Yeah, and then the black pawn will roll. So complicated.
Yeah, the pressure is on, and Gukesh now ticking to under 1 minute and 40 seconds. Is the time to kind of step back with the knight and pin all hopes on the e-pawn, because white's rook is just not joining in the action.
He does indeed step back with the knight, but now the d-pawn drops. You feel that that was white's pride and joy, really. But maybe it needed to be done.
I like actually this move from the perspective that bishop F2 after rook C5 will be very strong. But of course it's a shame that the D7 pass pawn is gone.
Oh, and Magnus not actually capturing that pawn. Oh, he means business, and instead pushing the pawn to C4. Wow.
But now rook D2, rook C2, then rook A1, right?
If the rook slides up, then black can actually get back, down behind on White's first rank with Rook A1 and Queen G1 ideas. Okay, Knight D6, he's jumping in. Can Magnus keep his pawn alive, or is it time finally to capture that scary White D pawn? Look at Gukesh looking, kind of taking that peek up at the screen now. He's getting 1 second increment in a few moves time. Both players under the 1 minute mark. No way back from here. It's going to be eternal time trouble. I think I would just take that pawn. Too scary.
No, Magnus is in a confident mood. I think he's going to push the pawn on C3.
Then Knight B5, maybe?
Oh, you're right, Jovanka.
Or back.
And now it comes back. Maybe that pawn's life was short-lived after all.
And Rook D3 is threatening.
Big threat. Magnus
So,
has to move his king.
Okay, one will be a blunder.
What is he? Oh, okay. I thought he was going to put his king on a bad square there. He retreats out of the way of any knight checks.
Rook C6, very powerful.
Still threats on the board. Magnus moving his queen away. And Black is on the verge of going on a counterattack. But whoa, the evaluation bar leaps up. There is now a win for Gukesh.
Apparently E6 is a winning move right now, pushing the white pawn, and Black's
And
king
Bishop
is,
E5.
Yeah, Black's king is caught in the crossfire. Oh, that would have been a mating net, but he misses it, Gukesh. Black queen comes back now, but he's still putting the pressure on, still threats. Rook D2 threatened now, pinning that black queen to its king.
Magnus, less than 10 seconds, less than 5 seconds. Oh, getting a 1 second increment. That is nothing.
You feel that maybe that was the one moment that Gukesh could have cashed in, and suddenly he's repeating with his bishop, the black rook getting behind counterplay, the white king not safe.
You see the relief of Magnus? Look at the body language. That, for the moment, I'm in safety.
But he only has 3 seconds left on the clock and only gets a 1 second increment.
But on the board,
Well, there's not just the board though.
Bishop,
check.
But now the other white pawn has disappeared. All of White's winning chances are falling with the fall of his pawns. And, okay, a bunch of quick moves.
Oops,
Gukesh, though,
gone.
put his knight
Knight
on
is
the blue
gone.
square.
Wow. Blunder the knight on E6.
Oh, and take a look at that clock. Gukesh with just 1 second remaining. Magnus takes it and walks away with an Armageddon victory. What a crazy game.
Amazing
They
game.
saved the best to last.
Yeah, Gukesh was just a few accurate moves away from taking a historic victory, and a beautiful game it would have been.
He made such a great decisions and unexpected and surprised Magnus in several times and sacrificing the queen. It was just such a perfect idea. He took the risk. He knew that he has no other option than to give up the exchange, and he took that pawn. Because somehow Magnus was careless, we can say. He was just playing. He thought it's going to be simplifying, and then from Rook B5, it really took off for Gukesh.
Yeah, it would have ended up in all of the books, that win by Gukesh, if he had spotted the way to convert the advantage. But in the end, Magnus, too quick, too tricky, too strong. And yeah, this would have been a great learning experience, but he's so good already at 17, Gukesh.
Almost a masterpiece in the making, but there we have today's scores. It was a victory for Magnus Carlsen, and he takes 1.5 points. And it was Armageddon's nearly all round. Hikaru Nakamura being victorious, Wesley So victorious, and Shakhriyar Mamedjarov also winning against Nordibek Abdusatorov. But the hero of the round has to be Fabiano Caruana, who scored an amazing win against Alireza Firouzja. And take a look at that. 10.5 points out of 12. It looks like Fabiano is running away with the tournament. Hikaru Nakamura in second place with just 6.5 points out of 12. Alireza Firouzja 6 points. And at the bottom of the table, I mean, some big names there. Magnus Carlsen in just 8th place, and Shakhriyar Mamedjarov, who nearly won the tournament last year, lying in 9th place. Oh, we were in for a spectacle today, I think.
Absolutely, absolutely. I picked 2 games, and those 2 games I got the maximum out of it. The Magnus game and also Alireza, Fabiano, they were just amazing.
Yeah.
We're happy chess fans today, Jovanka.
What was your favorite moment?
I think it was that final game.
Yeah.
I mean, Fabi, well played to him, taking that classical victory, but that final game was just had everything.
And tomorrow's matchups, okay, we have Magnus Carlsen against Anish Giri, Fabiano Caruana, tournament leader against Shakhriyar Mamedov, and other big encounters. Which one stands out for you, Judith?
I'm very curious about the top 2 games, what we see on the screen. Magnus against Anish. That will be very interesting for me. Finally, how can Magnus make himself really a tiger, lion, whatever, to make a smooth, very convincing game. And of course, Fabiano Mamedov, that will be very exciting because we see that Fabiano is just a killer so far, and Mamedov, no matter how good or bad or mixed form he is, he can always make a huge mess on the board, and he also a person who has incredible ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. And for you, David, what are you eagerly anticipating?
All of it, but I'm looking out for our 4th commentator in his game tomorrow to see whether he can close that gap on Fabiano. Hikaru's had a good tournament, steady tournament. He seems really happy right now. And yeah, can he catch up? That's the big question for me.
Yeah, and what are your final thoughts of the day?
Oh, that's, we all need another rest day. It's been so much action.
The players returned inspired, didn't they?
I think it's heating up. I mean, we are entering into the middle of the tournament, right? This was round 4, and tomorrow we are turning to the second part of the tournament. So it is getting already clear who is the leader, who is trying to catch up, and what kind of form everybody is. So now only huge surprises has to happen to see something, a big difference in the very top.
Yeah.
But it's a very tough event. And of course, someone starts winning classical game, then things can turn around.
Absolutely, anything can happen. And like you say, the players came with a lot of energy for their Armageddon matches, I would say. I mean, but what a brilliant day of chess. It's been spectacular so far. So I'm going to wish you good night and thank you all for watching, and see you all tomorrow at 5 p.m. Central European Time. Bye-bye.